initially came from my YouTube channels, but then grew exponentially. We're now an open community with the goal of making the world a better place through shared knowledge and technology. Whether you love coding, sci-fi, Gundam, we're here to help you express your nerddoms in whatever form they take. We also have a segment of our community called Squirrel Army. We lovingly refer to it. If you're anywhere on the neurodiversity scale, we're here for you and we welcome you to come by and visit. We've worked on several OSS conferences over the past 3 years. And we've enjoyed participating in every one of them. We were already doing so much of the work and being so stressed out that we thought that we should have our own conference.
Exactly. Both of those conferences had such a different take on OSS. One conference was using just about everything OSS. It was crazy how many tools we were using. I think we had everything from IRC, Telegram, Jitsi, Matrix. We were using every OSS tool we could think of. It was hectic, but we had a lot of fun. Another con was running on Zoom and Slack. It kind of worked too, but it wasn't really as open. Sure, we're using Zoom, which has its issues, but the message and content we're sharing with the world is free and open.
So let's focus on that, right? Free and open and the messaging there. I want to get this out of the way. We are not interested in gatekeeping. Okay, everyone is welcome to learn the power of open source. Whether you be a power user or an end user, GeekBeacon fights for the users, and we want to focus on that. I also want to especially concentrate on these tough times and how isolated we've been. We're now more alone than ever, and I think that OSS conferences could really do better in highlighting the mental health issues that come about from that, and just generally being in tech. So we actually have an entire day dedicated to that, to accessibility. And, we couldn't really do this without the help of our sponsors. So taking a chance on us for our first ever conference, I want to thank Sessionize. The schedule that you see right now is powered by Sessionize. O'Reilly is going to hook us up with some books. Dust Keyboards is going to help us out, giving away 3 keyboards, and the iode open phone technology, they're going to help our European users with a phone. So and of course I would be remiss if I didn't talk about the Linux Foundation. Thank you guys so much for offering a code to help us learn more about the open source world that we all endeavor to live in.
Without further ado, Dalia Saper will be speaking next. She served as an adjunct professor of entertainment and internet law at Loyola University, as well as founding her own law firm. Today, she'll be teaching us how to protect our code, the legal consideration for software developers. Also, please stick around for the wide spectrum of events that we have for our conference. We have games, we have streams, we have panels. Once again, please give a big round of applause to Dalia Saper. Thank you very much and enjoy.
Thanks, guys.
I can't believe it. Welcome welcome all to GBF 2022. My name is Novanta, and I'm one of an army of hosts to help you and guide you through the next day or 2 days of this conference. And now we have everyone piling in all over the interwebs, if you will. YouTube, Twitch, Facebook. Hey, drop a like, drop a comment. Let me know where you are watching right now. We are in for a good time. Dolly's getting set up for her conference or her panel in just a few moments, but I want to have a chance to chat with you a little bit more about myself, as I am one of the hosts here at GBF 2022. I come from the world of podcasting myself. You may have heard me on the Mac Mania podcast, a Spotify original as part of the Ringer Wrestling Network, but I also do the esports thing. I love doing that casting of esports. It's definitely something I enjoy. You can learn and know more about that from me at Novanta RL. How is everyone going out there? I see you out there. Pista, how you doing? Mauro, how you doing? Leroy, thanks so much for joining us here at GeekBeacon 2022. We know we have Nixie up there a little later. She'll be able to help you navigate through the day's events, and I, for one, can't wait for it. It was an honor to be part of the festivities, an honor to be part of the day, and you can also follow GeekBeacon on social media at GeekBeacon on Instagram, Twitter, and Twitch. If you haven't done so already, please go do already, or geekbeacon.org. That's where I got to check out all the information about what GeekBeacon is, because it's not just about being a geek. It's about being a geek for good. Now, if you're probably your first time here at an online conference, welcome. It's no different. That's just the world works nowadays. You know what I'm saying? Because I used to do things in person, but now I do everything from my chair. I can talk to people in my chair. I can host my show in the chair. Everything is all chair based. But if you have any questions, let us know in the chats below. Just let people know how you feel about how you're seeing things right now. Okay, so a little bit of housekeeping here. I want you to know that we are not gatekeepers. We understand education is super important. So if you have a question throughout any period of time during the panels, please write the question down, and we'll try our hardest to have your question answered, because you walk away fulfilled mentally and physically. Then we know, hey man, we've done our job. And if you haven't followed us already, make sure you do that as well. Okay. Enough of that housekeeping. Let's have some fun. We can't do this. This is not possible. This whole event is not possible without the help of our sponsors. Sponsors make the world go round. They are actually ones that see us, they see our vision, and they want to help us out as well. So got to give a big shout out to DOS Keyboard for their support here today. They are a tech pioneer, having created the first cloud-connected keyboard in 2016, leveling up to the world's first smart keyboards in 2018. A big thank you to DOS Keyboard for running a giveaway. That's right, giveaway during GeekBeacon Fest 2022. 3 lucky winners, which is kind of a shame that I'm not eligible, but 3 other people will be eligible, will win a keyboard of their choice from DOS Keyboards. The giveaway is only open to United States residents only. I know, legal things, you understand. Only open to U.S. residents. Their full catalog of Uber, Geek, Elite, Gamer, and professionally savvy keyboards are available at doskeyboard.com. Use a special discount code GBF2022 and get 10% off any DOS keyboard. I'll say it one more time. If you want to get yourself a bit of a discount at DOS Keyboard, check out doskeyboard.com. Use promo code GBF. 2022. Tell them Novanta sent you. They'll say who, but still use that promo code and you get yourself a discount. And also, got to give a shout out to IOD. IOD has helped us out with this event as well. A big thank you to IOD.tech for running the giveaway for Samsung S9 with IOD OS during GeekBeacon Fest 2022. IOD.tech relies on open source components, which means, open source, baby. That's all it is. Offering new and refurbished phones that help keep your data your own. Privacy is super important. Check out IOD's catalog of privacy-based phones and devices available on their website, iod.tech. Giveaway open to EU residents only. So if you're in the US, get yourself a DOS keyboard. You may be giving away 3 of those, but use that promo code GBF2023. And if you're on the European side, make sure you check out iod.tech, because we're giving away a Samsung S9 with an IOD OS. So no matter where in the world you are, Europe or the United States, you are going to be in it for a treat. Now we have everyone piling in the chat there. Taz, Zero, Corey, Bruce. We love the conversations in chat. If you have a question for me, please let us know what you feel about that. As for me, I have a lot of things on my docket today. We're having Dahlia Saper getting ready to talk about privacy and what that means for that. So I can't wait to hear that. I can't wait to hear from her, because she is so knowledgeable when it comes to that sort of thing. Being able to learn whether I'm hosting or not is something I am looking forward to. And if you also want to ask Dahlia a question, don't hesitate to write those questions down when she gets to be here momentarily. Now, as someone who is new to the GeekBeacon Fest arena, or even GeekBeacon in general, I've just been enamored by people like yourself, individuals like yourself, who've come together with a pursuit of knowledge, a way to learn, a way to share ideas and thoughts. And if you guys can help me out and navigate too, let me know how you can do that by hitting me up at Novanta RL on that interwebs, if you will. Okay. So we have mental health talks. We have a talk to special guests. We have an army of hosts going on. The only thing we're missing is you. Make sure you follow us over there at GeekBeacon. GeekBeacons. Okay, let's do this. So one of the things I want to learn over the next day and a half is how I could be a better digital citizen. And what does that mean exactly, right? So on one hand, you're like, okay, well, I can learn knowledge about Linux. I can learn knowledge about mental health, but how do I apply it? How can I be that I guess that I won't say gatekeeper, that's kind of weird, but how can I be that next force for that next generation of people? How can I be able to share the ideas that I learned? And you can do that on social media. Make sure you tag us too. Just say, hey, look, I was checking out GBF Fest 2022. I was just like floored about the things I learned. Here's top 3 things I learned. Here's top 4 things I learned. And maybe some of your network, some of your followers could be engaged as well. This is what it's all about. It's really about having an idea and sharing it with others. Knowledge is something you shouldn't hold tight to your chest. You want to make sure you can spread out the knowledge as best as you can. And if you do, if you like a certain host, if you like a certain panel, make sure you give them their flowers. Make sure you get them a tag and say, hey, look, I love what you said. I love what you're putting down. I picked it up and I feel a lot more for it. Hey, what's up, Johan? What's up, Tassira? What's up, Corey Bruce? What's up, Pista? What's up, Leroy? Thank you so much for piling in there. Thanks so much for being in the chat, interacting with everyone, because we are building a community. And if you like Novanta, you like this guy right here, and you like what he's saying, make sure you tag me on that social media. I want to be able to read all my comments afterwards because I need that kind of validation. I need that love, baby. I need that love. Also, I can't remember this. If you have a question besides writing in the chat, even a question you want to think about, don't hesitate to tag some of the hosts, tag some of the organizers after the fact and say, hey, look, I love that your panel didn't have a question in the moment. I know there's a Q&A after every panel, but hey, look, there's something that's on my mind. We're approachable. We're totally people that will take your questions, take your comments, take your concerns, even your praise, even some of your notes with grace and poise, and make sure we're all on the same level. We're all equals. We're all in this boat together. What's up, Holler Back? What's up, TMI High 20? Thank you so much for rolling things. Thank you so much, Shiny Tech. Things rolling in. Hey, you and I are kind of like friends now. We're like tied. We're like this now. That's really cool. Scrolling through the people in the chat right now, and I could say I could feel the energy, can feel the electricity here at GBF 2022. What's up, Mara? What's going on? Oh, he's saying hi to Nixie. Well, Nixie's cool. She'll be here soon. I'm not hurt. I'm just kidding. Thanks so much for rolling in. Nixie Pixel will be here later on. We have ourselves the creative brain behind GeekFest. It's a team effort, but Nixie has been such an advocate. If you haven't followed Nixie on Instagram, at about five minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, she had her first live, and she was giving her thoughts about being a part of this conference. And it's interesting, going from an idea to an actual execution has just been so fun to watch, so fun to experience. In fact, she had given me a shout out on Instagram. It was kind of like, hey, Novanta, you're starting everything off. No pressure, but all the pressure in the world. In fact, I met Nixie for the first time last November at a charity event, because Nixie has always been an advocate for charities, but this one was for another charity, for the Boys and Girls Club of Hollywood. We had met up with Videon Studios to run an event, and we just connected. And that's what this is all about, right? Finding connections, human connections, friend connections, there's colleague connections, whether in IRL space or in the digital space. And Nixie has just been so good at just saying, hey, look, here's the energy, here's what I'm trying to put down. Are you on board? And I jumped at the chance. In fact, we also met Thunder McFadden at that event as well. And Thunder will be hosting a couple segments over the next day or so. And I have a very, very limited knowledge of Linux, but just being open to Nixie's community, I just learned a lot about that and more to come. So here we are in the chat. CS Geek just dropped Nixie's playlist on YouTube to learn more about what she's been doing on the content space in that YouTube space. And so if it's something you've missed, because she even mentioned this on her Instagram live this morning, there's a little bit of those algorithms, man, those evil algorithms. They're not really evil, they're part of science technology, but sometimes things get suppressed, sometimes things don't really show up. So hit that up. TS Geek just put it in the YouTube chat. It's youtube.com/c/NixiePixel/playlist to more about her content. Whew! Now, besides Nixie and besides Thunder McFadden, a lot of our hosts here today just come from all different walks of life, and which I also like the fact that we have a diverse lineup as well, just working together to make sure this event is on point for you guys. And not only is it going to be started by me, we have a lot of more hosts coming in between today and tomorrow. Virtually, if you have some favorites there as well. I'm trying to actually bring up the list of hosts here. I'm going to have the hosting packet just rolling here, looking at here in my document here. Oh, Soldier Knows Best is someone I followed on Instagram as well, and Twitter as well. Mark Watson creates video content. event covering consumer electronics and cell phones to the drones to robotic vacuum cleaners. So it's going to be pretty fun to hit up Soldier Knows Best. He will be our host this weekend, and also leading some of the panels as well. And of course, the Queen Bee herself, Nixie, will be here just momentarily as we get started in that first panel featuring Dahlia Cypher. And if you don't know much about Dahlia, which I didn't as well, a lot of cool content available on YouTube. She's very knowledgeable in the legal space, very knowledgeable in breaking things, more complex things down when it comes to privacy and defamation and things of that nature, down to good bite-sized pieces so you can take it, ingest it, and use it for your own life, if you will. So it's kind of cool to have an actual legal mind momentarily here at GBF 2022. Make sure you have your questions ready to go. Make sure you have your comments ready to go, because you want to make sure that if someone who's that knowledgeable to make things more less complex, a little bit easier to understand, to have those questions at the ready. So we have Arian V. Duncan in the chat, also has an also playlist in the chat. And Shiny Tech thinks, what's up? You feel the megawatts of the community? I do too. Look, it's the first time really being engaged with this geek community, this GeekBeacon community. You guys are just giving me so much love, so much adoration, and I appreciate that as well. GeekBeacon.org is a website you want to hit up. Make sure you follow at GeekBeacon on Instagram, on that Twitter, and also on that Twitch. Make sure, if anything else there. Yes, gbfest.org is another website, goes directly to the information of today and tomorrow. If you want to save yourself a click, make sure you hit up gbffest.org. That's the one you want to hit up there. But as we talk about gbfs.org, we have to give another shout out to everyone else that's been helping us out, everyone's our sponsors. And we also, just one more time to reiterate, for those who are just coming in now, we are giving away items here. We're giving away things just for everyone part of GBF Fest this year. Again, big shout out to Das Keyboard. They're a tech pioneer, having created the first cloud-connected keyboard in 2016. And from there, they kept on building, leveling up to the first smart keyboard in 2018. 2018, that's 4 years ago, y'all. That's like a whole different lifetime, pandemic aside. Big thank you to Das Keyboard for running a giveaway during GeekBeacon Fest 2022. 3 lucky winners in the United States. Unfortunately, only open to US residents, but 3 lucky winners will win a keyboard of their choice from Das Keyboard. Their full catalog of keyboards, we're talking about really cool designs, is available at daskeyboard.com. Use special promo code GBF 2022 for 10% off your order. That's right, just for being a member of this fest, you get a discount code for any keyboard you want at daskeyboard.com, GBF 2022. And also IOD for our EU residents. A big thank you to IOD.tech for running a giveaway for the Samsung S9, not the S6, not the S7, the S9 with IOD OS running built in, ready to go for GeekBeacon Fest 2022. IO.tech relies on open source components, offering new and refurbished phones that help keep your data your own. Check out IO catalog, privacy-based phones and devices available on their website, IO.tech. This giveaway of the Samsung S9 is available only for our EU residents. So, and if you're kind of in space between two continents, I'm not sure which one you're eligible for, but US residents are eligible to win one of 3 keyboards from Das Keyboards, and our EU residents are eligible to win a Samsung S9 with IO Tech pre-installed, locked and loaded, and ready to go, which is pretty cool. It's pretty cool to say the least. And to enter both the Das Keyboard and IO giveaways, simply hop onto the GeekBeacon Discord. That's right, hop onto the Discord. I think the link is going to be brought up here on the bottom screen, discord.geekbeacon.org, and submit your questions with the GBF question submissions channel. That's right, the GBF question submissions channel to enter both the Das Keyboard and IO giveaways. That means if you're in the EU and you want to win that Samsung S9, make sure you hit up that Discord, that geekbeacon.org. And if you're in the United States, you want a chance to win one of those Das keyboards, again, discord.geekbeacon.org. Hit up that GBF, that's GeekBeacon Fest, that GBF question submissions channel for a chance to win. Unfortunately, I am ineligible to win because, they're out to get me. No, because I'm hosting the event. I'm one of 6 or 7 hosts here that's going to be with you this weekend, rocking with you this weekend throughout this thing. Again, if it's anyone if it's a host you love, if it's a panel you love, don't be afraid to hit them up on social media after the fact. Just say what's up. Just say, hey, what's going on? I like what you did. I like what you were putting down. I picked it up. I just want to say also, we're giving away this as well from Tiny Build, not for broadcast, giving away Tiny Build, the game label behind titles such as Graveyard Keeper and Hello Neighbor, has offered copies of their new dystopian propaganda sim, not for broadcasters, to 10 lucky attendees of GeekBeacon Fest. To enter, go to GeekBeacon Discord. That's discord.geekbeacon.org to go to the giveaway channel. Then simply click on the emoji for the not for broadcast giveaway. Wait, we are giving away keyboards? We're giving away the Samsung S9 with IO Tech pre-installed, and we're giving away, okay, I gotta say this one more time. Let's say this one more time. Tiny Build, the game label designer behind Graveyard Keeper, has said, you know what? We're going to give you guys a little bit of that shimmy, shimmy, cocoa pop. And Hello Neighbors offer copies of the new dystopian propaganda sim, not for broadcast. The 10 lucky attendees. That's 10 lucky attendees to Geek Beacon Fest. I assume everyone is eligible for this one. To enter, go to Geek Beacon Discord. That's discord.geekbeacon.org. Or go into the giveaway channel and simply click on the emoji for not for broadcast giveaway. It sounds kind of creepy. It sounds kind of scary. You know what I mean? Not scary. It sounds kind of scary. GBF 2022. Thanks so much for rolling in here. We have more people from all over the world. Let me know where you're calling from, where you're texting from. Johnstone Farms had said, how do we enter? Well, how do you enter? Well, that's what you can do. Is go to that Discord channel. You go into that Discord, that geekbeacon.org. Discord.geekbeacon.org to make sure how you can basically apply or to these giveaways. And so if you're on the EU side, you have that Samsung S9. And if you're on the American side, you can be eligible for those DAS keyboards. But 10 lucky users from somewhere on planet Earth, somewhere on my favorite home planet, is going to win a key to be part for not for broadcast. I think I'm ready. Are you ready? Geek World's Geek Fest, Geek Beacon Fest 2022. We are ready to get things started. All right, let's our first panel will be called Protecting Your Code, Key Legal Considerations for Software Developers. It's going to be hosted by Dahlia Saber. When in our presentation, Dahlia Saber will discuss a wide array of the legal issues software developers face. She'll be going into subjects, the key provisions, and software. How's it going, Dahlia? You good? How's it going? See software licensing agreements, as well as benefits and pitfalls of open source licensing. Dahlia will also be describing the different protections afforded to software developers by trademark and copyright law, which sounds complex, but I'm sure Dahlia will be here to break it down for you here today and touch on issues related to outsourcing and utilization of 1099 contractors. Just a little bit of a love before we get to you. Dahlia is an intellectual property, media, and entertainment and business attorney who founded her namesake law firm Saber Law in 2005, which tells you track record of excellence. Am I right? Garnering natural recognition for helping brands protect their trademarks and copyrights online. Dahlia also litigates cutting-edge cases that include online defamation, sexting, and cyberbullying. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dahlia Saber. How's it going?
Woo! All right, you're officially coming to introduce me every presentation I give from now on.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that very, very fabulous introduction. I'm the one who tells you all the lawyer boring things. So it's stuff you need to know. Well, because nothing's boring to you. But the goal of the presentation today is to not put a lot of stuff on the screen. I'm going to share a PowerPoint, but I really want to touch on, as you mentioned, the main legal issues that I get calls about from people in the tech community. All right, I can bring up my screen now. Let me do that let me just have it up there. Okay, hold on one second. So as you mentioned, it's protect your code, the key legal considerations for the software developer. So here's what I usually get. Hey, Dahlia, I need to work on this project with a friend. What happens if we break up? All right, well, who's coding what? Who's doing what? So I get questions about ownership. Or I get a question about, I have a day job where I code X, but at nighttime I'm writing a children's book and I'm coding this other thing for a friend. You can remove it. Okay, so that's what I hope to, this is kind of like the top 10 questions I usually get when someone calls about a technical issue. Sorry. So I'm also getting distracted by the chat, which I will no longer look at. All right. So protect your code. Let's talk about the key legal considerations. Feel free to interrupt me at any time. I like not formal presentations. Topics. Number one is copyright. What is a copyright as it relates to what developers are doing? Once we know what that's all about, we can talk about licensing. We can also talk about, and we'll talk about this concept of what an open source project is as it relates to traditional copyright licensing, once we've learned what copyright law is. We're going to cover what a work for hire agreement is. Usually if you work for on a project, you're going to get a contract, and there might be a provision in there that talks about the work being performed as a work made for hire. We're also going to talk about the difference between a license and an assignment, discuss trademarks, and then jump into various contracts. Is there a way for me to look at my screen and the restream at the same time so I know what the chats are, or does not matter? Okay, I'll just kind of shift between both. All right, let's start with copyrights. The Copyright Act has a whole bunch of rights that you give to a copyright owner. So when you see a film or when you go on a website and you look at the terms of use, which no one really does, there's a whole section about the rights that the website has to reproduce the work, whatever the work might be, creative derivatives, distribute copies, or publicly display. All of copyright law can probably be reduced to these few things. I write a book, only I get the right to reproduce that book, to make a derivative version, maybe that's a movie based on the book, to distribute copies of the book, and to display the book. As a developer, only you have the right to do these things with the code, whether that's the object code or the source code. So this is the bundle of rights that every creator gets to the work that they've developed. Once you have demonstrated ownership of that copyright, you get the right to parcel it out. So what does that mean? That means that if I draw a picture, I can then rent that picture to you. A license is like renting the work. If I'm renting it, I'm putting parameters around it. So for example, you can use my work on a non-exclusive basis. So if I have written code and I want 5 different people to use it, well, I will give a non-exclusive license to 5 different people. I may or may not want that license to be transferable. Can I just, if I give it to Bob, can Bob transfer the license to Sarah? I might say no, or I might say yes. Can Bob sub-license it? Hold on. Sorry, I'm doing the chats at the same time. Okay, then is it sub-licensable, which is more like subleasing the property? If I rent you my place, can you let someone else live there? Maybe yes, maybe no. Is it royalty-free, or do you have to pay for it? Same with anything else you might be licensing. Do I have to pay a license fee, or can I use it for a year or in perpetuity without paying for it? So when you look at license language, you typically see these permissions specifically delineated. So you want to use my code? Well, you have the right to use it, to reproduce it, to publicly display it, to sell it, distribute it. You may also receive or ask for the right to make modifications, because as we talked about this concept of derivative works, you need to have permission from the underlying owner to add to the code to make new code. Without that permission, the new code is infringing. Even though you developed all the other stuff on your own, if it's derived from or incorporates previous code, you could run into a copyright infringement lawsuit. All right, so now open source, what does that mean? What is open source as it relates to software? Where if you guys are participating in an open source project, you know what that means. That usually means that you are part of a project, and the end result is intended to be used by everyone and anyone with certain limitations. Whereas a copyright traditionally says you can't use unless I give you permission. A copyleft or open source license says You don't have to pay me. You can use it. You just have to maybe give me credit or make the source code available. Not all open source licenses are the same. So just when you see an open source is can I use it? It's open source. It's not like the same as something being in the public domain, which people often kind of confuse. Something's in the public domain if the copyright is expired. Again, what does that mean? Unlike trademarks, a copyright lasts for a statutorily defined amount of time. And when that statutory amount of time has lapsed, then the work goes into the public domain. That amount of time is a lot, like especially with a company, it's 120 years. So you have to assume, especially with code, that it's owned by somebody. So it's the code you use is not in the public domain unless someone has specifically said, go ahead and use it. Don't talk to me. Don't ask me anything about it. I don't care what you do with it. So when you're trying to figure out what license to use for your open source project, or if you are a business and you're tasked with creating something proprietary and you can do something faster and better by using open source, you better ask a few questions before you incorporate that software into the program, because you might be in big trouble if Fancy Company X hires you. You're like, hey, Fancy Company X, I saved you lots of money. I didn't have to recode this. This has already been done really well. And then Fancy Company X tries to sell this to someone else, and it's readily copied by some other competitor. They'll come back and say, why did you do this to our code? We paid you lots of money, and now it's not worth what we thought it would be. So here are the three main questions you would ask. One, if the program is modified, can the results be distributed under a different license? If I'm Company X, I use some open source software, I tailor it specifically to my use case, and then I want to sell that as a software as a service on my own website. Am I going to be in violation of the open source license? As you know, some licenses are viral, which means any open source code touches additional code, then the whole project becomes open source. So you don't want an open source license that does that to all of the code that you are developing, unless you've specifically related that to the company hiring you, or the company specifically says that's okay. And that's to the second point. What are the risks of combining the program with the proprietary software? There may be no risks if it's a service-based software. Maybe it's not the code that derives value, it's the services the company's providing around the code, in which case there wouldn't be a risk. But like I gave the initial example, it would be a problem if they're trying to resell that code for a fee. They may not be allowed to do so under the underlying open source license. What other requirements are imposed by the license? Is there like an attribution requirement? Is there a place where you have to go and make all of the code available? I cannot stress this enough. You need to read the fine print or have a lawyer look at the open source license of the code that you intend to use so that you avoid issues in the future. And if you wanted to compare the license language, usually it's you have the right to do these things versus everyone who's contributing to the open source project is giving up all their rights. Gives you a perpetual, which means there's no time limit on the license. Worldwide, which means there's no geographic limitation on the license. Non-exclusive, that's good. No charge, royalty-free, irrevocable copyright license, which means you can't take it back. To reproduce, prepare derivative works, publicly display, publicly perform, sublicense, and distribute the work and such derivative works in source or object form. So everyone who's contributing to an open source project typically is giving up all of their rights or licensing away all of the same rights to the project. So that's something you need to understand if you're going to get involved with one or if you're using the code from one. All right, so another question I get is who owns the code? I do some work for a company. I'm not an employee. So is it my work or is it the company's? I don't know if I can ask questions of the participants, but in this use case scenario, not use case, let's say Saperlaw hires Bob to make some updates to its website. I want Bob to make me some pretty design, do some nice designs, to write some articles, and maybe update the code on the back end. I pay Bob $1 million. Who owns, in the absence of an agreement, who owns the copyright to the work that I hired Bob to do for my law firm? Does anyone want to, in the chat box, say if it's Bob or if it's Saper Law? All right. I'm going to assume no one wants to take a risk and comment. The answer is, in the absence of an agreement, since Bob is not my employee, Bob will own the copyright to whatever it is that he has developed and created, even though I paid him lots and lots of money for it. That's the way the copyright statute is drafted. So unless he's an employee, in which case anything he performs or completes within the scope of his employment belongs to me, the employer. In the absence of an agreement, the contractor, the vendor, the non-employee retains all rights to the copyrights. So a work-for-hire agreement, or in the alternative, an assignment document, specifically states, Bob, you're being hired, I'm giving you this much money, and pursuant to this contract, anything you do for me will be a work-for-hire as that term is defined by the United States Copyright Act. And if for some reason it doesn't perfectly fit the definition of a work-for-hire, then you will assign any and all rights you have to the work you've created to me. So if you don't have that agreement, it can be pretty bad because you'll only have a license to use it for whatever was expected. You can't exceed that license. Maybe maybe in a more simpler example, Bob is a photographer. He takes some headshots and puts it on my website. And then I pay him $50, and then I won't go and take that headshot and I put it on a billboard. Bob can come out of the woodworks and say, if I knew you were going to put it on a billboard, I would have charged you $500, not $50. And then we've got a problem. So it's very important to have that cleared up in your contract. If you don't want it to be a work for hire, you need to make sure that the language reflects that. If you do want it, and maybe you're the one who's hiring someone to help you on a project, you need to sort that out. So does the company own my work? If you're an employee and it's within the scope of your employment, the answer is yes. What about the work I do on the side? Let's say, like I gave that example right in the beginning, if your day job is to be a software developer for a company that develops software for the trucking industry, and at nighttime you're coding software for a children's website, and it's totally not part of your job description to create anything for children, you could probably say that work is yours. It's not something you were hired to do by the company. But if by day you work on a trucking website's code, and at nighttime you've got this side project that's targeting the trucking industry, you're gonna have some problems because it's feasible, even though you weren't asked to do it, that it's something you could have performed or created while you were at the company. So you need to discuss that. If you're getting hired at a new place and you're working on something or you have an existing business, your options are to either disclose it up front and specifically exclude it from your contract, or don't tell them and fight it out later and try to argue that it's totally outside of what you were doing at your job. So that's what the last question is. What terms do we need in our contracts when we're hiring freelancers? Well, you need this work for hire. And then as I'll talk about, you may need non-competes, non-solicitations, and confidentiality provisions. I'm going to harp on this point again really quickly. When we're talking about intellectual property, which is what copyrights, trademarks, and patents are, we use the term property because a lot of the way the law works with IP mirrors real property, real estate property. It's just that the terminology might be slightly different. So back to the example I gave in the beginning. If I doodle something, I have lots of them on my desk. If I make a pretty picture, this one's not so pretty, but let's say I doodled this and I want to let a greeting card company print this on their line of greeting cards. Well, I have two options. The greeting card company can either ask me for an assignment of all rights and interest into this design, or they can seek a license. Let's start with the assignment. The assignment's pretty simple. It's like deeding the property to the greeting card company. Once I deed or assign all rights to this doodle, I will no longer own it. I will no longer have title to it. I can no longer dictate what happens to it. So this might be the only piece of art, and it's really special. Putting aside the Visual Rights Act, which is for a different presentation, I can't tell the buyer what they can and can't do with this work. I won't own it anymore. Just like if you sell the house, they can go knock down the walls, and as much as that pains you, it's not your house anymore. But the vast majority of what happens is that I might be licensing the rights, and that's what you've heard that term. If I'm licensing it, I'm letting you rent it. I'm letting you rent it forever, or for a period of time, or for only a certain area, or for a certain price, and I may put other restrictions around it. Like we said, you can't sub-license it, you can't transfer it, you can't use it for any purpose besides whatever it is I say. All right, so how is a trademark different than a copyright? I get this phone call all the time. I'd like to trademark my code. I'd like to copyright my code. I'd like to copyright my name. I'd like to trademark my name. I'd like to patent it all. But they're all different. These are all distinct areas of law. So the trademark, unlike the copyright, protects not the underlying work. It doesn't protect the code. It doesn't protect the photo. It doesn't protect the picture, the YouTube video. All it protects is the source identifier, the company or the person behind the product or service that the consumer is buying. So I have some software-related examples in this presentation. But when you see Google, it's the brand related to all the things that Google does. It's what the consumer is able to discern is the source of the goods or services that they are purchasing. I'll go a little bit more into detail about trademarks. Trademarks are only, you only have trademark rights if you're using the trademark. So if you just have a really good idea for a software, or you're developing it and you haven't actually launched it on any platforms or in any stores to be downloaded, then you can't claim rights to the mark. So trademarks are based on use, and then especially in the US, it's a first to use country versus a first to file country. And you might notice these all have little circles. Skype has a TM, Skype for Business. And the others in this one have a TM, a circle R, and a circle R. Windows, Microsoft, and then for whatever reason, the little logo that we have has a TM. TM means that the mark is either in the process of getting registered or that the mark only has a common law protection. If I wake up tomorrow and sell my own greeting card line and call it Dahlia XYZ, then I can start using a TM. I don't have to do anything more than that to put people on notice that's my brand. But my brand is only protected in the areas in which I've sold my product, which can be pretty limiting. So let's say I'm Dahlia XYZ and I only sold to some people in Indiana and a few friends here in Chicago. And then someone else out in Texas starts using a company, creates a company, uses the same name to sell very similar things. Without a federal trademark registration, I will not be able to stop them. So what does that mean? I then go and try to get that Circle R. The Circle R is something you seek from the United States Patent and Trademark Office, USPTO. The first step would be to conduct a search to make sure that nobody else already has a name like mine that's already pending or registered. Because if there is one, you're not going to get that trademark. They're going to block your application. You want to work with a lawyer or just do your own initial Google searches. Is the name I'm choosing going to be too close or too similar to somebody else's name that already exists? If the answer is yes, well, then let's rebrand or think about ways to change your mark so that it's not confusingly similar with somebody else's. What does confusingly similar mean? So let's say I create a car called Adobe, and my line of cars is Adobe. You as the consumer would not be, very unlikely that you would be confused with the car company Adobe and Adobe, the software program. Better example might be Delta Faucets versus Delta Airlines. So you might come across the exact same name, but if that name is for something in a totally different industry, and it's very unlikely that consumers would confuse the two as coming from the same company, then you'll be okay to get that trademark through. So a lot of what trademark lawyers do is when we get a refusal, which is usually in the form of what's called an office action from the United States Patent and Trademark Office, is we look at it and they'll say, nope, your mark is too confusingly similar from this to this mark. And we'll argue back, no, it's not. Consumers are sophisticated. This is a big ticket item. People are more careful when they're choosing, or the logos are different, or the industries and channels of trade are different. And then you fight it out. And if you are lucky and you get it through, that's when you get the shiny circle R. You get the certificate. You can frame it and put it on your wall. And more importantly, you can then prevent people from other places in other states where you've yet to sell from using the same name in connection with something that you sell. So hopefully that makes sense. Trademarks need to be renewed with the trademark office to maintain that circle R. So after the 5th year, you have to give them some money and tell them, hey, I'm still here, I'm still using it. And then every 10 years, you do the same thing. Once you have the registration, again, it's up to you, the company or the individual using the brand, to monitor and enforce your rights. What does that mean? That means that if you call me and say, Dahlia, there's this other company out in New Mexico that's been using my name for the last 10 years. I'm sick of it. I'm ready to do something about it. I'm going to say, 10 years? You've let these guys coexist with you for 10 years and now you want to do something about it? Yeah, now I have the money to fight them and it's really making me mad. Well, I'm going to say that's really going to be hard for me because the courts are not going to like the fact that you let them coexist with you all this time, which it tells us it's not that big of a problem for you. So they'll make some legal arguments that basically amount to you waited too long, you sat on your rights, so you can't go ahead and enforce them now. So as the trademark owners, it's not enough to get that circle R. It's not enough to get the certificate. You need to act quickly when you find out about infringing uses. So that's the little overview on trademarks. I can go back and compare a little bit more with the copyright aspect too, if there are any questions before we go into the contract section. Okay. All right, contracts. So much of what governs in this space is the document that you sign. So developer agreements. I negotiate a lot of software developer agreements, both on behalf of the software developer and also on behalf of the company hiring the developer. I also litigate cases involving these agreements. Litigate meaning I go to court when those agreements are inevitably ambiguous or the terms in those agreements have not been met. So what is a developer agreement? It's basically what it sounds like. I'm hiring you to create whatever it is you're going to create for me, and I'm going to give you X amount of money, and I expect that it be done or complete in a certain period of time. I can't tell you how often the contracts that my clients sign don't have key provisions in them. Those key provisions would include who owns the code. So if you're the developer, you might say, I'm not going to put that in there because I want to have the right to own it. If I'm also a developer, I might say, all right, I will give you the code, but it's subject to you paying. So I'm going to hold the code kind of hostage until I've received everything that you said you would pay, until I've received all the money that you said you'd pay me for the code. So then there's a whole slew of provisions about the code repository, who keeps the actual source code. If I'm representing the company, that's going to be something I say I want access to at all times. I'm paying for service. I want to know what the code is, and I want to be able to extract and leave with that code whenever I want. The developer, again, might not have that in their best interest, and they might say, I'll release the code only when I get paid for that subset of code. Then there's over-promising and under-delivering. We have a case involving fraud where the developer claimed they could scale the project and that the website could reach a certain level and they could support it, when in fact they sold them that. But when it came to actually scaling and being able to host and support a site that had all these different components, they were scrambling to outsource to cheap developers abroad that didn't necessarily, they either have the expertise or the company who hired who outsourced the coders didn't know how to properly manage because they weren't sophisticated enough to know what the code entailed. So that's a whole nother provision in these agreements. What is the outsourcing component? And if you are outsourcing, do you have to disclose that you're going to be doing that? Outsourcing also creates copyright issues, whereas we have certain set of, there's some treaties that allow for copyrights to be protected internationally. When you're dealing with other countries' copyright laws, they might not be exactly the same as ours, especially when it comes to something called moral rights. So again, who you have on the project can really affect tax issues, copyright and IP issues, as well as, just the general completion of the project. So that's another one. Then we've got the issue of actual the statement of work. How detailed should it be? Is the payment going to be on a time and materials basis, or is it going to be on a milestone basis? What happens if the milestones are not met? What happens if the deadlines are contingent on approval from the company? So we have a lot of this where it's like, hey, the milestone date was December 1st, but we emailed you on November 15th, company, for approval, and you blew us off until December 2nd. It's not our fault that we didn't meet the deadline because we were depending on you and we needed your response. So we'll have whole sections in the agreement about that. So that's that's just the business terms and the project terms. And there's a whole bunch of legal terms that goes into those agreements. If there is a dispute, what jurisdiction will the case be heard? What if you're a company based in Chicago and the developers are based in California? Where do you sue? The contract will talk about that. What happens if a third party sues either one of the parties? That's what the indemnification clause is about. So that means if I get sued because of something the developer did, the developer has to cover my legal fees. If the developer gets sued for something I gave the developer to do or told the developer to do, then I will probably have to pay the developer's fees to defend the case. So those indemnification provisions are really important. Another section that's really important is this concept of whether or not they're going to be your employees or your independent contractors. If they're your employees, you have to abide by various employment laws. If they're your contractor, well, then you need to make that clear in the agreement. Nothing in this agreement creates an employment relationship, that the developer has to pay his own insurance and he's got his own materials, and that we're not responsible for any of those legal obligations as it relates to contractor versus an employee. Developer agreements, important, put it all in writing, be transparent, be specific where it makes sense to be specific, have provisions governing the intellectual property, have provisions governing termination and what happens upon termination. Why is that important? Well, obviously some of these projects are project-based, meaning I need you to develop this website. Okay. When the website's done, the project's done. But what happens if midway you're not interested in working with this developer anymore? Maybe you don't even want to do the project anymore. Who knows? So then you need to have sections in there that say when there might be a termination for cause versus without cause. And those are kind of self-explanatory. For cause is you didn't do the work, you materially breached part of the agreement, you said X, you didn't do Y, I'm terminating you and you need to do X, Y, Z immediately. Without cause might be, I changed my mind, don't want to do this project anymore. I'm going to give you 20 days notice, 15 days notice. I'll pay you for the work through the notice date, but then I want to be able to have an out. So depending on who you are, you might want an out clause or you might not. I've had clients on the software developer side that says, we've dedicated a team, we have all these resources, we promised our developers this work so that they can't terminate without cause. All right, next one, non-disclosure agreements. So within these developer agreements, there's always these other subclauses. One would be the non-disclosure, aka the confidentiality provision. If you are working for a company or a company's hiring a developer, they definitely are going to be giving internal information, confidential information of their own or of the clients whose data they are tasked with or they necessarily have in order to run their business. So the confidentiality agreement will very clearly outline what is considered confidential and reminds the parties signing that they promise to keep everything confidential and not disclose it without first getting permission, or there has to be a really good reason. And it sets parameters around what is and isn't confidential and when it can be disclosed. So you'll see that, and those are fairly straightforward. However, in litigation, it all comes down to what is and isn't confidential. So is a customer list confidential? Probably. Is a list of like easily accessible data that you can get from Googling confidential? Probably not. So even though you have a blanket confidentiality agreement, when it comes down to litigating these things, it's usually about what is the actual subject of the confidentiality agreement. Has the company taken measures to protect it as confidential? Have there been passwords around it? Have only 2 people have it versus everybody has access to it? Those are the things that go into analyzing the strength and the enforceability of a non-disclosure agreement. All right, now non-competes. I get this question all the time. Are they really enforceable? And same with non-solicitations. What's the difference? The answer is it depends. They certainly can be enforceable, depending on the state you're in and the salary threshold that you are at and the type of work that you're doing. Typically, non-competes are meant to protect a legitimate business interest and are not so anti-competitive or so unduly restrictive that the employee cannot make a livelihood if they were fully enforced. So what does that mean? It means non-competes are generally enforceable if they're limited in time duration, geographic scope, and just they're limited to usually what kind of information you have that you could use it at a later employer. Some states look down on them completely. Illinois just passed a law this year that has, if you make less than $75,000, non-competes, non-solicitations, I just mixed them up. If you make less than $45,000, there's no non-compete and no non-solicitation. If you make less than $75,000, there's no non-compete, but you can have a non-solicitation. So you should consult with a lawyer if it comes to these 2 provisions, especially as it relates to the work you might want to do when you leave that place, or if you're hiring people, you don't want them to either circumvent you, contact your clients, and take away business that you've worked hard to earn. So just recap, what's the difference between a non-compete and a non-solicit? A non-compete says you can't go and work for a competitor after the term of the agreement. A non-solicit says you can't poach my employees, my clients, or usually those 2 things once you leave. So you can't leave and then take my other employees with you, or you can't leave, compete with me, but compete with me by going after the people that I currently have as customers and do business with. All right. Those are the topics that I wanted to cover today. I have left the last portion of the time open to field whatever questions you might have that are about these things or are related, or maybe any other questions you think that I could answer. Okay, the first question was, if I open source a project as a GPL, do I also have to comply with a license that has released the source code if I run a modified version that users can access? So I don't readily know what the AGPL license is. Let me look it up. a new one, I would immediately look at the license terms. And let me pull up my screen. You guys can't see my screen, right? No. You see the PowerPoint. I want to show you how easy it usually is for you guys to look. Share this tab instead. So I believe this is there. Sorry, where's the question again? Can I read it? Thank you. If you open source a project as AGPL, which that means you say, hey, I'm assigning this license to my open source project. Do I also have to comply with that license? Yes. Oh, that's an easier answer. Yes. If you're attributing this license to your project, why would your use of it differ from those others that use it? Maybe, Mihai, have I answered your question? I'm not sure. So you'd have to do all these things. So if you modify, you'd be required to give the modified version to have all of these things. Question is, how much of a gray area is reverse engineering closed source, but only using open source software? I just fielded a question from Disney in similar situation. So the idea behind a certain project is not protected by copyright. Copyright law looks to see if there was access and substantial similarity in determining if there was an infringement, and the courts will do that. So if I look at a cool, let's use, if there's Microsoft Word and I see this really cool concept where I can process documents, and then Google creates, let's say, Google Docs. They're both word processing services or platforms. They do the same thing, but they're not the same code. So McDonald's and Wendy's both sell fast food. They're the same idea, but they're not executed the same way. So you could reverse engineer it, but I'd say it's kind of like writing a book. You can still plagiarize if you don't copy word for word what's in the code, what's in the book. You'd have to litigate this exact issue. What is separable and apart from the actual code as it's written versus just the general idea for what you'd like to do, e.g. Tomb Raider Alpha being remade on, I don't know all that stuff is. So if you can with a straight face say, I like the idea for your app. I wanted to create my own app that does the same thing, but I coded it from scratch with my own without ever seeing your source code. Now, if it's if it's open source, it's different. Then there you go. You can claim that it's different, even if it executes and does the same, has the same end result. How does a company differentiate similarities in code? Is there a percentage minimum that can be similar? No. There is no magic percent rule. I get that question a lot too. Sometimes there's also this concept of fair use, which I didn't cover, but if it's like 1 + 1 = 2, and there's only one way of doing 1 + 1 = 2, then that part of the code would maybe not be counted. But if it's the arrangement of the code, and I had another case where the titles of the different parts of the code were straight copied from one developer to another, even though the rest of the code was pretty different. But that triggered an audit and a lawsuit. And then he had to say, no, I was just making it for simplicity. I was just tagging them in the same way, but they're really different. And we had to get experts to differentiate that, no, this is built in a different language, does different things. So there is no magic number like, oh, if you only use 3%, you won't get in trouble. It's going to be a fact-intensive, case-by-case analysis to determine what that substantially similar test is for that case. How does dual licensing work? It seems like more and more companies are now providing one license for community nonprofit and another one for corporate. Okay, great question. So if I am the owner of this doodle, I get to decide what I want to do with it. And I can decide the license terms for this doodle however I like. So if I really like Bob, and I know Bob's having a bad day, then I'd say, you know what, Bob, go ahead and use this. You don't have to pay me. Just make sure you give me attribution. And maybe you guys are familiar with Creative Commons licenses. That's basically what Creative Commons does. It allows you to assign different ways of licensing the same work. Now, if Microsoft, well, it's whatever. Let's say HBO is like, ooh, I want to feature this as the title graphic of my movie. Well, that's a big audience. I know HBO has lots of money, so I can choose to license this image to them for a lot of money. So dual or triple or multiple licensing works however the owner of the copyright wants it to. You don't have to sign, like maybe in the open source concept, this is the license and it applies to anyone and everyone who does work for this project. When it's proprietary code, so long as it's, especially when it's non-exclusive, you can have multiple different conditions on the use of your work with different end users and different people. And you see that also when you go to these stock sites, these photography sites. You can pay $100 if you want to use it just on a blog, or you have to pay $1,000 if you want to use it for an editorial, or you have to pay $10,000 if you want to get all the rights to you. Does using apps like PrivateZilla or W10 Privacy provide you with the actual privacy on Windows, or they just give you a false sense of security? I'm not familiar with those, but I guess the follow-up question is, you guys would know better than me which apps and tools you can use to mask your IP address and to mask the actions of whatever you're doing, whether you're trying to, I get these questions about scraping sites. We had a client who wanted to scrape sites but spoof his IP address so they couldn't be found. It makes the legal process very difficult because it makes it hard for someone who has experienced some sort of copyright infringement to go after the bad guy. As to these two examples, I'm not familiar with them, but if you're not sophisticated, we can find you. If you are sophisticated, we cannot find you, and it will be very hard to prosecute or go after a bad guy who is in a different country or is using an IP address that's not linked to a static location. So I guess if you're trying to do something bad, there's definitely ways to make that happen. But it's not so easy if you end up doing being in a commercial context. If you ever want to put something on the App Store or you're online, I can probably find you. And if I can't sue you directly, I can probably get an injunction to get that site down, either using a DMCA takedown notice or suing for infringement and then getting an injunction against the hosting provider to remove that content. Does that answer the question? Next question is, I've seen code where every file needs a license agreement contained in the file while others only have a single license file. Do we need to have the license on every file in the project? The answer to that is depends on the original license agreement. If it's readily available, if I can pull that license term when I access the project or the code and I can find it, I think that's sufficient. If the underlying license requires you to do it multiple places, then you'd have to do it on every file. But if there are separate files and if I open one and I can't see the license, then that might be a problem. So So for this one, for example, it tells you where it should go. How does a company differentiate similarities in code? Oh, is that the same question from before? Sorry. Did I miss another question? Okay, another question. I'll clear up. I make a web service by myself. There are no other contributors, and I make it available under the new AGPL license, which requires people hosting web services to make the source available to anyone who can use the site. Okay. Use the web service. Can I make a different modify? I think I already answered this question earlier. Oh, can I make a different modified version of the original web service and host that, but don't publish the source code for the modified version? This wouldn't be allowed for other people. Is it different for me as the copyright holder? No, it would not be different for you, because as soon as you've assigned this open source license terms, you abide by the same terms. So that's the spirit of open source. There's not you don't get to have kind of, even though you created the project, doesn't mean you don't get to be bound by the same rules. If that were the case, then you shouldn't contribute it to open source. I don't understand Corey's comment, but does your chair have source code? No, it's not different for you as the copyright holder. If you guys have other questions or you're not sure, like you don't know what to ask right now, feel free to reach out to me. Here's my webpage. You can find my contact info here, even though it's a book consultation, but well, maybe not. Here.
Oh, well, that was a lot of information. So insightful. Well, thank you so much for taking your time out here today. That was just so awesome.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah, you know, I was thinking about getting myself trademark. What do you think? Novanta Corp. What about that? What do you think? What do you think?
I think it would be great. I can see the merchandise flying off the shelves as we speak.
I have no brand, just a trademark. So I love it. Thank you so much for your time. I think we're waiting for Nixie to come in just to ask you just a little bit, one more follow-up question. But thank you so much, Dahlia, for your time. Yeah, so GeekBeacon Fest rolls on. My name is Levanta, and you can follow the show at GBF. And we have ourselves the person behind it. What's going on, Pixel?
Oh, I am doing really well. Thank you so much for holding it down. I'm not anywhere near as charismatic as you, but I can try. I got some dirt on you though. So while we're waiting for Salt, who's coming up next, if you have some time, I want to get some context for some Instagram pictures I found from you. If you woo 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 woo, you put it on the internet, man. I want some context for this.
I don't know. I don't know what you mean, Nixie. I don't know what you're saying. Dirt, salt. What's going on?
Yeah, I'll see. Okay, let's see. I'll put that up. So, hey everybody, how are you guys doing? Yeah, we're waiting on Salt. Salt's having some camera. You know, anything that's on production is just as soon as you hit demo day, you know how it goes, right? So, yeah, I think he's working on his camera, and I think we still have a little bit more time, right? I'm bad at yeah, so we still have like around 10 minutes, but I need to know some context. Also, where can we find you? You're a man of many names, you're a man of many talents. Where can we find you?
Well, I'm all over the place. So first things first, you can follow me on that Twitter at NovantaRL because I love that Rocket League, or also at Instagram at NovantaRL. But you know, I have a little bit of an alter ego. They call me Flobito. Also hit me up on that Instagram at Flobito, FLOBITO.com. And you know, I'm kind of a geek sometimes there, Nixie. Literally, a lot of geek.
Yes. You'll be a lot of geek once you get done with this. That's for sure.
I don't know what we're going to expect. I'm so nervous. What is this going to be?
Okay, here we go. Let's see. I was like, see if I can share this tab without it sharing. Okay, perfect. I just wanted to share one picture. I'm going to pick one picture.
Uh-oh.
And you can explain to me the context of this picture.
It can't be the time we met Terry Crews because we all did it together. Oh, wow. Well, it was my birthday, all right. And my day job back when I did the IRL stuff got me a whole slew of donuts, and that is my weakness. That is my kryptonite. I'll go donut shopping daily.
What kind of donut was that?
I think that was the Simpsons one. That was like the pink frosting, the strawberry frosting, the multicolored sprinkles or Jimmy's. Oh man, I want one right now. That's right. I shouldn't have done this before eating. That's what I.
Oh no! Well, we'll make sure that you get to eat after you explain. Who is this? Somebody put this on there. That's not.
Oh, okay. See, that was like 80 pounds ago, and it was one of those old West photo stations. And I was like, you know what? I'm from Brooklyn, y'all. So there's not many cowboys in New York City. So
that's incredible. No, I mean, like, seriously, I've been trying to like get healthier, not necessarily pound or whatever, you know, but like that is a good achievement. But those westerns, man. Yeah, no, that's great. Is this from so some of our community source this? Is this from your Instagram? Is that
I believe so. Yeah. If they're not Facebook, they're definitely from Instagram.
Oh, nice. What's your Instagram?
I got at Flobito. That's at FLOBITO. Okay, so I can explain that. That was me in high school. We were doing the rendition of the Disney movie House of Villains, and I was a genie from Aladdin's lamp. And if you were watching me while I was in a play in high school, because I had crushes in there. I want to go like me.
Yeah, Jasmine. Yeah. I see you. We actually just quoted that the other day. It was like, did you come in here? Did you wake me up? Did you rub my lamp? And now you're going to tell me that you don't want me anymore or whatever? You get your wishes. So, yes. Oh, my God.
With like a golden band I got from like Michael's or something, or Joann's or something. So.
Oh, I love me some Joann's. Well, thank you so much, Novanta, for like bringing the serious energy as always. We will see you tomorrow, right?
Yeah, tomorrow we do it all again. Day 2. This is so much fun.
I'm so happy we're able to do it, especially in support of the Electronic Frontier Foundation. They're an amazing charity, as well as tomorrow we're going to do Able Gamers charity, which is incredible. So I'm just so thankful for you. Thank you so much. And we will catch you on the flip side.
Wait, before I go though, I got to give props to the Linux Foundation. They're totally supporting us here. The Linux Foundation is foremost authority on Linux, supporting growth and development and open source communities like this one, as well as commercial adoption of open source technology for projects. The Linux Foundation is offering a discount to any attendees of GeekBeacon Fest. It's right here, right now, GBF 2022. So thanks so much for that.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. Thank you. See you tomorrow. tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. Hey, everybody. Got some interesting. Oop. How's everybody doing? Wow, the chat is prolific. Thank you so much. I think I need to come back in as as the main access user of this. So yeah. So how's everybody doing? Let's see. I think I got everything. Of course, the internet service provider decided to hit us up and wanted and broke our line. So I don't know if I'm on a hotspot or what is going on, but yeah. So I am really excited to introduce my next guest, Salt, my friend. He's a man who also wears many hats and many kilts. So I would love to bring him on here and talk about the next talk. I don't have any dirt on him, unfortunately. Hey. Oh, wow. Coming at me from a different angle.
I know, just switching all the cameras up.
Beautiful. All right. So how's it going, man? Are you used to like doing the digital space now that we've been in the
Yeah, no,
Thank you,
I've
pandemic.
spent the last 2 years teaching like 400-person undergrad classes from this, so it's
Oh
been
my gosh.
I kind of have it down. If I'm keynoting, which next year you can ask me early. No, I have walls I actually can like bring in from the front. It's like the rice paper walls, and so it
Oh, I
really
love
gives
that.
that studio atmosphere.
Yeah, you've definitely showed me up on my background game. I was like instantly jealous. So yeah, I am really excited to learn more. One of the things from like we're an open community. So if you're not familiar, if you guys aren't familiar, we're streaming on all the things right now with an open community. We're all about just doing social impact and basically open sourcing thoughts, open sourcing community. It's kind of like this whole movement. And one of the things that's really interesting about what you're doing is a different model for like crowdfunding and for being able to support those types of businesses. So I want to launch into it. If you are ready to go, I'm ready to intro you.
I'm ready to go.
All right. So guys, I actually came in here, tapped in just to introduce my friend Salt. So sustainable funding public goods is hard. Just ask your local government. We know that free software, journalism, research, and music benefits everyone in real and tangible ways, fostering growth and advancements or the simple enjoyment of use, whether or not users contribute to creation. So right now, things are not free to access. We know that, right? We talk about it all the time on this channel and in this conference. Instead, we have paywalls and ads to get through. Sorry if you guys had to get through some of them today. How can we reach the world of everyone working on what they love, making a livable wage? So at snowdrift.coop, we've been working on a concept called crowd matching. And that creates a network effect through mutual assurance to fund the commons. So Salt's going to talk to us about that. And Salt is a Seattle local studying tech and society at UW. He's focuses on floss communities and policy. He tries to be very approachable and will always be found wearing a kilt. In his own words, I build. I was like, do you want to say I build bridges between corporate? In his own I build bridges between corporate community developers by founding and facilitating dozens of ongoing events with commitment to fairness, accountability, and transparency. These are all things I love, by the way. Bringing a passion for free Libra open source software, and he constantly seeks the best ways to cooperatively advance humanity and technology. So if you are interested in that, you will be interested in this talk. Take it away, Salt. Really appreciate you for showing up to this.
Thank you very much, Nixie. Yeah, hi, I'm Salt. So let's get into this presentation. I'm calling it Making Dollars and Cents of Free Software Funding's Future. And this is my first little engagement with GeekBeacon, so I'm pretty excited to meet y'all and see how it goes. As I said, I'm Salt. I've been Salt for a long time, and I speak at a variety of events. I've been really driven by this idea of a big and little f free culture, society, planet, future, bodies of people. And I've been using Linux since 1996. That's kind of when I got involved with all of this, and speaking and organizing various free software and open source events since 2005. I can be found on Matrix, Salt, at my new domain, which is the sal.td, or AltSalt, wherever Salt wasn't available. And altsalt.net is where I try to publish various things, but I'm not always the best at keeping it up to date. Now, currently, I spend my time in three kind of broad areas. Firstly has been academia, as was mentioned. I've spent the last 5 years in graduate school at the University of Washington, where I defended my master's thesis and then have been continuing my PhD studies. While I focus on the Department of Communication, I also engage with human-centered design engineering, computer science, the information school, the tech policy lab, which is the law department, the School of Public Policy, the drama department. I broadly enjoy that space, and I really have focused a lot on my roots, my background, peer production, people coming together to build things, often voluntarily. Communities I've looked into more explicitly have been Debian, Wikipedia, and Scratch. Now, aside from academia, I also am big into events. I mean, I speak at them, I'm here with them, but more relevant and recent is Siegel, the Seattle GNU Linux conference, which I've, as we've titled, impresario of. So it is kind of my show, but Hans is here as well from Siegel, and it's a real local grassroots type event. We are meeting again this year. This is our 10th year, and that will be on November 4th and 5th. There will be virtual options available, and we're just getting organizing now, so always looking for extra beaks and wings for the effort. And then the third kind of area I've really been focused on for this last, over 5 years, has been crowd matching, which is the mechanism I'll be discussing towards the end of this talk, and has kind of what Snowdrift is forwarding and is behind. Snowdrift is the organization, or one of the organizations that I volunteer for, and we'll get into that a little bit further on. So, in terms of an overview, this is kind of where we're going with the rest of this talk, and I just kind of want to explain that one of the major things which sets humans apart is this idea of coordination, right? This idea that we can come together as small groups and larger groups and make great changes, sometimes terrible changes, but great changes in the world. There's a concept that's discussed in computer science called wicked problems, and it really is often spoken about is these things that are too large to grasp. You can't approach them from any single way, and I'd say coordination is one of these wicked problems, in the sense that if everything comes down to coordination, and if we are trying to move the needle on society as a whole, there's no way to just make coordination at that scope. So what we do to kind of historically, and how it's been looked through, is the idea that we share stories, we share systems of understanding, and then with those we are building up societies that can interact. Right now, a lot of that coordination has been focused on different things, and in the software space and intellectual property space at large, a lot of it has focused on removing things from a public space, making them more owned, really leaning a lot on things like the attention economy, and introducing surveillance advertising as a way to make more profits there. But what type of alternatives are there? What would it actually look like to have a world where we were just free to create things? So that's what I'm going to get into a lot of this talk. And in terms of getting into it, I'm going to go through a number of definitions. Then we'll talk about kind of the history of the funding of public goods, of the commons, of free software, etc. We'll look at what the current state of funding is, and then what potential solutions are like currently being worked on or just in the near future. And then I want to end with this idea of what the future might be, the future I'm looking towards and hoping to engage you all with today. So let's start with some definitions. Definitions are used to allow us to have a shared understanding as we move forward with everything. And the big things we're going to be talking about are public goods and the commons, free libre open source software, the tragedy of the commons, and what's often referred to as the free rider problem. So let's start off with public goods and the commons. Now, public goods is a concept from economics. It's mostly been attributed to Paul Samuelson in 1954. And then it was expanded by Richard Musgrave and Garrett Hardin in the 1960s. As we discuss it right now, and a lot of kind of the foundational work I've engaged with was from Elinor Ostrom in 1990. And I happen to have her book, Governing the Commons, on my shelf back here, but I won't get up to pick it up. So this is often called the Ostrom 2x2. It's displaying 4 types of goods, again, economic goods, which exist in the world. So they're differentiated by these 2 main axes: rivalry and excludability. Rivalry is whether the usefulness is diminished through usage. So this can often be thought of as like, if I'm wearing a shirt, you can't wear that same shirt, right? If there's only 10 fish and there's 11 people, not each person can have a fish. There is some rivalrousness over it. Excludability is whether the usage itself can be restricted, right? Do you have to have the secret password to enter that room? Now, we've been at Snowdrift kind of talking about other framings of this, and the one that we've been really kind of getting into, and I won't go too deep into it right now, but is that rivalry is really about scarcity versus abundance. Is it very entirely abundant, or is it scarce? Whereas excludability we can think of as restriction or flow. Flow being that free libre open. And I'll go into that a little further as we go on. But breaking this 2x2 down, we have private goods. These are things that are both excludable and rivalrous. Then we have club goods. They're excludable. You can put them behind a door, but they're not rivalrous. And this can often be thought of as like proprietary software. In the top right corner, we have non-excludable but rivalrous. So this is like that lake with a certain number of fish. You can not stop people from going to the lake necessarily, but there is a limited amount, and we call those common pool resources. Then there's public goods, things that are both non-excludable and non-rivalrous, things that are both abundant and flow. We're really going to be focusing and talking on the common pool resources and public goods as we move into discussions about open source software and about free software and things beyond that. So what, might we think of as another example of a public good? A public good could be, we hope, clean air. If I'm using it, if I'm breathing the clean air, you can also be breathing the clean air, and it's not diminishing its use, and it can't really be stopped for only one of us to have clean air. So that's public good. The commons are the common pool resources. It's this, the commons are more in the common pool resources. They're actually often public goods that have been built using copyright mechanisms and things like that. And we'll get into that a little bit more with the next set of definitions. So next I want to cover free libre open source software. I won't go too deep because I assume quite a few people have a background with that. But we'll go more into the tragedy of the commons and then free writing. So free libre open source software. I know some people just say open source, some say just free software. I like to use all three, but the concept of free software was developed in the 1980s by RMS, Richard Stallman, and it was this idea of turning copyright back on itself through a mechanism called copyleft. This has now been expanded outside of just software, for instance, Creative Commons, but beyond that. But it's also often been misappropriated. We talk about greenwashing. There's also open source washing. That doesn't make open source wrong. It's just something we should be aware of. I like flow because I think that free has a meaning that's very explicit. Libre has a meaning that's very explicit, and open has, and I want all three, really. But these are really usually great examples of public goods. The actual thing that's been developed, that's been released under a flow license, is what we might think of as a public good. Now, with public goods, there are kind of two broad problems that are often brought up in the literature and when we think about these. The first one is the tragedy of the commons. So again, this is looking at the commons. Now, why are we talking about the commons? Well, with free software, one of the common pool resources is developer hours. It's not just the software itself, but how it gets created. Tragedy of the commons is not referring to the older term of the commons in the sense of common property, common land, common law, that type of commons. That extends to the 1550s, probably before. But the commons that I'm talking about are the ones just talked about in the 1960s by Garrett Hardin. This is the idea that if a common pool resource is overused, it will collapse. Now, Ostrom demonstrated that this is avoidable through proper governance, thus governing the commons was her most well-known book. So the idea of a common pool resource being overused, that's the tragedy of the commons, right? If it's just our small group, but we have a limited number of sheep, it's in my best interest to use more sheep to eat all of the grass, even though that will make all of the grass disappear. An example. Now, the free rider problem is specifically for public goods. This is the idea that people use these public goods, but they provide nothing back. And so there's degradation over time. There's pressure on the ones who do support it, and general decline in available usage. A thought here might be transit as a public good, the roads. Everyone is able to freely use them, but they do take maintenance and upkeep, and if no one ever pays into them, they'll just degrade. You can't have a public good without the free rider problem, because you'd have to exclude the free riders, and then it wouldn't be a public good. So that's something to keep in your mind. This talk is really going to focus on more that public goods and free rider side, but the tragedy of commons is important to remember, especially because developer time is a limited resource. When I think of public goods, my first thing that I think about is information goods as a whole. So, of course, free Libre open source software, but also research, journalism, many forms of art. These can all be things that are public goods. Not that they necessarily are right now, but they could be. So let's move on from kind of those definitions to the history. What is the foundation that we're building upon? Now, I have 5 general broad areas to go over: journalism, patronage, people, software, and the ecosystem. So starting with journalism, the kind of early mass media was available as things going off of printing presses. But the people who released that media were those who could afford a printing press, or those who could pay the people with printing presses. Now, that did change over time, and that we saw this shift from it being kind of state-sponsored or state-restricted, or just well-off patrons, to classifieds and advertisers, and this idea that journalism is now basically entirely funded by advertisers, right? That's what we talk about when we talk about the attention economy. In that migration, there was that moment of classifieds where it was funded by the people. But in that moment when it was funded by people, it was people putting ads, but their own ads, and their ads were effective because they were viewers, right? As soon as we had online classifieds, the power went entirely to the advertisers. Now, there's a different way that we can think about that, right? So we can think about this idea of patronage as not just the person who owns the printing press, but that maybe the advertisers have become patrons. What is this? This is the story of journalism in the United States. Journalism in other areas have not followed that same pattern. In fact, what we've seen in some other countries is the patron is the government, is the system. And in that case, there's downsides. There is absolutely the funding through universities, military industrial complex, this idea of maybe you can't print certain things, but you do have this ability to know you're going to be funded and not have to worry about whether you're printing things people need to or want to read, right? You don't always have to be the top 5 ways to do whatnot, because you know your funding is going to exist. And thus, your journalism can focus on the civic and public interest. But again, there's this issue of topics that need to be avoided. If you have a patron, a single patron, or a small group of patrons, you can't do things that are too problematic for the patrons. But instead, what do we have? We have the people, right? We've now kind of gotten to this world where people aren't maybe willing to pay for many things. And that's not necessarily wrong, but when you're talking about public goods, it leads to that free rider problem in which the goods aren't able to keep up. So this arc I'm discussing, we had the classifieds. That was one mechanism. But we don't really have anything that is filling it right now. Subscriptions do not have enough to fund journalism as a whole. They just don't right now. And this arc that I'm kind of describing, this arc we see in other public goods funding. We see it in other different things. And in large, we see it in software. So software's initial funding came from universities, whether that's through graduate students having free time to develop things, or the universities actually paying and developing things themselves. Of course, it also came through the military-industrial complex. So these might be thought of as patrons. Right? Then it got freed. It got freed to the public, right? Whether or not like we separated the hardware, the software, the public good became funded, right, through free development efforts, through the ability to create this open source software community. And as that happened, we kind of went from just individual people to this ecosystem. And as an ecosystem, the communities kept the lights on, right? But we still have the patrons that we might be discussing, the advertisers in the sense of journalism. And this is often done through developers who have been hired into companies. It's making sure that the efforts that would have been freely given are instead being directed away from just the pure flow things, because they have CLAs, they have CAs, they have our responsibilities. Maybe they're only allowed to put 20% of their time towards a project. Maybe they are at risk of not working on a project that is against their employer because they need that job to pay rent. So in 1998, one of my favorite papers came out. It's called the Cooking Pot Market, and it was described by Rishab Ghosh. And it's this idea that if you take public goods and you put them all into a cooking pot, every time you add more goods, because of the economic function of a public good, you can take something from the pot and it doesn't diminish what's in it. So it just grows and grows and grows. But what's stopping floss from growing right now? Where are the pain points, the things that we're trying to address? Well, the ecosystem itself is a commons, right? Common pool public resource, or common pool resource. It needs the developers to sustain it. The code may be a public good, but the ecosystem is a commons. And so we see things like Heartbleed. We see these security vulnerabilities because there's not enough time or money to the developer working on those things. And there really isn't any path to actually compete with proprietary software, like in a real, more broad public way. That's not what I like, but that's what I see. So what we need is we need more developers. We need more humans. We need funding. That's how we will get to this point of being able to have a sustainable ecosystem. So today, here we are. What are people doing? Well, I think in terms of funding of free software, we really have two areas that are being addressed. Now, you see there's three, but there's two I want to talk about, and the third I have to mention. So people are shoveling, right? We have the individuals. Now, the individuals are donating their own money. They are donating their time. They are being involved and engaged. That's great. I don't want to diminish this at all. But the individuals, what does buying a cup of coffee mean to someone who needs to pay rent? What does sustainably funding, if I just give a large grant even, or a large amount of money, it's maybe making myself less secure. There are all of these ways that individuals help, and some of them work. Some of them work quite well. If we consider the way that like NPR is funded, right? If you have a lot of people, enough that you know other people are going to be funding things, you can do a pledge, you can do matching, you can do things like this. But it's often always a one-off. It's often not something that we could really make sustainable where we can hire people. And there's still this issue of how, like, what happens if one person pulls out? What happens if a few people pull out? Right? It's not sustainable, but it is working. There are absolutely donations going on, and so there's not like an issue. This is what's happening right now. So other than the like no guarantee of impact, things like that, we've seen crowdfunding, and crowdfunding has exploded. Crowdfunding is really taken off, and rightfully so. It's relatively new, but it's often either all or nothing at one time. So this is the Kickstarter model, which it's good if you have a good you're trying to produce. But if you're good as a public good, if it's something that's just going to be given away, and something that you can't restrict others from, you can't set premium levels, it's harder to incentivize people to give. That said, there are some groups working on this. Crowd Supply does this for hardware. But then there's also the ongoing, right? The various levels. If you contribute at this, you'll gain access to this. That doesn't work for a public good. You can't restrict people's access and still have it as a public good. So again, there's some problems. As I mentioned, pledge drives, and then one thing I forgot to mention before we move on here is bounties. Bounties and commissions, they're good in theory, but they lead to some problems. People might not want to work on things until they get the bounty. I mean, there might even be sabotage. This idea of I want to work on something, but I got paid to work on this one thing, so that's not necessarily ideal for ongoing, long-term, sustainable free software and other public good projects. Oh, yep. Okay. So then if we talked about the individuals, the next is we talk about the institutionals. So institutional funding is kind of this larger space, right? And there's three broad areas we talk about. The first one is grants. So this could be companies wanting to avoid taxes. It could just be because they really do believe in a social good. They often come with restrictive terms. You can only spend the money on certain things, often not the like accountants. You can't spend it on accountants, but you got all this money. And what about all this money? If you've been a free volunteer project for years and you just got $100,000, what do you even do with that? It's some of these questions become really tricky. And then if you don't reapply for the grant, or you don't get it the second year, now you've hired full-time people and it's just gone. These are some problems. Sponsorship. I talked a little bit about companies, this idea that you're able to spend your 20% time, but you can only do it while you're working for us, or you can't work on competing things, or you have to put our brand name in certain things. You have to put our license in certain things, only use these licenses. And then there's even just subtle advertising influences. The biggest source of funding for public goods by far is taxes. The idea of taxes theoretically work well, but what about if you don't agree to pay taxes for this one thing? Or how does that all work out? And what if people are withholding tax money for political reasons? As we talk about occasionally in terms of capitalism and late stage capitalism, is the inability to distribute being the big problem that we're trying to face and see. So we have institutional and we have individual funds. But what is this last one? This last one is the thing I think we really need to be avoiding, but it's also the thing that we've seen more and more and more in terms of the way free software is funded. And it's this idea of manipulative funding. So this is, we often talk about you being the product. And you're the product because you're being manipulated into buying things. You're being manipulated into giving your data away. This is a real problem, but in an attention economy, this is the way things get funded. Okay, so we have the background, but what solutions are there? Well, right now, there's three kind of bigger areas that are really current that I'm going to talk about. The first one is Tidelift. Tidelift is really cool. They are working on kind of that. How do you pay like libraries? If you're a big company and you've incorporated a lot of free software, how do you make sure that free software is being supported? And so they basically are tracking what libraries different companies are using, taking advice from the companies, distributing it to the different libraries proportionally, and working with them to give them more support and things like that. So this is like a really cool solution for the types of free software that is integrated into projects, which isn't the user end stuff, which we'll get to in a minute. The second one here is the GitHub sponsors. So GitHub sponsors launched a couple years ago now. I don't have the date in front of me, but it seems cool. It seems like a good idea. It seems like some projects are getting funded. I look forward to seeing some more research on how this goes. But GitHub is huge. It's one of these software foundries or software forges. This idea that like so much software in there, how do you know which one to sponsor? How do you know that it still has all the same problems of both donors and institutions? And it's being run through GitHub. So I'm looking forward to this, but it doesn't solve the public goods problem, and it isn't as I see it. And now we get to a bit of the Snowdrift portion of this talk. But not just Snowdrift. There are many, many more. And I want to just be very clear. Snowdrift, we researched over 700 different crowdfunding platforms. They're all available on our wiki. And that I'm not going to name them all, but there are other ones out there working in this space. But they're maybe not quite Snowdrift. So again, we're crowd matching for public goods. Crowd matching is this new term that we've developed as a way to solve the sustainability problem. So the way crowd matching works is that each month you donate a really, really small amount of money. You pledge to donate. We start at 1/10 of a penny. And then with that small amount, you are actually making the pledge to do that amount of money for every other person who makes the same pledge. So this is that coordination thing that I was discussing. You get more patrons, you earn more money, it's an ongoing pledge, it's per month. If one patron decides that they don't like the direction that the project's going, everyone donates a little less. And so it's that idea of how to have sustainable funding and how to bring in kind of the benefits of patronage models without the risk of having one person who can make or break a project. As should be expected, we're a little bit different. We're here speaking at a conference that is a little bit different. I love what I've seen of GeekBeacon. It just seems like such a welcoming and like well-intentioned community. Mutual assurance, this idea that my cup of coffee isn't just buying you a cup of coffee. My cup of coffee is being matched by everyone else. Ongoing funding. We're talking about sustainability, not all or nothing. We only allow public goods. That means it's free, libre, open, licensed. And we're not going to take any fees. We're just another public good project on this. The idea is that we will fund ourselves through ourselves. We've been really careful not to take any money, which has been a struggle, as I'll talk about a little bit here. We're a nonprofit, and we again kind of we live what we what is the way it's not we live the things that we're talking about. This is what we're trying to do. So we are cooperatively managed and run and whatnot. But doing this has been hard. I've been a part of Snowdrift since 2015, I believe, and we're not quite launched. We're still talking about it. Now, we've done a lot during that time. We've written a bunch of blog posts, we've written a bunch of wikis, we've been researching stuff, we've been helping our projects, but getting us launched is, without having ongoing funding, as all volunteers, has been a struggle. And so if you or anyone you know might want to help, we definitely have development area we can use help with, front end web dev, but also back end. We're a Haskell based project. For a while, we were the largest Haskell project on the internet. The organizational work, right? Project managers to herd cats and any legal governance. I mean, I enjoy this stuff, but there's only so many hats I can wear. Same with the community. We have all of these wiki pages written, but getting them into a blog form, doing actual outreach, press releases, things like that. So there's a page there. Love to connect with you more moving forward. We have a discourse forum. IRC and Matrix is our main area. Email, Mastodon, Twitter. I'd love to be on more places if we had more help. Moving on, and then I want to get to some Q&A. I believe we have a bit of time here. I've talked about a lot of wicked problems. And with wicked problems, there's not one approach that will suffice and fix it. But there has been some amount of policy push in this idea of, like in Europe, the idea of anything that's tax funded immediately becomes public good, immediately becomes flow. I do think the public should own public goods. I mean, it's right in there. So looking beyond the projects that I'm talking about with software, I want to see journalism, I want to see art, I want to see research, I want to see all of these things become public goods, like true public goods. And I've got to say, looking beyond projects themselves, I'm a big believer in this big and little f free world. And in that sense, time is invaluable. People are giving of theirs willingly today, but why aren't they just doing that all the time? My interest, and a lot of why I've transitioned from a practitioner into a researcher, is from this vision of what if instead of talking about 8, 10, 12% unemployment, we were considering 60, 70, 80%. Now, the COVID-19 pandemic, it's been a huge struggle. This has been rescheduled. I've been excited to be a part of GeekBeacon for a while. But we have these levels of unemployment, and knock on wood, we haven't seen a total collapse. I'm interested in what it would look like if we didn't force people back to work. Would they just help create these public goods? Would they give their time and continue to make that big and little F-free world? I don't know. This could be one of those steps on the milestone on the way to the GPL society that Stefan Merton described 20 years ago. I don't know if the future is going to be UBI, UBS, some blockchain economy, but I do know, or at least I want to believe, that it'll be more free, libre, open than today, and that we are headed towards a more utopic world. So with that, I will say thank you, everyone. I have a couple quick shout outs. First off, these were all, the slide theme was Slide Carnival. My students introduced me to this, and the way it's branded is free for use, free commercial, whatnot, but they're actually CC licensed, and so I really appreciated that my students were using Creative Commons licensed things without even knowing it, and I'm happy to keep using that. The other thing is that Siegel, as I mentioned, it's year 10, and we've just started the organizing effort, and I'd love to have some assistance with it, so feel free to reach out. November 4th and 5th, we will have virtual attendance options. We're not sure if it will be hybrid or all virtual yet, but join us in figuring that out. And with that, I will look through the questions here and say thanks. And you can find me on my website, salt.td or altsalt.net. And yeah, thank you very much.
Yay! Oh yeah, that's fun. You had some fans in the chat that's posting your where people can find you as well. So yeah, no, that's so fascinating. Like I could listen to you talking about that for 2 hours, and I have so many questions that I posted myself. We have a lot of questions. But let's put some softball ones out there, and call it out here that that's a beard and a half. Did you see it come on screen?
Thank you. Yeah, that's great. So something I actually noticed giving one of these talks is it is a beer and a half, and it actually makes a money sign with the Snowdrift shirt.
Oh my
Easter eggs.
gosh. Perfect. Yes, money signs with Snowdrift. That is really interesting. I didn't know that you've been involved with it since 2015. Is that right?
Yeah, I learned about it at Linux Fest Northwest, and that following February gave a lightning talk about it at FOSDEM. So
Yeah, well, thank you for telling us that Geek Beacon is a well-intentioned community. It's really interesting to try to conceptualize anything as being like an open source community, because then you kind of bring an onslaught of like gatekeepers that you have to decide how to reconcile how open are you. So did you also find that with Snowdrift, like as far as the community that you have, are you guys like completely volunteer run, or
yeah,
like what
yeah.
is your
So
I know there's a cooperative business structure. Do you guys all vote cooperatively and have equal votes on what happens in the company,
yeah,
or
so we are still working out kind of some of the corners on that, but we are all volunteers right now. In 2014, we had a successful crowdfunding campaign and hired a full-time developer. But he's
yay?
since moved on to other things, so we're kind of back to all volunteers. We have a board of directors that worked on our articles of incorporation and bylaws and are getting those more in place. But we have a core team that's fluctuated 6 to 10 people, say, for most of that time. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to dig in a little bit, and feel free to let me know in the restream chat if I'm going over time, but I'm not planning on looking that much of at the clock because I'm not like an official host and I have a lot of things I want to ask you. So when you did a successful crowdfunding campaign, was that where did you do that, and moreover, like what were some of your favorite aspects of crowdfunding that you really liked, that you guys wanted to take and instill into Snowdrift?
Yeah,
That makes
so
sense.
I wasn't part of it, part of the group when we did the campaign. So let me pull up just briefly so I use the
You can
right
screen share it if you want. Is it
terminology.
still terminology? I was like,
Uh,
do you have a crowdfunding that's active right now? I was like,
I mean,
Snowdrift.
I mean, so you can't. So with Snowdrift, with that hired developer, we did get our back end functioning. So you can pledge right now to Snowdrift, um, and I think it
On
would be
Snowdrift.
something like
To Snowdrift. On
yeah,
Snowdrift.
yeah, to Snowdrift. Yeah,
Meta.
well, and again, we don't take
No
Snowception.
fees for yourself. Yeah.
But yeah, no, it was on Tilt,
Okay,
tilt.com,
interesting.
and that was the
Maybe you
uh,
could say personally, we don't have to worry about like you know, uh what the proper terminology is, but what do you find that you like the most about crowdfunding, the spirit of crowdfunding?
yeah, well, for sure. And the thing that I like the most about crowdfunding is this idea that you're coordinating an effort with a bunch of other people and kind of really putting your care on the table. Um,
Because we're
as a
supposed
group,
to be a community.
yeah, we're supposed to be a community, and as a group, so I'm involved with a lot of different things. One of them is building a village out in the woods with some people, and I have never taken a part in leveling like a 60 by 100-foot plot of land with shovels before. But when you have 20 people, it doesn't take that long. It's like a couple hours of work, and that idea that we can come together is what I find just wonderful. Yeah,
That was one of
the
the
things I
big
don't like.
tenets.
Oh,
Oh,
sorry.
go ahead. I was just saying that's one of the big tenets of making sure that we pulled off this open conference is that, we are greater than the sum of our parts, right?
Oh,
So,
absolutely. Yeah.
yeah. There's a question that I think you'd be interested in since you just talked about someone wants to possibly help you with front end stuff.
For sure.
I
Yeah,
think
you can reach me I'm on Discord. I'm in the GeekBeacon area, but Matrix is our main place. Going to snowdrift.coop
mhm.
is good. We can be reached through a lot of areas. I'm happy to connect. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Let me know how much time we have because there's actually way more questions than I could crowdfunding replace the regular create product sell product lifestyle or life cycle. Oh, we have 15 minutes. Okay. Breathe. We're good.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
Yeah, I definitely think it could for public goods. This is something to kind of, I mean, crowdfunding could in general, for sure. When I said that, I kind of read as crowd matching. Crowdfunding could create product release cycles in general. My hope would be that the products all become public goods, or as much as they can become public goods, and then you would want something like crowd matching, because while the mechanism could work for anything theoretically, the incentive and the thing that you're trying to overcome is that idea that you're giving money to this ongoing, fully released, fully available product, and that's hard to justify.
I think I don't know. I want to say I'm feeling more optimistic than I ever have been as far as the willingness of the community to give unto itself, right? Like even a case in point is I don't know if you're familiar with the Humble Indie Bundle, right?
Mm-hmm.
The people that gave the most money were the Linux users, which like people were surprised by, but it was just like no, people are willing to pay for what they use, and it's just I just thought that was that was kind of interesting.
What you just
So
said is
yeah.
really been our focus. How do you connect the actual users, the end users, and give them the say, give them the ability to give, because that hasn't been something, right? We've only considered that's proprietary software. If you go out and buy a license, and
How do
that's,
you do
yeah,
that without taking a fee though?
yeah.
Because
Well,
that's a huge challenge. I
it's a
mean,
huge challenge, and it's why we're all volunteers. Why it's been tricky. Again, the hope is that we are just another project and people like what we're doing, and so they'll give to us in that same vein.
attracting your
Right now
tribe
we're
and
really
having them
focusing
help
on
take
like
care of you.
people.
Yeah. Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I just think of like attracting your tribe is kind of you were talking about being out in the wilderness and then my mind just went there. But here's another question. We've been taking these from Discord, by the way, because we're streaming on 3 different platforms here. So from Discord, I'm totally new to this idea, but I like it. Do you have any suggestions on how I can foster this sort of mentality in the local community?
Yeah, that's a great question. Um, I think that we're building a platform to do it, but if you read on a lot of background on co-ops, anything that gets a group of people together who are all invested in a common cause, that's building up the type of mentality that you want. Something where people are all putting in, and more than just putting in, it's that they're amplifying each other, right? They're raising the general tide of everything. So finding problems or areas where one person puts in and it's only one person's effort, two people put in, it's actually four people's effort. Like that's what we're looking at. Mathematically, Snowdrift does an interesting thing where it's linear, the amount that you give. You're giving for each other person like a tenth of a penny, 2/10 of a penny, but the amount that the project receives is quadratic.
Okay.
So yeah,
And that must be hard from a terminology standpoint. How do you reconcile that when you think of crowd matching? Is that the term? Like, because it's interesting, you say crowd matching, and it makes you think about the etymology of like words in general, how they became seeped into the general vernacular. Like, we know what crowdfunding is. We always knew, but we didn't always know. So you're going to popularize crowd matching. I'm sure of it. But like, how do you do that without having to retroactively explain everything and give a 45-minute talk every time?
Boy, that is a great question. And we've done
That's just my own personal question.
No, we've done a lot of work in the back end, and still trying to make it to the front end in terms of simplifying things. On our website, there's an introductory video that's 60 seconds long that is animated, helps with that, but it's hard.
You're gonna start doing YouTube shorts and TikToks?
Yeah, I haven't tried TikToking yet. We'll see.
Hey, when I met you initially at DEF CON, you were very anti centralized everything. But one of the things that I've realized as a creator is that if I want to have the biggest impact, I sometimes, it's not that I'm compromising my values, it's that I'm meeting the audience where they are. And I don't know if your mentality has changed around that. I'd be interested to know.
Yeah. No, well,
like, why would you want to be paralytically worried about the tools you use, and like what are you trying to get across, right?
Well, I definitely am still. It's always hard for me to work on different things, but I'm really emboldened by some of the work being done in decentralization, federation, and this idea that my personal stuff, I go by the indie web ethos of like I'm posting to my own website, and then I'll let that federate to the other channels. And so I don't mind if it's on other channels, but the kind of ownership control paralysis is real.
Yeah, that's true. Ownership control paralysis. Yeah. Well, I think up next we're actually going to talk about the Fediverse. I think that's so important to. Yeah, I was like your buddy. You do the same conference with each other. So Derhan's coming up. Not next, possibly next. I should know these things. But I just want to thank you so much for your time, and it's always a pleasure, and you're welcome back anytime. There's also tons of questions still. I think we actually need, if you guys wouldn't mind heading over to our Discord. There's a link tree. It has everything, including all the speakers, where you can find Salt, and the project, and Snowdrift, and all the things. So absolutely, thank you so much. Super appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye.
Appreciate you too. Bye.
Talk to you in the flip side. Alrighty. Hey everybody. Wow, I have so much more to say, but I am so I'm just beside myself. Actually, speaking of cool t-shirts, I wanted to show you guys what we have. I need to see my actual stream. Salt had some pretty cool ones, but so do we. I don't know if we can screen share what our store looks like in the side window, if you guys wouldn't mind. But before we bring on Soldier Knows Best, who I know the moment you've all been waiting for, Soldier, Mark Watson, I have some t-shirts to show you guys. If you let's see if I can, maybe I can screen share it myself. I don't need help. I can do it all by myself. Let's see. Tab. So if you guys head over to, oh, there it is. Thank you. Okay. We have like behind the scenes controlling here. So yeah, it would be really helpful if you guys headed over to geekbeacon.org/store. That has a lot of our Geek Beacon Fest conference stuff. I'll actually show you Yeah, we have cute little penguins in there, I think. If you click on click on one of those click on the Geek Beacon thing. We have that in shirt form. I'm not wearing it right now because reasons. I was kind of afraid to do like possible munching and white shirt vibes. But yeah, anybody, and if we'd love for you to head over to our link tree, follow us on Twitter, and at us at Geek Beacon. If you get any merch, we will totally share. Yeah, just head over to link tree GBFest 2022. Yeah, so without further ado, I would love to introduce. We go way, way back. Mark, Soldier Knows Best. I was like, I need more monitors is what I need. We actually just did a creator panel with each other. Hello. Yay.
Hey, what's up?
I was like, flip me around. You're looking over there. I'm looking at there. We'll figure it out.
Oh yeah. How's it going?
I love that. Oh, very well. We have we're streaming on 3 different channels. Like, have you hosted before on like a live event? I'm like so happy that you did this. This has been so helpful for us.
Yeah, not like an event, like not to like this magnitude, but yeah, I've been doing dibbling dabbling in some live streaming.
Yeah, like we actually have a creator panel for you guys if you want to check out day 2, which I think is really illuminating. We went super over time. I didn't actually know that we only had a half an hour slot for that. So it's going to be broken up into 2 different parts.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but that was really refreshing so you've been live streaming. That's cool. I haven't where can we find you on Twitter or on YouTube? Obviously.
Yeah, so I've been doing YouTube. I want to do more, but yeah, I've been doing it on my YouTube channel, Soldier Knows Best. I've been doing some Amazon live streams too, but that's more like product affiliate focus.
Okay.
But I've been doing a good amount of that for the past year.
So I want for people, for Soldier fans in the chat, we grabbed some Instagram photos that we were hoping to get some context from, because you posted it online. So maybe we can get some explanations here. Because I think, let's double check what our time is. How many monitors do you got going on? I'm curious. What is your main control?
I got one monitor here, and then I got my iPad Pro right below the camera, but I need to like get it mounted a little bit higher up so I can look like I'm more talking to.
You did great, and during the panel you were looking directly at the camera. I was like, oh, but it's kind of interesting, you're a YouTuber if you start looking directly at the camera. But I got something 2 things, and then I have an actual invitation for you, because I was like, you know what, you're doing this for us. I want to do something kind of special for you. So firstly though, you do need to explain some of these on your Instagram. Because they're amazing. Let's see if I can share. I'm trying to figure it out. There it is. I don't want to give you like a sneak peek. Ready? We need you almost. Okay, hang on. Wait for it. This one. There we go. How's that? Did it show?
I don't see it.
Uh-oh. Oops. Somebody's. Oh, we have a few different people that are like running behind the scenes. Uh-oh. Here, let me do it. I can do it. I got it. You're like bracing yourself. Okay,
no.
Did that show? Did that show?
No, I don't see it.
Oh, no. What about... Oh, because I have to put this live. Okay, I see what I have to do.
Oh, there it is.
Sorry about that. There you go. Did you expect that was going to be there?
No, I forgot about that.
I assume you didn't actually take a bite out of this alligator, right?
I might need to take that down for animal cruelty. No, but...
Oh, no. You were giving it love.
Yeah, I was going in for a kiss. That's what I was going in for.
Yes, exactly.
I was down in New Orleans for the Super Bowl a long time ago. The one that... I guess Beyonce calls the power outage or whatever. So I was like down there. I just went down there on a whim, and so I was like, let me go do this little gator tour, and we were passing around this gator, taking some pictures of it.
I wonder if we went to the same place. What about did that go through? Hi.
Oh, look at that one.
You're so cute.
Look at that. My old school Apple logos on my arms, little rainbow apple.
I feel like everybody in that time, because I had the same exact sweatshirt. Like
Yeah.
I'm not really sure like where we were all shopping, but and then last but not least, where were you? The Boca's great, but where were you here?
Yeah, I think I took that with a good old Pixel phone. Where was that? I think that was
Oh.
that at like what's the name of that con? Oh my god, I can't believe I can't remember
It says
it.
hotel like complexion or
Complex Con. There it is.
Oh,
I was at
Complex
Complex Con.
Con.
Yeah, I think I was there
There
with
you go.
Intel. Yeah. So that's at Intel's booth that they had there. And I forgot what we
Awesome.
were doing, but yeah, we were just messing around.
All right. Well, okay. So I just want to double check. Where are we at for our next talk? Because I had a little invitation, something that's like near and dear to my heart that I thought would be fun. Because I think, how long ago has it been that we were traveling together? We were traveling for a hot minute. We were traveling in Las Vegas a good bit.
We were going to CES a lot there. We had a nice little run there.
So my team made something for you, and it's really corny, but it also talks a little bit about our show. I don't know if you've heard about Geeks Abroad, but I wanted to kind of tell you a little bit about it, and then extend my. Oop.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Oh, there it
This
is.
is a formal invitation.
Oh, damn, we're starting. Here we go.
Mark has been knowing best about tech for over a decade on YouTube, and
no, we got to start over. We got that. Just nope. Stop everything. Stop everything. You just got a sneak peek. I was just gonna say. So, my best friend and I went to like all over the world and went to super geeky places, because I know that you've gone all over the U.S., but I was wondering if you've gone over like overseas or what you ended up doing. Have you gone overseas for geeky purposes yet?
Yeah. I've been to
Really?
IFA, IFA. Been over to Russia. Been
Cool.
over a few different places.
Gamescom. Yeah, that's okay. Our producer's like, we forgot that it auto starts. So here we go. Now for the cheesiness. And zoom.
I have an invitation for you.
Oh, we gotta start over.
Epic adventure and tell you it's. Oh, hi, Mark.
There.
Oh, hi, Mark.
This is a formal. Oh, hi, Mark.
Oh, hi, Mark.
This is a formal invitation to Soldier Knows Best. Mark has been knowing best about tech for over a decade on YouTube, and to the geek community at large, I have an invitation for you to be part of an epic adventure and tell you a story live. You see, you'll be the first ones to see it, actually. I've kept it a secret for 6 years. So let's go back to a few years back? A few years back,
we want you to come with
try
us
something different
on one of these episodes.
Creation journey.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So I kicked off an absolutely massive project, and I poured my heart and my soul into it. I called it Geeks Abroad, where I traveled the world with my co-host and my best friend. For months, we worked hard filming us on location at geeky places like a Comic-Con in Italy. We presented on stage at a gaming expo in Switzerland. We danced with robots in China and watched an epic robot battle in Japan.
If any of this would interest you.
Everything was amazing. There was only one
think
problem.
so.
Nobody saw it. Until now. Thankfully, I admitted I needed help and asked for it.
Okay.
Hey, Riffle Brothers, would you accept this challenge?
Hey, brother, let's have some fun. Equipment loadout.
If you want some major hype here, Mark. Oh my god. This is like the most dramatic invitation I've ever. So, what do you think?
Nice visuals.
You want to come with us on one of would you like to come with us on one of her?
You know I'm down. You know I'm down.
Your webcam froze for me for a second. I was like, oh no. Your webcam froze at this. And I was just like, oh man, he doesn't like it.
Also, I'm gonna use this real quick. My dog was been begging to go out, leave the room, and I let him out, and now he's like scratching the door. Let me go in a minute. Real quick.
Okay. Oh, cute puppy. Yeah. Hey, everybody, say hi to Soldiers TV. Yeah, that was Geeks Abroad.
All right.
And that, yeah, I have to send you that like official. I was gonna send it to you in advance, but I was like, you know what? Not like we've been super busy or anything, but why don't you just look at it on the stream?
Oh yeah, that was nice. That was cool. I miss traveling.
Loadout. Oh god, yeah, me too. So, I will be hanging out behind the scenes. I think we have. Let's see. Hey, Johnny. Okay, so Johnny's came in. I can see him, and I have access to all the things. If we'd like to do this thing, we can. Just the right amount of geek. People said epic intros. Oh yeah, people want to see you traveling too, Mark.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Did you do travel vlogging before?
No,
Just
I never.
Little snippets.
Yeah, I mean, I would nothing like official. I used to have like a kind of a vlog kind of channel or personal channel, but I haven't done anything of that on years. But yeah, I always wanted to kind of like do more like destinations and hotels and places that I stay at. So I've been thinking about doing something like that.
Okay, well, if you need a team, we got you, man.
Oh, yeah.
So, without further ado, I'm gonna jump off. I appreciate you for being a part of the GBF conference. This has just been so great and in support of the Electronic Frontier Foundation. And then you can catch Mark. Actually, also tomorrow, he did a creator panel with us, which was absolutely phenomenal. So thanks again, Mark, for everything you're doing here. And that is my time.
Hey, no problem.
Talk to you
Thanks
soon.
for the intro. See ya.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, no, I didn't intro you properly, did I? I'll intro. Did I intro you properly? It's kind of weird because you're a man that doesn't need any introductions.
No.
But so I will. You're absolutely right. I should. For those of you who don't know, okay, Mark Watson, known as Soldier Knows Best, he creates video content covering consumer electronics from cell phones to drones to robotic vacuum cleaners. After graduating college and getting commissioned by the Army, he created his very first video in his spare time in 2007. We talk about that also in the next day. And he reviewed his first iPhone. Fast forward a few years later, he turned his hobby into a community over 1 million users across social media accounts. And his goal is to be able to take a piece of technology and find the good or bad about it, relaying the information alongside your personal feelings in a way that everyone, geek or not geek, can understand. So that is what Mark does. You already know. I'm going to let you kick it off with Johnny Woo. Thank you guys so much.
All right. See ya. Thanks, Nixie. All right. Yeah, we go way back. Go way back. And yeah, it's good to do things like this. And I've been watching the stream so far today, and it's been pretty awesome to see. Like some of this stuff is way over my head, but I love like listening to people who are great and knowledgeable at things and learning from that. And I've been hanging out in the chat room, seeing everybody in there asking questions, having a good time. So we're just going to continue today, going on day one here. And first up, we have something that I think is going to be pretty interesting for a lot of people to get some good information on. And this is going to be coming from Johnny Woo, who's going to be talking about decentralizing the internet with Handshake. And so Handshake is a decentralized DNS project aiming to replace certificate authorities with a blockchain-based root of trust. Rather than a system that enables surveillance and control efforts, Handshake names are resistant to exploitation and censorship that retain the ability to cruise regular internet sites and access hundreds more on the Handshake network. So Johnny Woo is joining us today. Like I'm messing up people's names because I'm so thirsty right now. But Johnny Woo is the Namer Community Manager at Namebase and a Director of Handshake. Welcome, Johnny. How's it going?
Thank you. Yeah, it's going really well. That was actually a really good and accurate introduction. I don't recall writing that, so you guys definitely did your homework.
Hey, look, they're behind the scenes. You got a great team.
Yeah, for sure. I think Handshake is pretty relevant. GeekBeacon, it's an open source protocol, and then if you're an open source developer, definitely stay tuned. There'll be a pleasant surprise at the end. And in addition to that, I think your community is really focused on privacy and security, and those are all really relevant topics for Handshake. So I'm going to share my screen. Normally I have multiple monitors so I can see what's going on, but not today. Is the slide showing up?
Yep, looks good.
Okay, cool. So I'll start off with just a general overview of what Handshake even is in the first place, and then I'll talk about why it helps improve your internet privacy, and then especially your internet security. So right now, it's not actually possible to own a domain name. We're all kind of stuck renting them. And so that's especially relevant if you're trying to build like decentralized protocols or decentralized applications, because the very first layer, the very first thing your users interact with is the domain name. So if that part is centralized or rented, like say a .com domain, then that's your central point of failure. The very first layer of the internet that your end users actually interact with. Before I really jump into it, shout out to these guys for setting up all the behind the scenes logistics for making this really happen. Cool. So the only way to truly own a domain name is if you own the top level domain. So for example, VeriSign, they're the owners of .com. That's why they can sell .com domains, right? They rent them out to Google.com, to whatever.com. And to kind of understand why the system is the way it is, why we're all stuck renting domain names instead of all owning them just like .com does, it's helpful to understand how DNS actually works from a higher level. So what happens when you, for example, what happens when you type in google.com in your browser? What is actually happening? So your browser first consults something called the root zone file. That will point the, that will tell your browser how to get to. And then once they're at .com will tell you how to get to google.com, and then google.com will serve the website for you. If this is a lot too many moving parts, this is an equally accurate depiction of DNS. If my internet will play. Oh. All right, let's give this a sec. Hotel is not the best. All right. You know what? Just move past that. That's too bad. But the point is, everything begins at the root, right? So the file is where everything begins. The very first step, your browser kind of consults. So you can think of the root zone file like a spreadsheet, where column A of the spreadsheet is .org, .com, .tv, .io, whatever. And then column B of the spreadsheet are the servers that those top-level domains actually point to. And so everything begins at the root zone file, and that root zone file is controlled by one organization called ICANN. So in essence, the entire domain name system that we use around the world is controlled at the very core, at the very root, by a single organization called ICANN. So we talked about owning domain names. If you wanted to own, say, .geekbeacon or .gbf, the process is you go to ICANN and you say, hello, ICANN, I would like .geekbeacon. And then they'll ask you to fill out an application, pay an application fee. So applications are closed right now, so you literally cannot get it, even if you could pay for it. But if you did, the application fee is $185,000. That was last when it was open, like 2015, I think. Just to clarify, that's $185,000 to apply. Right? That is for ICANN to tell you or know you are allowed to have this top level domain. And then it takes a couple of years to actually get it set up. Something like $10 million on average to set up a top level domain. So that's how the system currently works, and that's why we're all stuck renting domain names. So that's where Handshake comes in. Handshake just does one thing very simple. It shifts control of the root zone file ICANN and onto a decentralized blockchain. So there's no gatekeepers on Handshake. There's no $185,000 fee. There's no one to tell you yes or no. The names are just distributed through auctions, on-chain public auctions. So you have to participate, you just place a bid, and highest bidder wins the name. When evaluating how decentralized a system really is, it's helpful to follow the money. For naming systems, especially, it's who dictates the price of any given name. For Handshake, it's just market driven, right? It's an auction. The community kind of decides what the value of each name is. And then who gets paid. So the pretty cool thing about Handshake is the winning bids don't get paid to anyone. So they just get burned. There's no recipient of the winning bid. So there's the total supply of Handshake coins goes down. Maybe there's a small deflationary effect on the price of the coin. Yeah, so I included the screenshot because Jack Dorsey, founder of Twitter, he's talking about why he's so excited about Bitcoin, why he's so bullish on it. And he says it's a foundational internet technology that is not controlled or influenced by a single individual or entity. That's Handshake, right? Foundational internet technology, DNS, that we use around the world, which is currently controlled by a single entity, ICANN. Where Handshake comes in, Handshake is to domain names as Bitcoin is to money. So I'll jump into a demo for what you can actually do with a Handshake name, but let me check if there are any questions right now. What would happen if I can't introduce a TLD with the same name as a Handshake TLD? Great. So from Jimrat, there's a question. You're talking about name collisions, right? So what happens when on Handshake you get .com, and then on ICANN you also have .com? There's a conflict. So what the founders of Handshake did is they reserved all of the existing top-level domains, just put it aside. So for example, I'm connected to a Handshake resolver right now. I'm at restream.io just fine. All my traditional domains work just fine because my Handshake resolver sees that, hey, this is a traditional ICANN domain. So it just sends it through the normal ICANN tree. So that's how that works. Yeah, I think that is about it. Cool. So on to some demos. So I personally own .JohnnyWoo, and I'll zoom in here. And so I have a website set up at home.johnnywoo, which is pretty cool because it's very human readable, right? It's everything after the dot is what the focus is, me. And then everything before it is, in this case, my homepage. If we switch that to Twitter, then it would just redirect you to my Twitter page. So a human readable redirect. My favorite use case, though, of Handshake is the fact that I don't need a dot anymore. I can delete the dot because I own the top level domain. I own the entire domain name, right? So I can just have a dotless domain. So this website literally lives at http://JohnnyWoo. If it will load by name base. Man, that's like what I'm most excited about is the fact that I can have a dotless domain. I'll let that load on the side. And then there, I've been calling them Handshake names instead of Handshake domain names because domain names, while it's the main use case, it's just one of the possibilities that you can use with the Handshake name. So the other use case is this is a wiki page created by one of our community members or many of our community members. And in order to edit the page, you just need to log in with a Handshake name. So you'll see there's no edit button here, but I can log in with bad gateway. What does that mean? Oh, okay. So I just logged in. What was happening in the background is I just set a text record on my Handshake name, JohnnyWoo, and then the website sees that, yes, you actually own the name because you're the only person who could have set that record. So I'm logged in as JohnnyWoo, and now I can edit the page. It's a shame I can't show you my dotless domain name, but that's okay. I'll have more examples. So that's how I personally use Handshake. If you're following along at home, you might have attempted to visit like home.johnnywoo and realized you couldn't. That's because these names do live on the Handshake blockchain that most browsers don't yet know exists. So you have to do something to tell your browser how to actually get there. So the easiest way is going to be hns.to, which is a gateway. You can do this right now. You can go to hns.to/ and then you can try, say, like home.johnnywoo, and it should pull up the exact same website that you saw before, right? Without any configuration. So this should work on any device or any browser. But this is where the privacy side of Handshake comes in. So Handshake is the only naming protocol with this thing called SPB. Get all the privacy kind of trust benefits of running a full node without needing to run a full node. So currently, by default, when you type in google.com, your browser is, you're probably relying on your ISP, your internet service provider, to actually fetch the records for you. So you type in google.com, and then your ISP sees that you typed in google.com, and then they're responsible for retrieving the proper DNS records for you. So you're trusting them to actually serve you the proper contents. Whereas for this, with Handshake, you can just download, like, say, a Bob extension is a browser extension, or use like a specific Handshake compatible browser. And then you yourself are locally going to the Handshake public blockchain and looking up the records yourself. So you don't need to trust anyone to send you the proper records, because you can just do it yourself. You just look on the chain and you do it without running a full node, which is a real game changer, especially in kind of the decentralized domain name space. Cool. And then this is just an example. If you wanted to set up a website, IPFS, they're decentralized storage. So if you want to set up a website that's hosted on IPFS, but with your Handshake name, these are the instructions for doing so with a traditional ICANN domain up here, and then with a decentralized Handshake domain down here. And you'll see that the instructions are pretty much identical, which is kind of the point. Handshake is just DNS. It just decentralizes that root layer of DNS, but everything else is the same. So it's not trying to invent anything new. It just decentralizes the one remaining piece of the domain name system that is still heavily centralized, the root. Cool. So these are some examples out in the wild of people using Handshake names. So Library Genesis, they're a pirating website for academic papers. So you can imagine why they might need an uncensorable domain name. They have to deal with domain takedown requests all the time. So with the Handshake name, they're just at Library Genesis. Oh, yeah, dotless domain, right? So no dots or anything. It's just Library Genesis, https://Library Genesis, and they will always be here. They won't have to deal with takedown requests. But it's not just for illicit use cases. So Argo, if you're familiar with Vercel, they consider themselves the Vercel for the decentralized web. So they make it really easy for you to deploy apps or websites onto like decentralized storage and stuff, right? And they had their domain taken down by GoDaddy a couple months ago, and request, the reasoning behind it was email spam. But the issue with that is their domain name literally didn't even have an MX record, right? You need an MX record in order to actually set up an email address. So they literally could not have possibly sent spam because they don't have an email address associated with that domain name. Still got taken down anyways. They could not get the domain back. So that's why they set up on Handshake. So we've had a chance to talk with industry insiders, myriad and such, and the domain name takedown requests have been skyrocketing through the years. So this is no issue that only plagues kind of like sketchy websites or questionable websites. It's like you can just be a totally legit actor and might still have to deal with this pain point. Another use case, so Audius, they consider themselves decentralized Spotify. They own .audius on Handshake. And so what they've done is they've given second level domains or subdomains to all of their users. So if you have a profile set up on Audius, then your profile name .audius is also yours. So in this case, Mark Cuban, he's at I think audius.com/mcuban, and he also gets mcuban.audius. So pie in the sky idea is you can combine branded second level domains with the Handshake logins that I showcased earlier, right? So you can imagine a community platform, let's say .geekbeacon, where all of your community members, where everyone uses their .geekbeacon domain name to log in. So I would be johnnywu.geekbeacon. And then you can, of course, sell those second level domains as well. So that's also a revenue model where GeekBeacon can sell second level domains for the community members to then use to log in. There's a pie in the sky idea. And then the last thing is emojis. So I think emojis, especially in the crypto space, are really popular. A lot of projects identify themselves with emojis. I think emoji domains actually make sense with Handshake because you can combine the fact that they can be dotless domain names. So then you can have a website that's actually just an emoji and nothing else. So if you're familiar with Uniswap, their mascot is a unicorn. So it would be pretty awesome to see them, their website at just unicorn emoji. Right? That would be their website. Great. So the main takeaway of this first half is Handshake enables you to truly own your domain name. That's a secure domain name, that's a private domain name, and a decentralized one that nobody can really take away from you because it's in your own private wallet. Cool. So the next part is going to be about security, but let me go back to see any questions. Oh, thank you. What is my opinion on DOH? I think privacy is good. Yeah, I would need a more specific question, but yeah, that's all I can say to that. Do you see Handshake DNS mechanism being baked into the OS level, browser level, or? Yeah, so currently the main friction point is going to be for newcomers, you have to do something to access a Handshake domain. So it'd be great if your browser just supported it by default. And that's definitely kind of one route to adoption. Opera, if you're familiar, they're a browser with like 30 million users. They're super crypto focused, and they actually committed to integrating Handshake later this year. They announced that New Year's Eve. So that was a funny way to end the year. For browser adoption, that'd be the easiest way for non-technical users to use it. But you can imagine that's not the only way. Like VPNs are a very natural fit as well. Sentinel DVPN, they're a decentralized VPN service. If you use them, then you're already connected to Handshake. So there's no reason why other VPNs can't do that. Okay, cool. Then I will move on. Oh, there's one last one. What got me into this topic of study? Well, I personally fell into it. My background was nothing at all. Didn't have anything to do with DNS or blockchain. I forgot. I guess I didn't personally introduce myself, but I'm a community manager at Namebase. We're part of the Handshake ecosystem. And when I was looking for a role, I just wanted a role where I could talk to a lot of people. So I was looking for sales related stuff at the time. And then a friend of a friend introduced me to this project. They were looking for community managers. And I was like, that sounds like a way where I could interact with a lot of people. So that's kind of how I fell into the blockchain space. Yeah, but this was the very first blockchain project I ever interacted with. And I think it's a great educational tool for anyone who wants to kind of learn more about Handshake. More about blockchain in general, just because like trying to understand NFTs or trying to understand like how money works and then how it gets decentralized is a little confusing, but I think domain names most people are pretty familiar with. It's a really straightforward kind of introduction, right? Like, hey, it's controlled by one organization. This is why a blockchain might make sense. Cool. Moving on to security stuff. Cool. So DNS, it's a 40-year-old technology, but the issues, security attack, DNS attacks are very modern. So PancakeSwap, they're a DeFi product, platform, service that dealt with the DNS hijack attack just less than a year ago. So essentially, what that meant for the end user is they visited their PancakeSwap website just like normal, but unbeknownst to them, even though they're at the same domain name that they've always been at, the website had actually been switched on the back end. So any information they input there just went straight to the bad actors. So so the hackers collected a lot of like seed phrases, private keys, and stuff like that. So no bueno. To get into this, it's helpful to understand how internet security works currently. HTTPS, what is happening. So There's probably a lock icon at most websites that you visit. If you click it, you'll see this stuff. Connection is secure, certificate is valid. What is actually happening here, though? What does this mean, right? So essentially, when you visit a website, you're given a key. You then use that key to kind of encrypt, or you can think of it like a lockbox. You put credit card details in there or your password. You lock it with the key that you get when you. And then the only entity that can unlock that lockbox is the recipient. So in this case, it's twitter.com. I go to Twitter, I sign in, I use the Twitter key to lock my credentials. I send it across the internet. And then once it arrives at twitter.com, they're the only ones with the key to unlock it. So this matters because when you really do like any kind of a simple search like google.com can bounce through like 30, 60 different devices, right? And they can all snoop on what's being sent over. So that's why this is important. This way, intermediaries, they can't like change the content or anything. It's a locked box, right? And they don't have the key to it. So that's how it's supposed to work. So then the question is like, how do I know the key that I have is actually legit, right? I go to the website. How do I know that this is actually the real key? And so how the system works is there's these things called certificate authorities that come pre-installed on your device. So essentially Apple or like Microsoft, they vet the certificate authorities. There are like 300 to 600 of these that they decide which ones to trust. It comes pre-installed in your computer. And they're responsible for telling you whether or not the key you have is legit. So essentially, it is legit if the key comes from one of these guys. So our business model is they sell you the keys, and they're saying you can trust us because we're the ones selling it to you, right? That's how that model works. Now the issue with this is if any one of these certificate authorities gets compromised, a bad actor takes over, then this entire system kind of falls apart, right? You'll still see that connection is secure. You'll still see the certificate is valid because all that means is it comes from a vetted certificate authority. All the while, the bad actor is receiving all of your credentials, right? They now have the key to unlock everything. Cool. So Handshake totally just revolutionizes this. It completely replaces that certificate authority model by just pinning the key directly to the name. So what that means is the key, instead of you needing to trust the certificate authorities to tell you whether or not it's legit, it's just pinned directly on the chain. It's on the public blockchain. Anybody can see it. Nobody can change it because that's kind of how blockchains work. Only the key holder, only the owner of the name can update the records. So you just pin the key directly on the chain, and then anybody can just look for themselves to see if the key is legit, right? So similar to earlier when I talked about how we currently trust ISPs, we trust them to serve us the proper DNS records. We trust certificate authorities to tell us what keys are legit. With Handshake, you can look at the records yourself, the DNS records yourself on chain, and the key as well. You can look at the key yourself on chain. You don't need to trust anybody. You just do it yourself. Yeah, so this is pretty interesting because in the certificate authority model, you can imagine every additional certificate authority that gets added into the system reduces the total security of that system, right? Because that's an additional attack vector. That's an additional way a bad actor could get in to mess things up. Whereas for Handshake, every additional node you add to the chain kind of increases the total security. So to compromise a certificate authority system, you just need to compromise one certificate authority. To compromise a handshake name, you kind of need to compromise the entire blockchain, right? Yeah. So Handshake revolutionizes internet security by replacing authorities. That would be that takeaway. And then last part, I would introduce just kind of some background about Handshake and stuff. This will be one more check for the questions. What is DOH for people who do not know that acronym? DNS over HTTPS. Opinion regarding network admins just going nuclear because of DOH. I don't know what's going on here. Happy to take that one offline since it seems very specific to DOH. After searching through some obvious domains of interest, they are all expensive. Are there any mechanisms to stop a bunch of squatters from indefinitely holding a desired domain. Yes, there are actually many mechanisms. So the first anti-squatting mechanism was, this is kind of in the past, but the names were released in weekly batches for the first year. So it's impossible for you to just jump in right in the beginning when Handshake was launched to grab all the good names and then hold on to them, because they just get released once every week. And then the other one is every 2 years, you need to submit a renew transaction. So you're not paying a renewal fee. You're just showing, so the idea behind the renew transaction is, you can imagine if it didn't exist, then if somebody lost their key to their Handshake name, their Handshake wallet, then that name kind of disappears forever, right? You hear about this all the time. People lose their private key to, like, say, Bitcoin. They lose like $100 million. They go digging through the landfill for a couple of years to look for it. That is fine, because that's non-fungible. If Coinbase loses 100 million in Bitcoin, they can just replace that. Handshake names, not so much. Every Handshake name is unique. So you can't just have a name just disappear forever like that, go into the black hole. And so that's the idea behind the every 2 years you submit a renew transaction, which is just the mining fee. Of course, as there's more network activity, those mining fees will fluctuate. Yeah, but yeah, name squatters is definitely a frustrating issue that kind of plagues every naming system. Like even like Twitter usernames, Instagram usernames, there's like squatters for those. Pretty frustrating problem. Yeah, is that key from Handshake more safe than Google? Giants. No, so it depends on which key you're referring to, because there's your private key to your Handshake wallet, which is definitely going to be more secure, because theoretically you're the only person who knows it, right? You write it in like your little notepad or something. You're the only one with that key. And whereas for Google, you have so many employees who can access your Google account. Yeah, it's like very, very different. Yeah, and then the other key you might be referring to is the certificate stuff. Happy to talk more about that offline, because that may take a bit. Since all internet interactions somewhat relies on ICANN, isn't Handshake susceptible to DNS poisoning if HNS.2 would be? Yes, so HNS.2 is, you'll notice if you use HNS.2, this is a great point. If you use HNS.2 to visit a website, you'll see there's a little red banner that pops up, right? So it specifically calls out how insecure that is. That's only really helpful for newcomers to just be able to visit a website without setting anything up. But the best way to use Handshake is going to be with a light client, the thing I talked about, or level 2 resolution browser extension if you want. That way you're checking the records yourself on chain. There's no DNS poisoning there, because you're doing the resolution yourself. DNS poisoning matters if you're relying on others to resolve your domain names. But I am not a internet security expert by any means, so definitely feel free to call me out if I'm saying something wrong. Cool, great. Okay, so this will be the last one before I move forward. How would you go ahead and acquire a dotless Handshake domain, and how much will it cost? Yeah, so perfect. That actually, that's a good segue. I'll be covering that in a bit. So these are the founders of Handshake. Purse.io is one of, if not the first commercial use case of Bitcoin. So very OG Bitcoiners. Joseph Poon, he's the co-creator of the Bitcoin Lightning Network. And then Andrew Lee, he founded the Internet Private Access, which is a VPN service. These guys were the creators of Handshake. Together, they raised $10 million from these VC firms. A16Z, Sequoia Capital, Greylock Partners are one of the more notable names. I'll get back to that in a bit. And then they donated all of it away to open source communities. So they kept, so the entire $10.2 million, they did not spend a single dime of that. They donated it away. So the purpose of raising those funds was just to give the initial coin launch of Handshake like a value of 10 cents per coin. That was it. Actually, funny thing, I just was chatting with Joseph Poon like half an hour ago, right before this. And I actually asked them why they gave all the money away, because it would have been helpful for community to development. And it's interesting. He shared that to this date, there does not exist a decentralized project who is created from a foundation. Wait. There are no foundations who create a project that then abdicate their control over the project. That just does not exist. So part of the, I guess, intent behind the donating away is just to make sure there's no like central actors who might have disproportionate influence over the direction of the project. But earlier I mentioned for open source, if you're an open source developer, stay tuned, right? So on one hand, Handshake donates all their money to the open source community. And then you'll notice that 47% of the total supply, almost 50% of the total Handshake coin supply is just reserved for open source developer airdrops. So if you had a GitHub account with 15 followers or more in 2018, then you can just claim Handshake coins, like 4,200 Handshake coins, pro bono, no strings attached. You can just claim those. The idea behind it was they wanted to experiment with like a gifting economy, where the idea is if they gift developers, which are the core of any open source project, right? It's the developers that kind of drive that progress. So if you gift them coins, then they will be incentivized to build on the project. I think that was like the hypothesis that they wanted to test with this. Yeah. Cool. And then one of the dopest things that happened is as soon as they launched the Handshake project, those foreigners stepped away from the project. So they now kind of serve advisory roles. And the idea behind that is, right, the money donated away, the founders stepped away. So it's actually a community-run project. You hear that a lot, but the core developers aren't involved in the day-to-day operations. So Handshake is now purely community-funded, community-operated. It's really community-ran, right? And then that kind of brings us to Handshake versus Namebase. So I work at a startup called Namebase. We build on top of Handshake. We are a VC-backed, private, for-profit startup that builds on Handshake. Really, we were just such big fans of Handshake that we went out to go pitch to investors, raise funds so we could build services for Handshake. So earlier a question was, how can I get my own .less domain? How can I get my own top-level domain? So Namebase is going to be the easiest way to do that. We're an exchange, so you can buy Handshake coins through Namebase, and then you can store them on our cloud wallet. And then you can use those coins to bid on names. And if it's on the marketplace, then you can, we're also a marketplace, so you can buy and sell your Handshake names on Namebase as well. DNS manager, so kind of like GoDaddy, you can host your domain on, or you can use GoDaddy's name servers. You can also use Namebase's name servers for your Handshake name. And this is our registry. So this makes it possible to sell. So essentially, you can become your own .com. You can own here's .c, right? So the .com and then .co already exists. And then one of our community members owns .c. And that has been the highest best-selling TLD so far. Cool. So yeah, the easiest way to own your Handshake name is going to be on Namebase. And then kind of looking forward, the focus for this year, everyone's focused on coin listings. I mentioned Opera committed to integrating Handshake. So browser adoption is going to be a pretty natural focus as well. But I personally think the most important is actually just onboarding reputable organizations to mirror their website on a Handshake domain, to actually just use Handshake for what it was meant to be used for, as a decentralized, uncensorable, very secure domain name. Cool. Oh, and the last thing, we're hiring. So if you know Node.js, you'd be a great fit with us. If you also know Go, then you'd be the perfect fit for us. So these are kind of our social media. The second line is my Twitter handle. I'm very active. But Discord, I live in our Discord. So yeah, if you're interested, if you think, if you're interested in decentralizing the internet through Handshake, then we are hiring. Awesome. And then, Yes, final questions. We would like to get .GeekBeacon and GeekBeacon, please. Bacon emoji. CS Geek. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure I already got you guys GeekBeacon. CS Geek, I also got your name. And then Nixie Pixel, I also have your name. So I'm happy to just gift those directly to you. We can kind of reconnect offline, checking to see if I actually have GeekBeacon. GeekBeacon. Yes, yes. That's funny. I actually opened the auction a couple weeks ago. Yeah, so I also have GeekBeacon. So that could be cool. Your homepage could be home.geekbeacon, or it could just be geekbeacon/ discord.geekbeacon to redirect to your Discord. Yeah. Do you require KYC or ID identification to purchase handshake coins on Amazon? No. So the only thing you need to KYC for is if you plan to sell your handshake coins. But if you're just buying handshake coins to then use to get a handshake name, then there's no need to verify yourself. So it's possible to be completely private, right? So the crazy way would be, I mean, you can just mine handshake coin and then you can use that directly. If you own Bitcoin, then you can set up a name-based account with like a Proton Mail email, and then you can use that Bitcoin to purchase handshake coins and then get a handshake name completely privately. So that is totally an option. Yes, seriously, yes. CSG should definitely talk later. How can you mine handshake? Yeah, it's a proof of work. So you gotta buy like an ASIC miner. Gold Shell is the main one that manufactures the miners. Yeah, just gotta buy the miner and start mining. I'm not actually very familiar with mining at all, but I'd like to run a full node myself. So that is definitely on my horizon. Most of this is going over my head. That is worrisome because I feel like Handshake is really useful for non-technical folks. So I'll need to. I can definitely see the security part going over my head as well. That's still confusing to me. But I hope the first part about how DNS works, about how it's centralized currently, the root layer, and then what Handshake is doing to decentralize that. Hoping that part is at least clear. Cool. I think I'm a little ahead of schedule, but I think those are all the questions. Oh, you know what? This is a good time. I was actually really proud of that meme. So let me see if this, let me see if we can get this back up. There's a video earlier that didn't play.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Yeah, we got plenty of time. I want to see it.
Yeah. So I have it stored locally. So let me just share my screen real quick. Share. Okay. Are we good? Yeah, so an actually accurate depiction of DNS, right? Starts at the root, sends you down, .com, sends you down, google.com, and so on.
Nailed it. Look, I know somebody said that a lot of this stuff is going over your head, but I think you did a great job at breaking this information down. But as someone too, like I'm learning from this entire event, and especially learning from you, yeah, definitely. I feel like this type of subject is going to be great for a lot of people. But we appreciate you just breaking this stuff down for us and doing a great job today.
Yeah, happy to talk about it. Especially, I know your community cares about open source. development. So I think that on that side, we're very well aligned.
Oh yeah. And is any quick social media plugs that you want to put out where people can find you? Best place?
Yeah. Where can I put that? Yeah, that is actually a good way to find me. Tree, which my Twitter, really all my social media is connected there. Let me see if that link actually works though. Man, my internet's so unweb.
Oh no, we know all about that hotel internet. We know all about it.
Yeah. But at Namer Johnny Woo, Namer, Namer, and then Johnny Woo, my full name. That's my Twitter account. That will probably be the best place to get started.
Okay.
But again, we are hiring. If you know JavaScript, that is sufficient. Definitely reach out if this seems intriguing to you.
All right, y'all better put those applications in. All right. I appreciate it, Johnny. We're gonna let you go. Have a great rest of your day, or enjoy the weekend as well. Appreciate it.
Sounds good. Thanks so much.
All right, later. All right, so that was fun. Like he was rolling. And shout out to the chat room. Like I've been looking at the chat rooms here from all over the place, but all of you have been, wherever if you're chatting on YouTube, and everyone who's been leaving those comments, like you guys have been killing it as far as your questions. He seemed to be answering those questions as he went through his presentation, which is awesome. And my dog is getting restless. Hopefully he's not making too much noise where you can hear him. But yeah, thanks everyone in the chat room being so awesome and hanging out today. And definitely make sure you come back in tomorrow as well. We're not done yet, but just make sure you stay active in here. We appreciate everyone here having a good time, and everyone just having a really good vibe to this entire event. So we really do appreciate it. And so right now, I'm going to do a little sponsor read. Right, we got some sponsors for our fest, and I'm going to read one here for you. And this is from the GB Fest store. All right, so to commemorate GeekBeacon Fest, we have a merch store offering T-shirts and geek-friendly gear like backpacks and laptop stickers. And you can come check it out at geekbeacon.org/store. So make sure you check it out, geekbeacon.org/store. And it's down there in the lower third there. So make sure you go check it out. And it's going to be going on for today and tomorrow as well. So make sure you go check it out, get some of those cool T-shirts and some laptop stickers. What laptop is everyone using right now? Speaking of laptops, like what type of laptop are you using right now that you're going to be putting some of those stickers on? I'm always interested to know what people are using. Now, I have a little bit of both. I got a little bit of Mac, a little bit of PC around here, MacBook Air. Got a couple laptops. Yeah, Eric says a great presentation. Definitely will check that out. Yeah, Eric, Johnny did a great job. And we got some more good presentations coming up here soon as well. And we got the links to the store actually coming up as well in the chat room. So you don't have to type it in. Just click those links in the chat room. You'll be able to head over to the store and be able to check those things out. Oh, you're on the Nitro 5? Okay. Linux machine, a few years old. Shiny Tech thing says, which one? You have a lot of laptops. Yeah, I know. We got a lot of geeks in here today, so I know a lot of people probably have multiple laptops. So what is your favorite one right now? Like, what's the one that you pick up every single day that you're using? You have a work-sponsored Mac? Oh, that's awesome. Man, I wish I can get a work-sponsored Mac. Where you work at? I need to get over there. You're actually using an older Dell laptop from work? Which one? I'm very happy with the MSI gaming laptop you have for 3+ years. Replace Windows with yeah. Like I mean, laptops and stuff, and a lot of our computers these days are just they're so good that they can last you really forever. Unless you're like me, that you always want to try to like test out the latest and greatest all the time. But these, honestly, most people, like especially like with smartphones and things these days, you just need to buy it once, and then really these things can last you like 5 years easy. But of course, us techies, we always got to have the latest and greatest. Sony Vaio. Ooh. It's been a while since you used one of those. You used to you use your old iMac mostly. Okay. You need an M1 MacBook Pro. Yeah, the M1s are solid. M1s are great. M1s are awesome. You're very happy with the MSI gaming laptop. You had it for 3+ years now. Replaced the Windows. Oh, I already read that one. He said it sounds like a space shuttle. Yeah, like but that's one of the things, like especially with cooling, man. Like these laptops have gotten so much better at cooling. Like back in the day, yeah, it does sound like you're getting ready to go to like SpaceX or something. You try to do anything taxing on your systems. All right, so yeah, we're about we a little bit like 10 minutes ahead of schedule. So we're rolling on here. Yeah, all my little links down below are popping up here. But one of the things I love about GeekBeacon Fest is that, again, for this type of stuff, I'm a nerd, I'm a geek, but a lot of this technical information I'm learning here along with you all. And I think it's always awesome to be able to get information from people who are able to explain it way easier than just reading it in a book or something. I don't even know people even put this type of information in books anymore, but reading it online and stuff. So this is a very awesome thing. And I can't wait to see the rest of this day and also for the second day as well. All right, so we are about ready. And there he is. How's it going today?
I'm doing fine. How are you doing today?
Hey, I'm doing excellent. I cannot complain. It is Friday. I know we got to do some work tomorrow as well, but it is the weekend, so we're going to try to enjoy it the best way we can. And so happy to see you here today. And we're going to give you a nice little intro before you go ahead and start your talk. All right. So Hans is about to talk about the Fediverse, and it's decentralized social networking and services. And all of the Fediverse platforms can communicate with each other thanks to their use of the aforementioned standardized protocols like ActivityPub and OStatus. And it's free open source software projects such as Mastodon, Nextcloud, Pleroma, PixelFed, Plume, PeerTube, and Friendica are all helping us decentralize the web. Most offer hosted solutions, and all of them enable us to self-host. Attendees will learn about the history of the Fediverse and decentralized social networking, and more about the services in the Fediverse, data ownership in general, as well as the pros and cons of self-hosting. You'll hear more about the advantages of decentralized social networking and how you can join in and take part. And Hans is a technologist, free software advocate, parent, and spouse. Of course, those are the two most important things right there. But Hans is the chairman of the Phoenix Linux User Group, also known as Plug, the chair of CGL Finance Committee, and founder of CGL Career Expo. BOF organizer and for the Southern California Linux Expo, and also founder of the free software Stamish. Hopefully I said that correctly. And he presents regularly at large community-led conferences and many local groups. Currently a customer data engineer at Object Rocket, and public statements are not representative of day job. All right, so there's a nice little intro for you. Again, we're all excited to hear your speech today and all the good information from you. So go ahead and take it away.
All right. So, okay. So, well, it says we're about 5 or 10 minutes ahead. So should I do a song and dance and wait to start? Do you want me to go ahead and start now? So we got an intro. Well, we'll start off with a little bit as he said about me. So I've been doing everything in software engineering for quite a while. I've been developer, sysadmin. That's my true love. And as a developer, DBA. I'm managing a team right now. I've taught at a community college, which is where I started doing a lot of the presentations. So if you're interested in presenting yourself, look at some opportunities like that, or for your local Linux groups. Or whatever local groups you've got. And there we go, Nixie. Oh. Okay. Let me see there. All right. Live with a net. All right. Okay, they're saying go ahead and go for it. So let me go ahead and start off with do a screen wipe. I don't know how they do that in the real world. All right. So I'm here. I got an invite from CS Geek to come talk to GB Fest about decentralized social networking and services and privacy. He'd seen 2 of my different talks and asked me to kind of put them together. So I've done that and mix it up a little bit. I think I hope it'll be useful for you. I did have a little name collision though, because there's GB Fest. I was like, oh, Ghibli, we're going to talk about really cool anime. No, I'm talking about geek stuff, the things I really like. So anyway, thank you for inviting me in and to talk. And actually, they got me in twice, both to talk about decentralization and about privacy, because in 2 hours, there's a privacy panel coming up that is live but pre-recorded with live questions. I still haven't figured out where they're hiding the TARDIS because they won't let me have access. But we got live questions when we pre-recorded, so it's awesome. As mentioned, I'm a manage a support team over at Object Rocket, a company, DB as a service company owned by Rackspace. Yes, I'm hiring. So if you're interested in sysadmin and databases, please let me know. And it's remote in the US. All right. Whoops. Got to put the mouse in the right place so I can get forward. There we go. All right. I often get questions about some other places to find me. You can find me right here in 2 hours, or right there, wherever you are looking at this, because we'll be doing the privacy talk or the privacy panel. And then I just got notified today that Linux Fest Northwest accepted a couple of my talks. So they'll have a different version of this particular talk. And then also my intro to JQ that I do, where basically I teach you how to grep use JSON documents. And as Salt mentioned earlier during his presentation, we are now organizing for Siegel, which is a really nice conference in the Pacific Northwest. I do not live in the Pacific Northwest, but I look forward to Siegel every year. In the before times, I look forward to going up to Seattle and enjoying a weekend there with friends and having a really nice conference. We've been doing online only the last couple of years. But if you'd like to participate, please do. You don't have to be in Seattle or Portland, but if you are, that's even more incentive to do so, I think. All right. Places to find me. The Phlox Advocate Mastodon address is down at the bottom of the slides. And due to heavy feedback in previous presentations, it's now colors that are legible, so that's good. But it might still be too small, and you can pick it up there. And of course, the original Fediverse, that I'll keep talking about, IRC. All right. So I'm talking about decentralization and the Fediverse and building our own community. I'm also talking about privacy. And DJ says something. This is the type of thing I've been saying for decades, but he has a way of words. So I thought I'd take this. This is something he posted to Mastodon, and talking about taking back our own privacy and keeping our private data more secure. In its usual unanimous fashion, the Sundagastani Parliament has passed a non-binding resolution to recommend to all Sundagastani citizens and allies a basic strategy for protecting one's personally identifying information by simply refusing to ever give the same personally identifying information twice. I have a talk that I do on password managers, and that is really the gist of the talk, is just make sure you get different information every time. So what is the Fediverse? The Fediverse is a coalition of decentralized, interoperable digital social spaces. Now, we could have any of those. You don't have to be social, right? You can, but you don't have to be. It's the opportunity. Some features and options is that you can have many providers with local control. So instead of just having one central place that you sign up, I can sign up any number of places or any place of my choosing. And we have local control over our instance and what information is coming in and out, so we can have our own moderation, etc. There's no centralized authority. There's no one person or one group of people, one company deciding what is allowed and what isn't allowed on in the Fediverse. We can interact with other services. So that's other pieces. So I'm going to talk a lot about Mastodon, for instance. So I can interact with other Mastodon instances, but I can also from Mastodon interact with PixelFed and other types of services. And I'll talk about that a little bit. You can run your own. And you can have an unfiltered timeline. So the commercial walled gardens decide what it is that they think you should see and show it to you in the order they think you should see it, which includes ads. I'm not whatever with ads. I don't care about that too much, but I care more about the fact that they're deciding whether or not I should see content from my friends. And if somebody I know happens to be well known, like Nixie, then they're only showing it to a subset of the people that she's trying to post to, because they're deciding whether or not it's worthwhile, or whether or not she's paid enough to talk to everybody. It's my timeline. I want it unfiltered, and I want it the way that, I want to get everything, and then I can decide what I want to see or don't want to see using filters and so forth. Now, this is a mapping thanks to Murph. He said hi in the chat earlier, so thanks to Murph for finding this and pointing it out and using it in one of his presentations. The main thing I want to get out of this is we've got a timeline of the Fediverse going back to 2008. So this is not a brand new thing. It's been around for a while, and you'll see that it predates 2008 quite a bit when you look at my definition of what federated services are. Here are some sample services. So we've got social networking, that's, again, the social. Microblogging, I mentioned Mastodon. That's one of the things we have for microblogging. Image sharing, PixelFed I mentioned earlier. Video sharing. Book club, that was a new one to me. It looks pretty cool. Blogging, so microblogging is small snippets. Mastodon allows 500 characters. I think Pleroma allows 1024 or something like that. And then blogging is for long form, more long form types of posts. File sharing, audio hosting, if you want to be able to host your own audio stuff up in a cloud-like type of setup. Link aggregators, people like. Kind of new to the scene is event and group management. There's one thing that's been around for a while, but it's still early days as far as development goes. And then live video streaming is a new one because it takes a little bit of bandwidth to do that. So I'm very interested to see how that rolls over time. Now, building the Fediverse. As I said, the Fediverse is a decentralized coalition of services, right? People working, different things working together. But I'm going to use the word service and instance, and so I wanted to kind of define what they are. A service is, to me, a particular protocol protocol or like I say, a particular type style of thing. So Mastodon and PixelFed. Mastodon is microblogging. Pleroma is another microblogging. So I would see those as different services. Because they need to not just interoperate with their own protocol, but they need to interoperate between each other, right? And then PixelFed is for photo sharing. And I'll get to later on protocols and how some of that stuff is done. Song and dance, all right, okay. So then instance is the particular domain or an account is on. So I'm on, depending on where I'm at, but this, for my Phlox advocate, I'm on floss.social, so that would be the instance. And if for PixelFed, I'm on the PixelFed main instance, and so whatever that instance is as well. Yeah, I'll give you the examples here. Fossa.org, floss.social, pixelfed.social. So, but what are digital social networks? So these are online communities. We're all familiar with online here, right? Where people can share experience, thoughts, whatever it is that they're wanting to share in a digital environment. And I use the GeekBeacon masthead for this because it's got a gathering of people looking at some content, the beacon in the middle. I thought that was a nice portrayal of, again, people coming together in a digital space. All right. What are centralized social networks, though? The big evils. They're spyware building exploitable psychological profiles of you, right? They're spying on you, using your information against you in order to try to go through and sell you something or something like that, right? So we should be cautious of those. And a key point for the centralized social networks is they're spying on you even if you don't have an account, right? They still know who you are. They're still trying, or at least trying to find out who you are and trying to lock you down and make you something that they can sell. All right. But the Fediverse is for community. This is done mostly by and for the community. Mastodon.social, the largest instance in Mastodon, or second largest, I think now, is not a commercial venture. He's recently incorporated so that he's got an actual existence, but it's not selling ads. It's not doing the commercial things. It's there and working via advertising, or not advertising, via sponsorship and via donations and things like that. Finding grants, getting grants from different entities to go through and improve that. And the main thing though is we are building this together so that we can enjoy it, just like the free software community, just like many maker spaces and other things like that. We're doing it for ourselves. All right. So enjoy Mastodon. Oh, well, okay, we'll get to, by the way, yes, I did bring enough for friends. Hold on, I got more here. So if you can figure out how to come pick these up, I got some. They're pretty good. I also, just so we don't leave out any of my my favorites, I've also got penguins. Oh, man, what did I do to this slide? All right. Well, that's awesome. I must have hit a key or something. I have no idea how to fix that. Let's see. There we go. All right, let's see if we get pictures. Oh, there we are. Okay. Plain text is awesome, but I'm using images here. So Mastodon, you can join Mastodon. This, as I said, is microblogging. So you can post up to 600 or 500 characters in a particular post. Is the general limitation. Some Mastodon instances actually allow more. It depends on what the instance and the client allow. Some clients will, if you do more than 500 instance or 500 characters, some clients will go through and chop it up for you and make it a thread. But it is for short communication, right? If you're writing a treatise on Mastodon, it's a short treatise, one would hope. All right. The description. This is coming from Wikipedia, decentralized social networking platform. It's free software. Individuals can use it. We can do things. The key point out of that whole blob of text is users are in control. So again, we get our feed and it's not filtered by somebody else. We can decide what parts of our feed we get to see. And we can go through and subscribe or unsubscribe as we wish. We're not dependent on some central authority. Pixel Fed, this is for photo sharing, and this is to me is a great story. This is a guy that started this, that is not a software developer. He's got a day job. He does something non-technology related, if I remember correctly, and he just thought, it'd be nice to have a photo sharing site, and started building one, and has been working on it since. And he's done some really great work. And it's not just him, but he's the person I interact with for it. And I thank him for starting that and leading it. And again, it's for the community. So he's taking feedback. He rolled out a feature that people didn't like, so he unrolled it out. And then recently he's been adding some new features that people were asking for. So very interactive with the community. And Mastodon has been as well. It's a larger community and there's a lot more opinions. So sometimes we have conflicting opinions, but he's still interacting with the community, trying to roll things out. I'll get to some new features in a sec. PeerTube is for video sharing, so you can post videos up that people can then watch anytime they want. And nice things, again, you can run your own instance. An example of that is Blender. Blender was on the big commercial vendor that we use, that some of you are probably using to watch it, so YouTube. And something happened, and basically they got a takedown, a copyright takedown against their videos, the ones that they had created, and that they provide all the software for and all the source code and all that. So they'd gotten some video takedowns, and their account got blocked for a weekend. And they did finally get that fixed. But while they were waiting for it to fix, they stood up PeerTube and moved all their stuff up there. So now you can go watch it on PeerTube instead. So one of the things that we get with having a community-run service is that because it's for the community, we also get to have the things that we want. So we can have privacy and security in our own hands for that. When I use Mastodon, I use it inside of Firefox containers. I actually have different instances. I run different Firefox profiles, and I run them inside of containers. So I'm isolating it from other things. But the Mastodon, Pleroma, what have you, doesn't have an invested interest in making it difficult for you to do that, right? They get to it however you want to get to it. So they don't try to lock me out of using containers. They don't try to lock me out of these privacy walls, because they don't need to try to spy on everything else I'm doing. We have data liberation. And data liberation is it's your data, right? The post that you make, when you post a bunch of pictures to PixelFed, they're still your pictures, right? So you should be able to get those posts back out. If you're getting interactions from other people, likes and comments and whatever else, that's, again, your data. So you should be able to get that out. So we have a strong ethos of having data liberation, where you can get a backup of your data. It's not necessarily in a useful form. There's still work to be done on that, but you can at least get a copy of it and then work with it if you want. And you can do backups of your accounts on a regular basis, so that if something happens, you still have a copy of your data. You can hide your social graph. So we're not getting in the community. We're not basing your value for selling it to advertisers based on how many followers you have, or how many people you're following, or how many people are followed by you, right? None of that has a monetization factor for us. So if you want to hide your social graph so that people can't stalk you, or that you just want privacy, or if you have multiple accounts and you want one account to allow your social graph and another account not to, you can do that. You can opt out of search engine indexing. So when you make a post, you can, depending on the service, you can allow that to be indexed. So when people search for, no, I don't want to do that, the people that know me will find me and leave it there. When you're thinking about privacy, though, do be aware of the RSS feed. Mastodon and several of the other services have that as an option, where basically anonymous people can go look at your account via an RSS feed. So if you're trying to block people, you might need to go through some extra caution when you're making posts to make sure that they're not anonymously available. I'll get to some of the permissions in a second. Now, all this leads to one thing: is there aren't that many companies on the Fediverse. It's not easy to create a worldwide hashtag advertising phenomenon and stuff like that, right? So we're not a great target for them. As we grow, I think we'll see some of that, but we're not going to see. I don't think we're going to see a huge influx of the big advertising companies targeting the Fediverse. So that means we also have, again, more community and less of the narrative being bought and sold at the advertising level. Now, choice, I've mentioned that we can choose different instances, and I'll get to more of that in a little bit, but we can also choose our own clients. So Mastodon has a web interface you can use. There's also a desktop application you can use. There are multiple clients that are available in F-Droid for Android devices. There are a couple of clients available on Apple devices. Apple makes it more difficult, so that's a different issue. But from the service perspective, from the free software and community perspective, use what you want. We're talking known protocols. They're free and open, so anybody can go through and create a client for it, including yourself, including going through and creating a one-liner, figuring out how to do all that with curl if you want to do that, because some of us do things like that. Also, in Mastodon, I wanted to point that these are quoted because in the permission and the profile, you have a couple of options you can choose. One is move to a different account. So let's say you're on, I don't know, beaconfest.social, and you're like, oh, no, it's supposed to be geekbeaconfest.social. So you can say, okay, let's move over to the one I really wanted to be on. or things change in life and stuff like that. So you can move your account, and they're working on making it more transparent, easier to take your followers with you and the people you're following, your content and things like that. And you can also delete an account. You can just say, done, I'm out of here, right? So we make that available because, again, we're not trying to hold on to that data forever and sell it. We're trying to provide a community. So do we have privacy, though? This is the thing CS Geek asked me to add into here. Do we have privacy when we're on the Fediverse? Well, if you ever go outside, right? If you go to a park and start wandering around, are you in a private space, or can people take pictures and do telephoto and get a closer space to you, right? So it is still social media. It is still public facing. There are privacy mechanisms you can use, or privacy tools you can use for the different instances, so that you have less public output. You can make everything private posts as well. So we have a little bit of control on it. But if you're just hopping on the Fediverse and using it as a regular social media and posting things to your timeline, then yes, that's public, so people can see it. So we are privacy aware and we're privacy concerned, but that doesn't immediately put you in a bubble. If you want to be in a bubble, you need to go through and make sure that the way you're posting leaves you in that bubble that you want to be in. The nice thing is we let you be in a bubble and we let you define your bubble to some extent. All right, so let's talk about some ways of defining your bubble, filtering. These are specific to Mastodon. Each of these services has a slightly different take on it. They're working together, trying to make things be more uniform, but that takes a while. And again, we have different opinions, and that's fine. So Mastodon, I mentioned, is adding some features. Well, they just got a grant that allows them to add more filtering options. So this is fantastic for me because this is one of the things I use a lot, and I would like to use more if we had more capabilities with it. If you've ever talked to me for 30 minutes, I've probably mentioned something about I wish all my data went through ProcMail, right? I would just love to ProcMail filter everything and do tons of stuff with it. For those of you old enough to remember what ProcMail is and still having recovered from that. All right. So you can also do follow requests, and follow requests is somebody wants to follow you, but they have to get your permission to do it, right? So you can go through and say, block your account so nobody can just follow you without your permission. You can filter by keyword or account name. So I can filter on, GeekBeacon or GBF 2022, which is the hashtag we've been using, or for mine. There is also drop versus hide. So we've got each service does it slightly different. So I'm not going to get too into the details on this. But there are ways to block somebody being able to send you messages. And there are ways to block it there are ways to block them from being able to send you messages at all, but then they know that they can't send you the messages. There's also ways of basically saying, okay, the messages are coming in, but they're going to get filtered before I see them. So they don't know I'm filtering it, but I still don't see them, right? And in the hide mechanism, you can go back and look at them later on if you want, so you can audit them. The example I would use actually here is, and this is a positive example, Cory Doctorow. Cory Doctorow writes faster than I can read. Dude just posts so much. And just what he does on social media, much less all the books he's doing, all the other things. I don't know how he does it. So I subscribed to him on Mastodon, and I had a 50% feed. It was 50% Cory Doctorow, it was 50% everything else. So what I really want for him is the hide thing, where I can say, don't show it to me, and then when I have time, I will try to go ingest it. Really what I need is a matrix feed, like the movie, not the protocol we'll get to in a little bit. Just once a day, I hook it into my brain and it shoves all the Cory Doctorow in, and I can get it all at once. Because without that fast forward, I can't keep up with it. But you've got those options again, so you can filter how you want to filter based on what it is that's coming in. You can also have expirable filters. So let's say you're going on vacation and you're like, okay, I'm gonna filter out all the stuff that are coming in for requests for my free software package that I'm working on because I don't have time to work. I'm on vacation. I'm going to go do stuff, right? Or maybe you're like, okay, I've got 4 hours tonight, and you filtered for only the stuff for your free software application. Or like for me, coming into speaking at a conference, I want to be able to filter to where I'm seeing only the stuff for the conference. But then after the conference, I usually leave it up for a couple days, so that if there's any stuff that comes in afterwards, any questions, I'll see those, and then it goes into my normal feed. I don't need to keep that top of line for the rest of time. We can expire that. Muting versus blocking. I kind of covered that with drop versus hide. Again, we get to the point where we can block it, stuff coming in, so that we don't see it, but they don't know we don't see it, versus blocking where they know we don't do it. But then it can also make it to where they, when they're logged in, can't see what you're posting, right? So that's the full blocking. Again, keep in mind RSS feeds, and if you do anything that goes to your public timeline, anybody with a web browser essentially can go look at the public timeline. When we're filtering, we can use keyword, user, or instance. So I've already talked about keyword and user, but instance. I can also go and say, all right, hey, this instance has been really annoying. Again, let's go to the move we were at. This is not even necessarily annoying. The move we talked about earlier, where you went from beaconfest.org to geekbeaconfest.org, and you're like, oh, I'm just going to filter all the beaconfest.org stuff out so I don't see it anymore because I've moved on. I'm done with that part of my life. However, right? If you run into a place where it has a lot of content you don't want, for instance, well, I'll get to them later on. When we get to it, you'll know what I'm talking about. You can block the E instance. Yes, Murph, you know what I'm talking about. All right. You can hide content warning and hide all. So content warning is a mechanism where somebody says, hey, here's something that maybe not everybody wants to see. Maybe it's kind of sensitive data, whether that be something that might be offensive or something that might be images that other people don't want to see for some reason. Maybe it's spoilers for your favorite TV show, your book, things like that. So you can put those under content warning. You give it a description, say, this is what's here. Click if you want to see it. Well, as the person receiving it, I can go, just show it to me. I don't care, right? Or I can say anything that comes in with a picture, put a content warning on, and I'll decide if I want to see the picture. This is also useful for those of you that are using phones on a low bandwidth connection, because if you get the right client, it doesn't download the picture. So you can have a feed that's full, that's empty of all the large content until the point you want to see it. You can mute a conversation, so you're participating in conversation. It gets really popular, like, I'm done with this topic, right? So you can just mute the conversation. You won't see anything past that in your feed. You can go back to it, but it's not coming in. You can lock your account so that again, so other people can't follow it. And as I warned out, the public feed, watch out for that. Now in PixelFed, this is something where this top line is something where Dan posted where he had a bunch of requests for this. And then there had been a bit of a mistake, so they had to fix it. So again, he's taking feedback from the community, listening to what people are requesting. He's constantly asking, hey, I'm making these changes to the UI. Do you like this? Please, give me some A/B testing. Let me know what you think of it, right? So muted and blocked accounts aren't included in your suggested post, discovered page, followed hashtags, or network timeline. The key here is you can block somebody so that they can't post to you and you don't see any content from them, right? And for some people, that's really important. I've got some friends who have people they do not ever want to interact with again. So that's important for them. Or they're just like, I'm done with this content for a while and they don't want to see it. Somebody that posts 500 pictures of their cat for Catterday is fine, but I don't need 500 pictures from one person. So maybe I just block them every Saturday. You can come back Sunday and tell me about something else. All right. Private account. So when your account is private, only the people you approve can see your photos and videos on PixelFed. And again, you can opt out of search engine indexing, like I said, for Mastodon. Moderation. So one of the coolest things with this is you can have your local moderation. In the walled gardens that are spying on you, you get one set of moderation, theirs. They get to decide what shows up in your timeline, and somebody that you don't want to hear from can pay their way into your timeline, right? So not only are they messing with your timeline, and they deciding what content you should see and what content you are worthy of, however they're just doing that, but they also allow people to pay to insert themselves in there, even if you don't really want them to do that, right? So with the Fediverse, each instance has its own local moderation, and those local moderators can set the rules, or the instance sets the rules, and then those moderators are in charge of making those decisions for the instance itself. You can also have then local rules. So an instance can say all pictures must have a content warning regardless of what they are. Or they can say no pictures have content warning regardless of what they are, right? So they can automatically go and add and remove the content warning pieces for you, right, at the instance level. You can have instance-wide blocks and filters. And this is where I bring up the E thing. So there is an instance that was created, a poetry instance, where one of their rules is you can't use the letter E. So you can post, you're supposed to be doing poetry, but anything you post can't include the letter E. Well, somebody heard about that, and of course they made then dolphins.town, which only allows the letter E. I don't do good dolphin impressions, E, right? Yeah. So that's the only thing that's allowed. Well, the dolphin, the art community that doesn't allow the letter E might just want to proactively block dolphins.town. Like, you're doing the one thing we say you can't do. Right? I don't know. They might have just allowed it because they thought it was funny. Who knows? Right? Actually, I suppose I could know. I could go look, but yeah. So you can do instance-wide blocks and filters. So the art community has a filter that if you have a post with that has the letter E in it, it doesn't allow the post. I would presume anyway. You can have also, this is not a main Mastodon feature, but there's a fork out there that people are using that allows local only posting. So I can say I'm going to post this, but it can't be forwarded off this instance. We'll get into what you can do with different things in a sec. Then when you see something that's a problem, so let's say you're on the dolphins.town and you see a post that had something other than the letter E, and you're like, oh my gosh, this had a letter G. That's just wrong. We can't allow that. So you can report that to the moderators and go, hey, one of them got through, and they can take care of that, right? And they can then do something to block it. Now, let's say it was something that was worse than just posting the letter G. It was posting a whole bunch of letter G's, intentionally messing with dolphins.town. Well, you can also report that to the moderators of the instance they came from, right? And there's a quote here that I did a sample block or a report, and it tells you, hey, this is coming from somewhere else. Not only can you report it, but we'll let you do it anonymously so they can't see who it is. The moderator of your instance can see who did it, but the moderator of their instance can't see who did it. And we'll talk about what moderators can see in a moment, actually, on this slide. So posting moderation, when you post something, you can decide what the audience is. So the default posting for most things, you can change what your default is in your clients and most clients, but the default is public. So you post it goes to your timeline. Everybody can see it. Everybody on the instance can see it. Everybody that follows you can see it using the RSS feed. If that's available from your instance, then anybody with a public internet connection to that instance can see it because they can look at it in your public timeline. So that's the general default. I know quite a few people change that for their account. So that is not the default. The default is sending it only to their followers or whichever these options they want to choose. Unlisted is similar to public in that everybody can see it, but it doesn't show up in your public timeline. It will probably show up in your RSS feed. So if somebody's following you that way, they'll be able to see it again. So if you want to keep things private, look at how it's doing it for the service that you're using. Followers only, that will only post to the people who are following you, and they can be on any instance. So it could be the people on your local instance that are getting that, but it could also be followers that are on a different instance. So I have multiple accounts and they follow each other, so I can see my posts. So I know what I said, because sometimes I might not know, right? So those posts go from one instance to another instance in that way. And then you can do a direct message, a DM. And that goes only to the people who are the recipients of the message and the instance admins, right? So this is not encrypted. This is not, if you want to, overthrow your local gardening co-op, this is not the place to do it, right? You are conspiring in the open. So direct messages will give you things that the normal public can't see, that shouldn't show up in your public timeline. That has not always been the case in my testing. But even though it's not going to anybody else, the instance admins at each of the instances that get a copy can also see it, because they can see all the posts that are coming through. It's not something we're hiding, it's just something to make sure people are aware of. So if I go through and make it a DM, and I say it's going to somebody instance A, somebody instance B, and somebody instance C, it will go directly to those three people at those three instances. But then again, the admins at each of those three instances, and my instance, if it's a different one, can see the message as well. Part of that is for moderation and things, so they can look at it. Then local only, I mentioned this is a fork of Mastodon that's available on several different instances. So it also gives me a possibility of saying, here's a post, but you can't forward it off of this instance to another instance. So if I'm on instance A and I say this is local only, then if somebody wants to forward it over to instance B, or if somebody's following me from instance B, it won't go there. It'll only stay on instance A, and instance A won't let it be forwarded. It's text, it's a post, so people can screenshot it. It doesn't mean it's secure, but it does help you reduce that a little bit. All right. Accessibility. So this is kind of actually a cool thing for the Fediverse. Again, we're community run, so we want our community to be able to participate. So Fediverse projects I've looked at have generally made a public effort towards accessibility. They've not necessarily been successful, but they're trying. And one of the examples I give, I think it's useful, and I see why, but I still think it's kind of funny. If you make a text post, you can only use 500 characters. But if you add a picture to your post and add a description, you can do a much longer. You can write a book as a description for the picture, but that's necessary for the people who can't see the picture. That text description is their view of what's in that picture. And then also in the Mastodon community, it generally encourages image descriptions for the visually impaired, and there's actually a account you can subscribe to, and if you copy them on your image pictures, they'll remind you if you forgot to add a description. So what are some good reasons for federating? One of the big ones is avoid monoculture. I need to update this. Sorry, Christine. All right. So Chris posted is one of the people behind ActivityPub. We'll get to that in a little bit. But said a few years ago, I think nobody, not even Mastodon's development team, wants a monoculture. And this is true. We don't want just one huge instance. I'm not afraid of some big instances, but we want to make sure we have lots of other instances as well, and that people can have some control over their local environment. So some things to consider when you're choosing an instance is the themes and fandoms, right? So if you're a dolphin fan or just a fan of the letter E, join dolphins.town and create an account there. If you just think, oh, I use E too much, join the other account, right? If you're into My Little Pony and hot rodding minis, maybe there's an instance for that. By the way, a couple years ago, I gave just completely off the wall example like that, and somebody's like, there is one of those. So who knows? Choose for your moderation team. Do you trust them to do what you think they're going to do? Are they going to do a good job of it? Choose for instance size. Maybe you want to be on a smaller instance that's more of a small community. Maybe you want to be on a big instance, something in the middle. So that's one of the things we can choose based on. Does it have enforced guidelines? This goes back to the moderation team. You've got guidelines for the instance, but does the moderation team actually enforce them? So if you've got an instance that says that they're not going to allow any pictures being posted at all, just period, they want plain text, does somebody get to, constantly get to post something with pictures and not have those filtered out so that they don't go forward, right? But maybe then again, you want something that doesn't have enforced guidelines. One of the big things with this is adult content, right? We want an instance that doesn't allow adult content, or an instance that does allow adult content. You can choose the one you want and go that direction. And then, of course, you can also go through and run your own instance. Now, I talk about this. We're running instances. We're standing those up. You can do your own. Is free software required to be a federated service? No, right? They're open protocols. Could I write a, could I? No, I can't. But could somebody who's sufficiently capable write a proprietary piece of software that would use the federated protocols and be able to federate? Yes. Could all of the free software instances say, oh, we don't like that you're commercial or that you're proprietary, so we're not going to talk to you? Yes, right? Freedom. You can do what you want, but people can also say, we don't like it. All right. History of federation. The big thing from this is that this is not a new thing. The original guidance behind the internet was that we route around problems. And we don't do that anymore. In a lot of cases. In the case of the walled gardens, we definitely don't route around problems. When a walled garden goes down, they're down. Nobody can do nothing, right? So using the Fediverse, though, you can have backup accounts. You can have other things so that you can still be active in getting the information you need. Email was federated, right? Everybody could set up their own email server. In fact, you had to, because there were no central servers. And you would run your own email server, and you could send email back and forth to other people. And just like in the Fediverse today, if somebody was causing problems, we could block them. We could block them at the email server. We could block them at our mail client, right? IRC is kind of federated. It doesn't. It's really a loose conglomeration of people talking a protocol, but it is federated in that there are multiple servers and they're working together. Web, RSS, so forth. We'll get into, so XMPP and Jabber, status.net, these were more coordinated to me efforts to create a Fediverse protocol that could be used on the open internet for people to have social networks. And the one that I talk about the most is ActivityPub. It's already come up in the talk. We'll get some more details with that. One of the advantages of the ActivityPub for me is it's a W3C standard, and it's being used by multiple services so that they are interacting with each other over the ActivityPub protocol. So federated protocols, again, just going through some of the protocols that were in there. ActivityPub we'll get into a second. But I wanted to point out the enterprise file sync and share. This is something Nextcloud uses, and they're trying to make this to where this is a standard protocol. So you can use that to sync between SyncThing and Nextcloud and SyncThing and other services that would be using it, and the proprietary ones if they were to go through and implement it. Now, ActivityPub, as I mentioned, is a W3C standard. It's used by a bunch of different Fediverse projects. Mastodon, Pleroma, PixelFed, I've all mentioned. Nextcloud, I just mentioned. PeerTube, I showed earlier for video sharing. Plume is one of the blogging platforms, so you can do longer form blogging. It's still got a lot of work, so it's using ActivityPub, but it doesn't, in my experience, doesn't federate very well. But one of the keys to this for me is we've got what I call cooperative competition, right? So Mastodon and Pleroma are both microblocks. And so they're kind of competing in that they're both providing the same service and trying to get people to use the service they're using, whether that just be because of ego or they get more donations so they can spend more time on it. Whatever the reason, they're kind of competing, but at the same time, they're also cooperating. They're trying to make sure that their services work together, work well together. Maybe one is doing more than the other. I do not participate in their private, or their back and forth communications, but it behooves them in both cases to work well with the other. And I know, for instance, Pleroma was adding some features for being able to highlight text and do different things with it that Mastodon didn't have. And the Pleroma devs were going through and making sure it wasn't messing things up on the Mastodon side, which I appreciate because I don't want that feature. So, but they were working, they were testing, and they were asking for feedback from Mastodon users to make sure that what they were doing wasn't interfering with Mastodon. At one point, they rolled out something that did. They rolled it back fairly quickly, apologized for it, and then worked on fixing it so they could roll it out later on. So they've been, my experience, the Pleroma side has been very good about working together and that cooperative part of the cooperative competition. Advantages of group hosting. So this is where you and some friends set up your own domain and host yourself, right? So you can choose your moderators. So you've got a group of 10 people or 500 people that want to come together and do something. You can choose your own moderators. You can take turns so that you don't have people burning out. It does take a bit of work to be a moderator. You can choose your retention period. You can say, oh, we're going to keep our posts for 100 years. We're going to keep them for 3 minutes, whatever, right? So you can choose your local retention period on the server. You can choose your filtering levels and your local moderation rules, right? Again, you can have a feature fork. So maybe you want that local only post option that isn't generally available. And it's like, okay, well, we'll run our own instance and we'll have it. So then you can have things that only go to your local thing. So maybe you like watching a particular TV show all at the same time, or you wait for the pepper and carrot to come out and everybody opens it up at the same time. And you start posting spoilers. Well, if you use the local only piece, you can avoid going through and posting that elsewhere and getting people upset because you gave them spoilers about what's on panel 3 of Pepper and Carrot. You can require accessibility. You can say, okay, no posts that don't have a text description, right? No text description, we don't even allow it to come on. Again, you can have your local security. You can lock down who has access to the instance using all the things we use for normal networking stuff, right? Firewalls and so forth. And you can have privacy. The locals only helps you with the privacy, where again, you're keeping in there. So now you say, okay, well, the moderators can see this when I make this post, this direct message post, but we are them, right? If you're also, if your local instance is also the moderators, then the people that can see it are the people that can see it. You're already in that group. And then they're good for internal only instances. And I'll get to that in the next slide. So why would I want to use an internal only instance? Well, if I want to use this for business, right? So I'm using this for internal communication within the company, school or college, university. So it's in a school, right? So there a lot of schools during the pandemic have been moving to use cloud services and putting everything up on the cloud so they can do stuff because all the kids had to go online only and so forth. Well, we also I don't want all of my kids' data going up there, right? They don't need to be tracking my kid from birth. They think they do, and they think that's how they make money, but they don't need to see that, right? So I would rather that my school runs a free software communication tool where they're using Nextcloud and they're using Mastodon and using these tools and that they host themselves. And maybe they then give the parents access so we can still see what's going on in the school, but they don't need to make the access open to the whole world, right? So we could have a internal only instance, and it might have access from the internet, but again, we can limit who has that access. Medical provider, if you're using it for internal communication at a doctor's office, yeah, please don't just use plain IRC to talk about people's medical issues, right? You can use a private instance that's secure, that is keeping the data within that particular data center, or if you've got a club. So maybe I could, I don't know if I've hinted it at all that, GeekBeacon Fest could start their own instance and run that. And you could have the people that are participating with the GeekBeacon community could run your own instance for your own club, right? For your own community, right? Disadvantages though. Now that I've talked about how they should do that, let me include some reasons why they shouldn't. Moderation is a lot of work. It really is. Even within a close community, you still have posts coming in. You'll have posts, if you're federating, you'll have posts coming from other instances. There is a decent amount of work with it. And if it's really popular and really open, fairly worldwide, there's things we didn't want to know that exist, right? There is a downside to doing your own moderation and what you might have to work with, or what kind of things you might need to solve within the community when there's actual disputes going on, much less just the certain types of spam that come across, right? Not everybody can afford to self-host. It isn't really expensive, but not really expensive can still be a lot of money for somebody on a limited budget. And then the other is services using other people's computers are free, right? I could sign up for one of these walled gardens. It's free. It doesn't cost me, just my privacy, my dignity, things like that, right? But I can also sign up to Mastodon.social or many of the other instances that are available on the Fediverse that are also no cost. So, there's a reason for being able to do that. If you do use one of those instances, I encourage you, and most people will, please donate to them when you can. Help them stay on the air, help them stay financially solvent. So there are some methods for self-hosting. Just run it somewhere, right? If you got a spare Raspberry Pi, you should pretty well put it on there, an old laptop for certain. Depending on the service you're running, depends on how many resources it needs. Find different places. There are several different companies that provide hosting. So just like you can go to a provider and say, hey, I want to run a website, and they'll help you set up the website using WordPress or whatever it is that they're using nowadays. Well, there's some places you can go through to get Mastodon set up, and PixelFed and Pleroma and so forth. I'm using one of those things. I'm not going to do an ad for them, but I've been mostly happy with them for my Nextcloud account. Right? You can install it. There's places that sell VPNs or virtual VPC, I guess, VPS. So you can go get a virtual machine somewhere and set up your own instance or multiple virtual servers. Or you talk your roommate into using it. You talk to somebody else that into hosting it for you, setting it up, right? So now I've talked you into it, and you're like, oh, I want to go do this. I want to participate. First of all, welcome. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate that. How do you choose an instance, right? First thing to remember is it's not a permanent decision. So you can choose an instance. You go, hey, dolphins, I like dolphins. You join dolphins.town, and then you find out you can only post with the letter E. Well, that's kind of fun, but I'm done with that, right? So you can then move to a different instance. No harm, no foul, right? You can look at what your local rules are. Theme or purpose, we've talked about these, number of users, moderators. The keys to me when you're looking at instance are a couple of things that are key are the ones I highlighted. The instance admins, do you think, do you have confidence in them that they're going to do a decent job with moderation? And then how is the instance funded, right? If it's pretty small, one person can fund it. But if it's a large instance, then it needs donations and doesn't have enough donations to keep on the air. Because an instance that is always tottering financially could just go off the air because their ISP is like, we wanted to get paid this month, right? So keep that in mind as well. Again, it's a way of participating. So the Fediverse is what we make with it. All right. Bad actors, freedom isn't free. People can still do what they want. That's bad. Even on the Fediverse, we get things that we don't like that aren't acceptable community. We try to block it, but it does still exist. It is not a magic tool, right? I talked about the walled garden. Here's some examples of some different services. I'm just going to rip through those real quick. Link sharing, I mentioned the book club earlier, the event and group management. So how do you participate? Well, create an account, follow some people, look at the fire hose. So on your instance and several different services, you can see the things in your local feed that are coming from the people that you're following or from the hashtags that you're following. But there's also a fire hose option where you can look at everything that's coming through. If you've got an instance with 500,000 users, that fire hose is running fast, right? If you're on an instance that has a couple hundred users, you can go through and follow it. But it's a way of just finding people, right? You can build the Fediverse. So you can help with instance moderation, development, documentation, the W3C standards, right? They're working on the next version of ActivityPub. There was a weekly social meeting. I'm not certain that's still happening. Donate. And then Outreachy has done a couple of internships to help people to get people working for on Federation. So I know that Oregon took 1 or 2 people this last year as outreach interns to help work on Mastodon. IndieWeb, go if you got more questions about that. Talk to Salt, who talked a couple hours ago. And then some homework. So I've got a quote here. Twitter's in the outrage business. Mastodon is in the business. We're not making money because we're trying to piss people off. We are trying to build a community. But also think about, I've mentioned it is, but is the web really federated? And then create an account and have fun. So thank you for paying attention. For those of you that are still awake, Nixie's stretching. Like I say, we don't have to get along, but with Federation, it is an option, and it's what we make of it. All right, do we have?
I love that. You want to know how many questions we have, my friend? Oh, that's cute. We can leave that up if you want the little Q&A thing.
Yeah, there we go. She's wearing a beacon. That's one of the reasons I chose it.
Oh, I so appreciate you tailor making this for GeekBeacon. Like I'm just over the moon about that. I don't know how to stop your screen sharing, but if you could,
okay.
There's so many questions.
All right.
I would say so little time, but we have a little bit of time going through some of the stuff. Mark's back. Oop. Hello. Yeah, take a water break if you need to.
I'm good.
So yeah, absolutely. Actually, I think so. We have around 10 minutes for questions. Wow, Mark, can you imagine what it would be like if we didn't have to use like 100 of our social media networks and we could just get everyone to join the Fediverse?
Yes, be way easier.
Exactly. So let's start with some short questions. And actually, if it's let's see. I want to, what would be a good way? How about that? Let's start with a softball question. What is a good way to find an instance and get started on the Fediverse?
All right. Well, you can ask Murph, actually. He's pretty knowledgeable. But joinmastodon.org is a site that Mastodon set up. And it's the microblogging, so it's the easiest one to start with. And then PixelFed also has, if you want to start with pictures instead, then I would say look at pixelfed.org and join one of the instances. And like, it's not a permanent decision. Choose one that looks interesting, looks like it has local rules that you would like, and try it. And if you find out in a couple weeks that you found something that was even better, move.
Exactly. Yeah. That I couldn't have said it better myself. I'm going to task Mark. Mark has to go record a video that you guys can look forward to over at Soldier Knows Best channel. If you guys want to throw up Soldier, we're going to say goodbye to Soldier and let him go record his video. But yeah, Mark Watson, SKB. Did you change that link?
I need that hat.
You need that hat. Oh, wait. Where's my hat?
Yeah. I don't have any cool hats. I need something. I need like a little soldier hat.
Forgot to put it on earlier.
Oh, that's amazing. You didn't let me know in advance that you were going to have the penguin hat. I could have worn mine too. I don't have the penguin rocking, but yeah.
You can borrow this one.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Mark, for joining us. I'm going to finish up the Q&A, but you guys have all of his socials. Is there anything that you want to say, something that we didn't say that you wanted us to say? You can say it right now.
No, just like it's been a good time today. So I'm going to be hanging around the chat room a little bit and definitely stopping by tomorrow to hang around the chat. But everyone in the chat room has been awesome questions, and all the other guest speakers have been pretty amazing too. So I want everyone just to stay safe. Have a good rest of your weekend. Take it easy.
Thanks, Mark. Appreciate
Absolutely.
it.
Well,
thank you so much. And he will actually be here tomorrow for our creator panel. So, all right. Let's get back to it because we got stuff to talk about. My goodness, it's crazy. You lit up with the questions. You might not have been able to get feedback while you were doing that, but we got stuff. Okay, we got really intense. Some of these are really long, so I want to start with. Let's see. Oh, yeah, this is a good one. Okay.
From Discord, what happens when what happens to your data when you delete your account, when you've interacted with users on other instances? Is your data now spread across multiple nodes? So an interesting thing about the Fediverse, and one of the things that you touched on a little bit, is that, if you put something on a centralized network, they're in control of the data. And even though you can delete something, it doesn't necessarily go away. So what's your take?
So my take is, once you've given somebody else a copy, once they've got a copy, they have a copy. Right. So it depends on what they're doing, what their client does. And it doesn't matter the service, centralized services or Fediverse. The difference is that in the Fediverse, we can say, well, let's take it down. So at least now it's not getting to new people. Right. But even so, somebody that has already got a copy can reshare it, because, again, they've got a local copy. So, once you've done something publicly, you've done something publicly. And, the cat's out of the bag, so to speak. But you can at least get it to where it's no longer coming from you.
Exactly. And even with a federated instance, that's kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So we could come up with some blocks where we can say, hey, I request all instances to no longer to show that, this just is being dev nulled, go away, no instance should ever see it again. But it's up to the instance admin as to whether or not they would offer that, right? So
yeah.
And screenshot.
Back in the day, in the beginning, right? Screenshots. Yeah.
Pull out my old camera phone and take a picture of it.
That's actually pretty amazing, because you're going to see both of us, you guys, all the audience is going to see both of us wearing different clothing in like an hour, doing a panel with Dahlia, who did a panel earlier today. We're doing a lot of like space-time continuum stuff, but we talk about, how do you retcon stuff from the internet? So you definitely should stay tuned to check that out.
Good news, though, is for the other panel, though, I talked to Bette Midler and got to use her wardrobe. So it's fabulous.
Fabulous. Oh, perfect. I love it. Okay. Ready for some more not softball questions. Okay. Sure. So I'm going to read it how I think they would think, how they're, will there ever be a time the government can step in and say enough is enough when it comes to data collection, in the vein of GDPR limiting what they collect and store? Will we ever have sweeping laws stating what can and can't be asked of people to provide? I hate government regulation, but Facebook asking people to submit picture ID of their face is different, obviously, going a step farther. With flashing colors and lights to use the platform should not be allowed, in Tyler's opinion. If a site knowing my face or verifying my identity has no effect on me using the site, and I was fine using it prior to this shouldn't be allowed. So basically, I would say the question is, in your opinion, because people really love to hear what you have to say, when do you think there's going to be a time where enough is enough?
To me, the time was a long time ago, right? To the government, well, unfortunately, we have some people are making a lot of money off of us and using that money against us, right? So for everybody that's using the walled gardens and helping finance the walled gardens by giving them data, that data is being used to try to shape your opinions, but also the money that's coming from that is being used to finance campaigns and other pieces that are going in that company's best interest, not in our best interest, right? And so the big way we can do it is by encouraging other people to not feed the tiger, not to feed that engine that is working against us. And then be active politically. And if this is, regardless of everything else, talk to people in your local government, talk to people at your national government, where you are, about how you think that privacy is important, and that they should be making rules to help force companies to take that. GDPR is doing
whistleblowers.
Yeah.
I'll just throw that out there. Yep.
GDPR is doing some of that. The California data protection rules, Colorado's passed something recently. Vermont passed something recently.
Virginia's is also, there's whispers in Virginia about it. So can you imagine the different state rules? I mean, we have different state rules for everything else. So let's have different state rules for privacy. And then hopefully it will just cause this sweeping across the board legislation, just for the sheer fact that people don't want to deal with the individualization of all the different states, right?
Yeah, I think in the end, we need to come up with a universal human rights, digital human rights thing that is being pushed from a national entity. Because what happens when the U.S. and Germany and China and Indonesia and Brazil all have different rules? How do you as a company make all that work? Because you don't know where somebody is. If it weren't for the pandemic, you did the video earlier. You're crossing international borders. You're going to different continents. What rules are in effect when you're in Europe? What rules are in effect when you're in Africa? What rules are in effect when you're in California or Vermont or Ohio, right?
And it's just the silent acquiescence of whatever those rules are. We don't really know what we're complying to and when. Yeah, that's really interesting. Oh God. Okay. I was like, would you like to come back and we can just do this in a podcast form? Because I would like to save these questions and do this again. Because I can't believe, I mean, you're so good with this stuff and people just love you. So let's see here.
I'm going to play that snippet from my boss's boss. She was asking that earlier today.
Okay, Hans is an amazing person, and we love him here at GeekBeacon. Our Open Culture Conference, GBF 2022. Where are you guys at? How about that?
Awesome.
Okay. So we can show people the Fediverse, the other platforms that don't require your data, right? Mastodon, Matrix, Lemmy, Friendica, stuff like that. And how do you do this without sounding like a conspiracy theorist? That's a very good point, like culturally speaking. Because it does. It's kind of,
Yeah. Well, it depends on how we're selling it, right? And the thing for me is more, again, local control. And I went a little hard because I'm talking specifically about the Fediverse, about the walled gardens that get to decide how to filter my data and decide what data I'm using. But also, as I said, you were talking about one of your videos earlier this week about the fact that YouTube, they're not the same, I'm told. YouTube is limiting who you can broadcast to, the size of the audience. So you've got this huge audience, and they're like, yeah, but we're only going to let you talk to some of them. Right? It's their platform. They get to do that. But in the Fediverse, that's not how we work. That's not what our community is. Maybe we get big enough that someday that kind of has to be the pace. What happens when Beyonce sets up a Pixel Fed account, right?
So basically we need to get some celebrities to start caring about the Fediverse.
Yeah, but we're going to crash when that happens, right? The number of people signing up for it is going to destroy the Fediverse. We will be able to recover, but how do we pay for that infrastructure? How do we deal with when we do get the tens of millions or hundreds of millions or billions of accounts? But we're growing organically, so we're building that. Computers are getting more powerful, so in 5 years we'll be able to run the entirety of the Fediverse on one Raspberry Pi in somebody's closet.
Yeah, like what more can you ask for? Exactly. Another thing that's always problematic for me when you get to the, hey, try this avant-garde, not very typical privacy forward app, is that people will say, well, I just hate this argument. And you guys keep tuning into the privacy panel because it's super long, but it's super interesting in my opinion. It's this, I don't have anything to hide. I didn't do anything wrong. And so why would I want my rights? And so I always say, like, your privacy and the rights are not only there for you if you have something to hide. It's especially like what happens if there's so many different use cases, you know what I mean, that you'd want privacy.
Even thinking about whether or not you want to hide it, do you want your grandma looking at every single social media post you've ever made?
That's a good point. Yeah.
Right?
Maybe that could be the answer, right, to that question of if they feel like I'm a conspiracy theorist because I'm using kind of a privacy forward app.
Yeah. I have, so if my Phlox Advocate is my kind of professional account where it's my free software stuff, right? So I do things in there. I generally don't post political things or post risque pictures. I don't do risque pictures for the most part, but I try to keep it something that's positive and community building. Then I have a private account where I post all kinds of things and nothing too horrible, but where I'm more free to be me. And if I was doing stuff for work, though, again, I want to be able to keep those separate. I don't want my boss finding all the political stuff, even if I know that my boss will agree with me on 100% of it. It's not a work appropriate topic, right? And there's a lot of things I post about on my private thing that aren't work appropriate, and I would rather that they follow my,
that is a huge, I think that's
Yeah.
the biggest use case that we can give, really, is because, it's more than do not track me. It's do not follow me, or just do not base your entire opinion off of what I said this one time when I was kind of hangry, like I am right now. And, and just like that one snippet in time that will follow you for the rest of your life. So Hans, I'm so sorry to say that we are over time, but we are going, not only are we going to talk to you guys in literally a couple hours in a different capacity, but I would love to have you back, or you get me out there to Seattle so we can just do this thing with Salt, like by that you want, especially if you decide that you're going to do it like in person. That would be awesome.
Okay. We can do it. We can talk about you being the content creator, me talking about the network, and Salt talking about how he's going to pay for it all.
Oh, so perfect. Does Salt know about this?
He just writes a check. I'm pretty certain that's how it happens.
Oh,
right?
Yeah. Okay. Does that mean we can put Snowdrift back on the oh no, they removed it. Bummer. I was about to just put Snowdrift on the bottom there. Okay, Hans, always a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I really appreciate you taking the time to be a part of this open community event, in support of the Electronic Frontier Foundation, which I will talk about right after this. Thank you so much.
Yep, and I'm in Discord and on Mastodon, so get a hold of me.
Fox advocate, as everyone should be. All right. Hey, guys. Oh, I'm not der Hans. What's that all about? Okay. So before we bring on our next host, I'd like to give a big shout out to one of the best charities that I have ever been a part of, and that's the Electronic Frontier Foundation. I think we have that on YouTube, but somewhere down below. So the EFF is bristling leading edge in the charge to take back digital civil liberties, and corporate government interests merge to this overarching like mass surveillance network, right? So the EFF is on the front lines in the challenge of corporate overreach and the government abuses of power. The pardon me, the EFF website even hosts a surveillance self-defense guide. That is my favorite thing to look at, but not my favorite thing to say. I also do a video on Privacy Badger, which apparently Privacy Badger is still up there. That's awesome. So the self-defense guide contains both tutorials on software and information, security and privacy concepts. So not only is the EFF taking the fight to the courts, they also develop and build technologies to help users protect their security and privacy online. And if you know anything about us here at GeekBeacon, we fight for the users. I've been saying that since I don't even know how long. In all of my videos, we fight for the users. So thank you, EFF, supporting an amazing cause. And then tomorrow we're going to support the Able Gamers, charity. This is what happens when I am waterless. But if it compiles, ship it, and we're doing it live. And in the effort of doing it live, I see Shiny drinking in the background, making me feel jealous. We're going to bring him on. I'd like to introduce Shiny. I've totally abbreviated your name to Shiny because it's so fun to say.
Well, thank you.
But it's more over shiny tech things. All right, let me introduce Shiny formerly with my lack of water. Shiny Tech Things is a mega nerd. We always love those. IT pro, parent, and husband who lives and loves all IT. If you've seen him on YouTube, you'll know this to be true. He founded eliteadmin.org. That's 1337admin.org if you don't know. And the Shiny Tech Things on YouTube channel to help teach technology to others while documenting projects. And he is currently a systems analyst volunteer on the weekends. Hello, nice to see you live.
Same here. Yeah.
I just realized the sun has set and now it is like crazy white balance issues, but I can fix that because you're the host now. How's it going?
Good.
All right. Oh, we have Andrew in here. So man, we're doing it live. Sorry that we ran over time, and I don't know if Andrew can hear. See, we have it. Oh, that's awesome. Restream has been so great for us. All right. Let's see if there's Anything else I should talk about? Oh, right. Before we do this, please ask questions for Andrew on the Discord. If you guys don't know, Geek Beacon is a fellowship of geeks, nerds, techies, gamers, coders, creators, and we are bound for aspirations of good like EFF and more. We're doing a celebration of open source and mental health. Welcome to Geek Beacon. Check out our Discord. We're going to do a game night after this and a game night, and we're actually giving away prizes for asking questions. So hopefully we'll see you guys do that soon. Thank you so much, Shiny. Take it easy.
See ya. And where is... Okay, so as an industry, we tend to focus on which tools will help us be more efficient in our work. Hey, Andrew.
How's it going?
Good. There we go. All right. So as an industry, we tend to focus on which tools help us be more efficient with our work. This has been good, especially when lowering the barrier to entry, but it misses a lot of where our pain actually comes from. In this talk, I guess you'll be providing an argument about why we should be also focusing our time on building empathy for others, as well as some resources on how to improve. Now, Andrew here is a developer turned evangelist turned product manager who's looking to make building software on Kubernetes easier and even more humane. That's pretty good. So I guess you can take it from here, Andrew.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you. Like you said, I am a product manager at SUSE working on the developer experience for Kubernetes. And when I was approached a little while ago about doing a talk for Geek Beacon, I figured this would be a really nice opportunity to kind of bring together some of the things I've been thinking about, and really kind of some of the frustrations I've been having with the industry. So maybe a little bit tongue-in-cheek, or a little bit idealistic, but this is DevOps is about building empathy and not building tools. And I recognize the irony being a product manager building DevOps tools of giving this talk. But I do think that it's really important for us to have this conversation. And so a kind of brief agenda of what I want to talk about. Is basically I'm going to start off with a little bit about like what is empathy and why should we care. Maybe a couple of arguments there. I'm going to set the stage for kind of what the industry is today and how we got here, both the good parts, in my opinion, and the bad. Next, I'm going to go through how we can make the industry better, at least again, in my opinion. And then how do we get there? And then lastly, I'm going to finish off with questions and offerings. And I'm stealing that from my wife, who stole it from, and of course I'm not going to remember the name, but a really amazing writer. And just know that I did not come up with that myself because I have no answers. All of this is subjective. The best I can do is give some offerings on at least my perspective of things, or potentially other writings to look at, other people to follow. So. And just in general, I do think that it's really important to note that I don't think that anything in this talk is all that revolutionary. My hope is that I can really just connect some dots that I think that might hopefully be a little bit novel. We'll see. So you never know. But yeah, so thanks for joining and thanks for listening, and let's get going. So again, my name is Andrew Gracie. I started with my journey through all of this with a degree in computer science, and immediately went into an internship in tech marketing because I had a recruiter call me up going, "Hey, do you want to travel the world and demo stuff? Right? You can talk to people, and you know some tech, so let's just get you out in front of people and travel a lot." So I started working in tech marketing, and what I learned really fast and really early in my career is, again, irony, is that I don't particularly care about the tech, right? The tech is awesome. The tech is fun. But to me, where the interesting piece is, and I should clarify it, uh, me personally, I don't care about, right? It's not like what I find the most fun. But so what I do is really that intersection between tech and people and business and kind of making it all work for everybody, while also hopefully making it something that a company can keep on going forward with. So I did that for a little bit, and then my student loans hit, and I had to switch back to straight engineering because I needed to actually be able to pay off my student loans. Um, so I did that for a little while, and switched back to tech marketing and got myself an MBA. And the reason I bring that up is because I was going through my MBA at the same time as my wife was actually going through a degree in counseling. And so with that, we would compare notes, and it was really interesting because we were actually learning a lot of the same things. So yeah, so a lot of kind of the content of this talk is actually coming from my wife through me and through things that we've talked about that she brought up, and we went, hey, that's really interesting. Um, and then I made my way over to DevRel for a little bit, taught people how to do Kubernetes, specifically as a developer role. That's really hard. And then decided that I wanted to help change how hard that was and switched over to product management. So you might be thinking DevOps and empathy, right? Like that's weird. That's a weird combo. Um, yes. um, and so yeah, so DevOps is all about improving our throughput, and empathy is about our feelings. That right? That's how do these relate? Um, so yeah, so I'm going to kind of walk through this. Um, so first off, like what is empathy, right? Like I think everybody probably would describe it a little bit differently. It's one of those words that is, at least to me, is maybe a little bit different in how we use it versus how it's actually defined. So the definition that I'm hoping to use, or that I would like to use, is empathy is kind of that the building connections with others, understanding other people's emotions, finding commonalities with people. Um, it is built on knowing your own base assumptions and knowing kind of where your reactions to things come from, and really both knowing yourself and knowing other people, or so that you can actually relate to other people better. And lastly, and I think probably one of the most important parts is being super vulnerable with other people, and that is also very hard. Um, and this screen capture is from a talk from Brene Brown called, I think it's titled, and if you just Google it, it's Empathy versus Sympathy, Brene Brown. Fantastic talk, cute animation that goes with it. Definitely worth a watch if you haven't ever seen it before. Um, yeah, so that's kind of where I'm coming from with the empathy part. Um, and yeah, so why should we care about each other, right? I'm going to give kind of two takes on this. The first is we should care about each other, right? The part of the human condition is that we should care about each other. Part of what makes society work together is that we fight for each other. We're all doing this thing called life together, right? Regardless of where you're coming from. Yeah, we're all doing this together. Um, and we should care about our close friends and society as a whole, and even people who aren't friends with us, the people who might think differently than us. We should care about them. Um, the yeah, technology is never neutral, right? So um, empathy kind of drives our decisions on what we build, how we build it, how we release it, how we license it. Um, so yeah, all of those different pieces. Um, this is maybe a little overly philosophical, but Kant has this idea called the categorical imperative. If you've watched The Good Place, they talk about it quite a bit. Um, but it's basically the whole idea is like if everybody can do one thing, then it's fine. But if society breaks down, if everybody was to perform an action, then it is immoral. Maybe a bit over prescriptive. Again, good place, fantastic show. Go watch it. But yeah, so I tend to kind of come at it from that lens of like, look, we all, if we don't have empathy, everything breaks down. So you're SOL. And as I was writing this talk, actually, there were a lot of quotes that I found as I was writing this talk, and I feel like the conversations that are on in tech Twitter kind of actually followed what I was researching. So I don't know if that was conversation actually happening or just maybe I happened to see it because I was watching for those words. I don't know. But Dan Rather had a quote called that basically said, "When in doubt, be kind," and that hit me. And I like that. Um, so so hopefully like all of us are good people, right? But sometimes you have to convince your management, your bosses, whatever, investors, that you should change your culture, right? That you should focus on the empathy, on the human aspects of things, potentially more than at least more as a primary focus than focusing actually on revenue and share value, right? And so honestly, I feel like that they work really well together. And yeah, so honestly, I think that having empathy is actually also really good for your business, believe it or not. And I think that there's a lot of reasons for this, and we'll kind of go into even more later. But um, first off, psychological safety is a real issue, especially in the tech industry, and especially like if you're in like the gaming industry. Psychological safety is hard to come by, and when you have it, you work better, you feel better, you're more creative, just everything's happier, right? You can decrease the friction between your teams, right? So if you're actually having better conversations across teams, across roles, you obviously will end up uh, doing a whole lot less, a lot less. You'll be making less mistakes, right? Um, so yeah, and you'll make a lot fewer mistakes because you'll actually get things right the first time. For example, if you actually have empathy for your user, for your end user, you won't have to do as much rework because you will have been able to target what they need at, and maybe what they actually need versus what they say that they need. Because sometimes, obviously, what users say that they need isn't what they need. And I'm going to stop saying users, and I'm trying to get better at this because they are people. Uh, um, so yeah, so you'll build a better product. You will you'll have faster time to recover because when shit goes down and somebody deleted prod, you don't have that like you're not fighting. You're able to communicate more effectively and communicate the right things to the right people. And then lastly, lower turnover in staff. I mean, hiring somebody is really freaking expensive. And so if you treat your employees better, then you won't have to hire as many people. So, um, yeah, so be nice to people, right? Have empathy for everybody. And then again, back to Twitter being weird. They I happened to see this while we were talking, or while I was doing this research. Um, and John Miller from Agile Schools it came across, and he said, "Yeah, finally realizing that it's not waterfall as commonly used. It's the mass production mindset, the having to think about everything as a factory floor. That's the problem." So yeah, I think that honestly nails it pretty well. Um, yeah, that's kind of why I think that this is an important conversation to be having, and why empathy can make our lives better, both our lives, but also like make us more productive, more profitable, whatever, um, more creative, whatever piece of the puzzle you care about, right? We can hopefully improve that with uh, knowing knowing our coworkers and knowing the people who are actually using our product much better. So Yeah, so kind of where are we now? Where's the industry? DevOps has changed a lot in the last 5 to 10 years. Um, and DevOps kind of started out from the Phoenix Project, which is a fantastic book, and you should, if you haven't read it, you should read it. You should also read the Unicorn Project, which is the second book in the series. Um, but yeah, so this got written, and there's also another book called The Goal by Eliyahu Goldratt, that the Phoenix Project is basically the tech version of it. But it's all really about the theory of constraints. So when you look at a process, you actually identify where constraints are in the throughput of goods or services through your business process. It's all about systems thinking. So instead of being very narrowly focused on your components, looking at the system as a whole. And it's also a lot about change management and being able to be more adaptable, being able to be more fluid with your work. Especially as a larger organization, change is hard. There's no getting around that. So being able to better change makes things easier. And also, DevOps has kind of really has torn down the walls between different roles, to where I see a lot of developers who are being asked to do operations work, and a lot of operators who are being asked to do developer work. And yeah, so there's been a lot of changes in the industry, some good, some bad, right? So some of the good outcomes, and there's a lot of good outcomes, but honestly, one of the first things, one of the best outcomes I think that we've seen with the DevOps industry and just in general the growth of the tech industry, um, is that the improved tools that we've built have really reduced the barrier to entry into the industry. And there are so many reasons that this is good, but it allows people with different voices and people with different backgrounds and people with different opinions to come in and build things and really improve the world through what they can dream up, right? And so we need to keep on building tools that help more people to enter the industry, right? So this is a very happy thing. So don't get me wrong, being all negative about DevOps. There are a lot of things that have come out that have been just really really amazing. And also, I think that honestly, because it's exposed more of the complexity to more people, I think that there's more understanding that this stuff is hard, right? And we can probably make it easier, at least in certain cases. It has also we've also seen a large rise in cross-functional teams, people with different roles working together. This is also a really good thing. You throw a security person and a dev and an ops and a business person into the room together, tell them to come up with a spec and potentially implementation. They're going to come up with something completely different than if you just tell all devs or all ops or all business people to do the same thing, because they'll be able to have a much faster cycle time through those ideas, where you can refine ideas much faster, and that's obviously a good thing, as opposed to just like, hey, here's a spec, go right against it and come back in 6 months and tell me if it was good or not. I've hated being the developer on that side. um, and then lastly, yeah, we have a much better understanding of the complexity of the systems that we're working on, because as an individual contributor, dev or operator, I have much more visibility into the whole infrastructure now, and much more visibility into all of the different places that my code will touch, how it will actually impact the customer, how will, right, all of these different pieces, you'll be able to see much better and have a better appreciation for. Yeah, so that said, with all the good things, we've got some problems to fix, right? I'm gonna take a drink of water. Um, yeah, so there are a couple problems that we really run into. The first, and the one that frustrates me a lot the most, is that we've really seen a reduction in individual roles, right? Again, like I said, you see devs who are asked to do operations and ops who are asked to do dev work, and the boundary between roles hasn't just gotten fuzzy, but it seems to have disappeared for a lot of teams and a lot of the customers that I talk to. Uh, this is hard because, as I was mentioning, the barriers to entry going down because of tools. Your barrier of entry is coming right back up because of the additional complexity and the additional skill set that you have to know to be effective at certain jobs. So yeah, so that's a bit of a problem. Um, Also, your complexity has exploded, and I'm going to pick on Kubernetes for both this one and the next point. Kubernetes is very complex, right? It's hard to learn. It's confusing at times, and especially if you run into an issue, you're just kind of sitting there going, "I don't know how to fix this," right? And I say that as somebody who's worked with Kubernetes for 5.5 years at this point. Um, so there's just so much. There's so many places that your code can go wrong, and that you can really run into issues. Um, Also, along with the complexity exploding, we have a twofer where the pace of change is accelerating so fast. And my personal example is what was this? 3 years ago? No, yeah, 3 years ago. I knew React, the JavaScript framework for building web UIs. I knew it so well that I built my own version of portals, which is the way that you get out of tree DOM. Um, you basically can bridge your virtual DOM across multiple DOM trees. Um, I built my own version of that, right? I knew the internals so well and I knew the framework that well that I was able to do that. Um, and then 3 years later, React has changed so much that I have to Google every time I start a new project and write anything because I don't even know it anymore. And it's still the same major version, basically. So yeah, so we've kind of got all of that going on. There's just so much to learn, and it's moving so fast. Even when you Google stuff, you're still getting old version results from old versions. So and then lastly, I'm going to call out bad meritocracy, right? This is less to do with DevOps and more to do with the industry as a whole, where, and hot take, hopefully not too hot, we have a real issue with people who are being held up on pedestals as good people and people that we want in the industry when they just happen to have written the most lines of code or have been around the longest. And that is not healthy because there's nothing saying that the person who writes the most code is actually the person that you want to be working with you, because there's a if they are not a good person, there's a high likelihood that they've turned right away enough additional people that easily could have filled their spots, right? So we do have a massive issue in the industry there, in my opinion. Yeah, so where do we want to go? Right, we want a better world, right? So how do we get there? Um, yeah, maybe a bit glib, but be the change you want to see, right? So we want a better world. We all hopefully want to improve the world. Uh, our chosen medium of improving the world is through improving our technology. The way you build better technology is by better teams. Uh, how you build better teams is you get better processes, and how you get better processes, in my opinion now, is by building better empathy, right? So each of these kind of cascades onto each other. And if you want to get to a better world and a more fair and humane world, we need to start with the actual caring about each other piece, and then that will inform each other the following steps in this. Um, so yeah, so and also maybe a bit cheesy, but honestly, I do believe that small changes can have large impacts, right? If you show that, hey, building empathy, being that friendly person, being that person who cares deeply about each other, about your teammates, if being that person and also working and uh, being effective with that. if you can show that those two are tied together, then hopefully that rubs off on other people. And then lastly, as you learn how to be more empathic, teach other people, right? Help other people, because again, it's a skill that you can learn. But obviously do it tactfully. Nobody wants to be the person, again, I recognize the irony here, but nobody wants to be the person looking down on somebody else, going, hey, you're being a dick, right? Nobody wants to be that. And hopefully I can say that on this restream, so I apologize if I can't. Yeah, so how do we get from here to there, right? I think there's a couple different ways, a couple different methodologies, and places to kind of focus on. And so the first couple are around process changes. So the first is, with your process, be honest about your constraints. It's probably not tooling anymore, right? I mean, assuming that you are anywhere near using modern tooling, tooling is probably not your constraint. It's probably easier to find constraints with communications breakdowns, high turnover in your teams, burned out engineers. Been there, done that. People who are, it's over engineering. We as engineers, myself included, have a propensity to build something that is shiny and fun and showy, right? As opposed to the thing that somebody actually needs, right? And as opposed to the simple thing that somebody needs. Also, if anybody went to school like me, you learn to over-engineer things in school. Like, they legitimately teach you how to over-engineer things, but don't teach you that that's a problem. So yeah, that I had to unlearn a lot of things. And then lastly, workplace trauma. A lot of us have had really bad bosses in the past, and there are times where things will happen in the industry and or sorry, in your day-to-day life at work, and you react poorly because of something in your past that triggered a certain response, and you don't all of a sudden you're like really frustrated with somebody, or you're mad because like they responded in a way that you think is maybe inappropriate or maybe showing poorly on you, right? Um, and that happens a lot because most of us have had trauma in our past, of some sort. Um, and the picture, this is very random, but it's a flywheel. And basically, it's that momentum of making these process changes will keep on building on itself, right? So as you turn it, it will keep the momentum, and you can kind of keep on adding to it as you go. So yeah, so next is really communication, right? Communication is not easy. Um, it's actually very hard, and takes a lot of intentionality to do well. So yeah, so just a couple, again, none of this is super novel. So first off, actually talk to each other, right? I know I do, and I think probably most people in our industry are, when you run up against a problem, or somebody is just freaking driving you crazy, or maybe they made a mistake, or somehow there's been a misunderstanding, you bear it on yourself as opposed to actually going and being like, hey, what did you mean by this, right? Like, here's what I heard. And actually having that conversation, or what I do a lot is I will be like, oh, hey, they told me this like 2 or 3 weeks ago. I'm just going to take that as truth, as opposed to going and asking, be like, hey, you said this. I just want to make sure that you were actually serious about that, right? And yeah, so communicate, right? Over communicate. It's not a problem. Might be a little bit annoying at first, but you'll hit a stride. Uh, Next is use a framework, and I'll show a framework on the next slide. But be aware of like how communication is happening, and again I'll get to that in the next slide. again, my wife is a marriage and family counselor, and obviously, because everybody should, we've been to marriage counseling. And one of the things that she teaches is this thing called a heart talk, which sounds very weird when you bring it into a business oriented or a non-romantic relationship. But the whole idea is that you have this back and forth where somebody will say something, and the recipient will go, "What I heard you say is," and they repeat it back to them in their own words. Is that right? Right? And then that gives the person who is sending that message and making the statement to correct or to kind of tease out any details that maybe might have been overlooked, so that you're both aligned and together on the meaning of what was said. And you go back and forth with that. And honestly, um, it it would be it's maybe a bit weird to do in a team dynamic setting, but in this very specific way. But honestly, taking that idea of like, hey, I heard you say this. I think this is what you meant. Is that correct? Being able to have that back and forth, I think would honestly, especially when you're working across cultures, would be so massive, right? That would help so many people. And then lastly, listen to feedback, both verbal and nonverbal feedback. And actually, I was joking with my wife about even giving this talk, because it's like I'm talking to a camera, right? I have no clue if people are listening, but you get. So that getting that feedback is really important, because without it, you're just kind of vomiting it into the void. And so actually hearing that feedback and watching for those nonverbal cues is very important. So yeah, so what I mean by use a model, right? Um, Back on point two for that. Um, so this is a very basic communication model. I'm not a communications major. I'm not an expert in this. So this is honestly, I Googled and found one that I thought made a lot of sense. Um, but the basic idea of this model is that the person who is talking um, will encode their message, send the message over the medium, voice, text, video, waving your hands, right? Sign language, right? The person on the receiving end will decode it, and then interpret that to get the meaning out. And then they will encode a response, send that message, and then the person who sent the original message um, will decode that response and interpret it. And what this diagram doesn't show is that this is a continuous loop, right? Both you're always encoding and decoding. So even if somebody is standing there silently, not giving any hints onto what they're thinking, that is a message that they are sending, and you are decoding and interpreting, regardless of their intention, right? So kind of being aware that this cycle is happening, I think, can really help a lot of communication breakdowns that we see, that we've all experienced, where, like, yeah, again, it's not just like listening to feedback, it's also giving feedback, right? It's also paying enough attention to give feedback. The fun thing is, like, where this breaks down is if, like, somebody's on the other side of a video call and they happen to, like, react to something that has nothing to do with you, and all of a sudden you freak out because it has nothing to do with you, but you think it does. There You have to also take into the account, like, what the medium is, and how other sources of that encoding, or what that encoding might potentially entail, that has honestly where things might get poorly encoded, right? um, so I mean, put it into coding terms, right? You've got to encode, decode, and if one side isn't encoding or decoding on the same in the same protocol, you're not gonna. Everything's gonna stop working. So, um, So yeah, so those are some process changes, kind of how to actually like the activities that you can do to improve your empathy and improve your how you work with others. Next are a couple kind of mindset changes. Um, and I apologize, I feel a little bit preachy about some of these, but I do think that they're good to know, to at least say. So I apologize if it comes off as a bit preachy. I really don't want it to. Um, but again, there are some things that I think are at least worth mentioning, right? Um, so yeah, so you are able to learn empathy, right? For people who are sitting there going, "Hey, I don't have really good empathy. I need to improve." Um, there's a couple ways that you can do that. And the first is to feel your own emotions, right? This can be, yeah. So feel your own emotions. Actually, like embrace them and use them to guide your communication, right? And the beautiful thing about emotions is that you can feel them without having to react to them, and that obviously comes with practice, right? Again, I'm gonna stand on the shoulders of my wife here. So much of what she teaches clients is just like, hey, here's how you break that cycle of feel, emotion, react, or ignore it, and instead have the cycle be feel an emotion, introspect it, and then choose what you do. Um, Next is, yeah, learn more about your coworkers and become friends. Care about them, right? This is not always easy or returned, right? Um, Next is learn more about other cultures and worldviews. We all have a worldview, whether we are cognizant of what it is or not. There are so many times where, again, communication gets broken down because somebody is from a different culture or has different views of what is how they perceive the world. So when you are talking with them. Um, there is you might use language in a different way. You might give different examples, right? There's a lot of different places where you can break down. Um, yeah. So next is, yeah, be okay with good enough when it is. Um, Again, a lot of times as engineers, we want to build the perfect product. We want to architect things the right way. Most of the times, there's not a right way, right? Um, so you're balancing constraints. So balance all of your constraints, not just the technical ones, but also the people ones, and be concerned with how the downstream effects of your actions help or hurt people. This can be very important in tech because, again, tech is not neutral. Um, Yeah, also don't settle for bad bosses or coworkers. Push back, ask questions, help them develop empathy. Again, be tactful. Um, and lead from any position or level. Everybody can be a leader if they choose to be. Honestly, everybody is a leader, kind of regardless if they choose to be, because that's in some aspect they're leading. And lastly, pair program, right? We need to pair program in this industry. That is how you get better. That's how you get better, how you help others people get better, how everybody improves. So definitely pair program. Scott Hanselman, who another person on Twitter that if you don't follow, you should. Um, Reacted to a conversation around engineering culture, and there's definitely a disconnect between how we enrich and train engineers, and yeah, and that you should teach and ship. Yeah, so some key takeaways: empathy is good for you and good for your business. It can be learned. Communication is really complicated, and our main constraints probably aren't technical anymore. I think that they're mostly human focused. So DevOps and empathy, yes. And then yeah, any questions? And I think Shiny was going to come back on. Sorry, I saw the 1 minute warning
Yeah.
and
There we go.
blitzed through the last couple.
All right. Well, thanks, Andrew. Yeah, I got a handful of questions here. Nixie Pixel was asking, do you think companies are good at being kind or empathetic, and why or why not?
I think that the majority of companies do not know that they should be, or that it is useful for them to be. I think especially when you get into especially when you're talking about like public companies or larger companies or honestly, or even VC funded companies where the main focus of your top level leadership is profit and your stock value. Um, the focus gets shifted off of actually helping people and becomes making your company more money. And so, no, most of the time, I don't think that companies are good at being kind or empathetic. They might play that card for marketing purposes, but um, as a whole, right, there are definitely companies that I think are that do a really good job of it. But I think as a whole, no, not super great.
Okay. Now, I got a question here for you is, how would you determine when communicating with another person that you aren't, say, for example, dropping packets while in conversation?
Yes. So that's a fantastic question, um, and I really like the analogy. Uh, so
Thanks.
yeah. So honestly, communication is UDP. You blast something out, and then you hope it gets there, and that's where I think listening to that verbal and nonverbal feedback comes in, because if you say something and somebody reacts in a way that you didn't expect, or or maybe more than you expected, or whatever, right? Um, then I think that then you probably have a signal of like, hey, I'm not sure that that landed the way I expected. And maybe depending on the topic, maybe you just blow by it and who cares. Maybe you back up and be like, hey, you reacted in a strange way. I want to know what you just heard me say, right? Um, and obviously, that depends on who you're talking to, the situation. All of that is super situational, right? You're not going to do that in like a meeting with 100 people, but you might do that if there's 3 of you on the call.
True. Okay. And was it Janu? Can communication and technology help us be more empathetic? That's how they're
I think
asking
it
that.
can. Um, I think that is also a fantastic question. And I think that communication is dependent on the medium. And how you communicate and what you communicate is dependent on that same medium. So I mean what's the quote? I don't even know who's by it, but the medium is the message. Um, I think that there's a lot of truth there. So improving communication technology, um, I can help us. I think probably one of the better examples is a switch from purely phone calls to video calls, because now you can see people real time. You can see people's reactions, and maybe that's uncomfortable for a while. Maybe that's uncomfortable forever, right? But that's honestly to some extent kind of the point, um, because you do have that. You're kind of you're kind of bearing all at that point. So yes, I think yes.
All right. And looks like there might be another. There we go. So, how would you describe Agile when using DevOps? And that's from Sir Squirrely.
I think it depends on. I can see that you typed it with a little a, so I'm going to assume you mean little a agile versus big A agile. The difference being little a agile is like the Agile Manifesto, and Big A Agile is like Scrum. um, so I honestly I do think that if we go back to the Agile Manifesto, where there's so much in there about empathy, right? People over processes, right? Let's do that. Let's live that. But we don't, right? Because Agile got co-opted by corporations so that you can sell training. And honestly, I think that DevOps started the same way and has had a similar co-option. So if we can live the ideals of let's do Agile, little a, where we do care about people over process, right? I think that the two go very well hand in hand.
All right. All right. Well, thank you, Andrew. It was great seeing you here, and appreciate everything that you've contributed.
Of course. Have a nice day. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. All right, and next we would like to go ahead and thank our sponsor, Sessionize. Sessionize offers the means to organize every part of your event, from the first talk submission to the day itself, including a mobile app for organizer and speaker use. We'd like to extend a huge thank you to Sessionize for providing us with a complimentary platform, making GeekBeacon Fest 2022 possible. Thank you. Now, next I'm going to go ahead and jump into privacy and data ownership panel. So privacy while using the internet or even one's mobile phone is an ever increasing concern in an age of mass surveillance. Tracking and targeted marketing, where they can predict with predictive analytics what you know before, or what you want before you even know that you want it. Now, we're going to learn more about data ownership and privacy in this panel discussion, where we'll discuss the concept of decentralized internet and the usability of the Fediverse. We have experts on deck from different disciplines to help us make a sense of all this, and other audience-submitted topics as well. So we have Sean O'Brien up. He is a lecturer over at Yale Law School, and specifically in Cybersecurity Law 21314, and Chief Security Officer at PanQuake. He is a visiting fellow at the Information Society Project at Yale Law School, where he founded and leads the Privacy Lab initiative. Sean is an editor for Talk Liberation and was head tutor for the founding cohort of Oxford Cybersecurity for Business Leaders. We also have up Dalia Saper, who is an intellectual property, media, and entertainment and business attorney who founded her namesake law firm, Superlaw, in 2005, garnering national recognition for helping brands protect their trademarks and copyrights online. Dalia Super also litigates cutting-edge cases that include online defamation, sexting, and cyberbullying. Oh, and it looks like we have another question here.
Compiled. It's shipping. Woo! Okay.
Hello. Welcome to our privacy and data ownership panel. This discussion will be live and will be rebroadcasted during GBF 2022. GeekBeacon Fest mission is to unify geeks and make the world a better place through a celebration of mental health, gaming, open source, and open culture.
Scratch everything. I know we're live.
What? And yes,
we have
a new
a new challenger has entered.
Welcome, Darhan.
Hello, sorry. Been
That's
having
okay.
some audio problems on here, so sorry.
All right, no worries. Welcome to the party. You haven't missed much. Aside from, how would you like to be referred to as?
Hans. Yeah.
Hans. Okay.
That
Hans.
was my guess. Not that I saw any of your talks or anything.
We are already live, so hello everybody. Do you want me to redo the introduction?
Of course.
Of course.
Yeah, I
Okay.
mean, honestly, this is supposed to be casual, so we're gonna finagle this for GBF. which is going to be on the 18th and 19th.
Correct.
And Sean, and well, actually, two of the panelists are speaking at that conference. So we thought we would just kind of pre-record and get that out of the way, so you don't have to worry about panels plus talks, which we're very grateful for. So yes. And we want to apologize in advance. Sean and I don't usually look jaundiced. I will put that out there. I feel like we have to make
You don't
that
have
statement.
a yellow tint. Yeah.
We are okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, feel free. Kick it off.
Okay, so welcome to our Privacy and Data Ownership panel. This discussion is live and will be rebroadcasted during GBF 2022 conference. GeekBeacon Fest mission is to unify geeks and make the world a better place through a celebration of mental health, gaming, open culture, and open source. Come join us on February 18th and 19th. Now, as far as this actual panel discussion, the participants invited come from various backgrounds and diverging points of view. Please ensure that you respect the views of the other panelists, and no matter how you feel about it. You will be given the opportunity to respond, and the panel will be split into two parts, structured roundtable, typical debate discussion, and the latter part, which will be more of a free form. We will be pulling questions from the audience, opening it to discussion, and then anybody can pick up the questions as they see fit. I'll be your host. On the internet, I am known as CS Geek. In real life, I am Samir. I'm the co-founder of GeekBeacon with Nixie, and for my day job, I'm a software engineer, open source enthusiast, and so on. You can call me by either name, whatever you feel more comfortable. Every question will be allocated a given time, usually 1 to 2 minutes to respond, and then there'll be a 5-minute after everybody had a chance for open discussions. If for whatever reason you feel like the question is outside of your area of expertise, you can feel free to skip that question, and that time will be allocated to you as credits that you can use in a later part. Try to refrain from speaking over each other. If you don't have anything to say, if you can mute yourself, that we appreciate it, or at least refrain from interrupting other people. As far as our panelists, since this is streaming on Nixie's channel, she gets dibs on first introductions. So Nixie Pixel is a tech educator, former host of the Discovery Channel, Tech TV, G4 TV before making her debut on YouTube. In 2017, she created her own open source community known as GeekBeacon, which is a fellowship of geeks that share her open source values. You can find her at Nixie Pixel on Twitter, among many other social medias that
At Nixie Pixel on everything.
At Nixie Pixel and Nixietron on every platform.
I reserved that like 10 years ago, so I got in. Have a really short ICQ number as well, but
that nobody uses. That's great.
Nobody uses ICQ. We're going to be talking about that. Maybe not ICQ, but.
Dalia Saper is an intellectual property, media, entertainment lawyer and business attorney who founded her own law firm called Saper Law in 2005. She has litigated cases involving anonymous online defamation, cyberbullying, and other emerging internet law issues. She has also served as an adjunctive professor of entertainment and internet law at Loyola University in Chicago since 2010, and you can find her on Twitter at Saper Law, unless you want to add other social media.
At Saper Law and everything, yeah, like
Okay.
Nixie.
Yay!
Next is Hans, which is a technologist, free software advocate, parent, and spouse. Hans is the chairman of the Phoenix Linux Users Group, the chair of the Siegel Finance Committee, founder of Siegel Career Expo, and an avid contributor to open source. You can find him on Mastodon at flox_advocate at floss.social. Anything else you want to call out? For everybody, I somewhat shorthanded your bios, but if you want to call out anything else, you have the floor. And we can't hear you. So it seems like your audio.
All right. Don't use some of those places. However, I'm fairly easy to find if you want to catch me.
Awesome. Thank you. And lastly, Sean O'Brien. He is a lecturer at Yale School and Chief Security Officer at Panquake. He is a visiting fellow at the Information Society Project at Yale Law School, where he founded and leads the Privacy Lab initiative. Sean is editor for Tech Talk Liberation and was head tutor for the founding cohort of the Oxford Cybersecurity and Business Leaders. You can find him on cyberclear.cc, his website, which probably has all of his social. And Sean, if you want to add anything else.
Yeah, sure. Check out cyberclear.cc if you want to know more about me. If you want to know more about the project was mentioned in the bio, panquake.com. Check that out. And yeah, I'm all over the internet, including the Fediverse as well.
Please tell me how you decided to name it Panquake, and then I promise we won't squirrel anymore.
Sure. Yeah. So messages in the network are quakes, and they can be stacked like pancakes. So it's Panquake.
Oh. So next, I'd like to set up somewhat of a baseline. A lot of these terms are used by a variety of different people, meaning different things. So I'm just going to read the basic definition of a few items, and then we'll move on to the questions. Personal data, that is data about yourself collected about oneself on the internet. It would include anything from content you purposely uploaded to the internet to safeguard or share, as well as activity, logs, habits generated by using external services like Google surfing habits, Google searching, and so on, not limited to Google. Data ownership. For the purpose of this panel, that's defined as your own personal ability to maintain control over your data that you generate on the internet. Actually, that data ownership is what I should have been referring to. Is that includes but not limited to shopping habits, photo, video activity, logs, and so on. And then privacy is a concept that ceases to exist once you connect to the internet. It is defined as your ability to choose what to share publicly and privately, and only you as an individual can decide when that changes as it applies to your personal data. Okay. First topic. Let's see. Order of operation. I'm gonna start with Nixie. I'm going to just start with Nixie and make my way to the right, just because you all happen to be in that order, and I may reorder you guys depending on the question. First one. Do you agree or disagree with this statement? We, the user, are a commodity. We pay for services using our own personal data and privacy rather than using traditional currency. Our personal data is actively being harvested, traded, in exchange for services and goods, whether we are aware of it or not. Our shopping habits, likes, dislikes, PII, personal identifiable information, are all collected and used to increase big tech's bottom line. If yes, how do you think the idea of privacy is still feasible in 2022? If not, can you provide a counterexample where the end user data is not treated as a commodity? And Nixie. We cannot hear you. Try again. Oh, also you have 2 minutes on the clock. Technical issues don't count against you. Okay, I will skip a turn and then come back to Nikki. Sean, would you like to go?
Sure, this is incredibly organized.
Yeah,
so yeah,
I didn't realize it was going to be in such a formal debate.
So yeah, of course, this is the conception that you laid out. This is a conception of surveillance, advertising surveillance primarily on the internet. So it does de facto exist that way. So I guess I would say yes. Unfortunately, we are commodities, and our data is being used in such a way that it's traded, bought, sold, etc. That's not the way I would like to see it be. I'm actually in the camp of folks who doesn't believe that we should be trying to, sell ourselves that way. I know there are some folks who, for example, think that what you actually need to do is make money off your own data, make money off, and I don't feel that way. I like to conceive of privacy and this data problem from a perspective of autonomy. So when we teach workshops at Privacy Lab, we talk about not just your digital footprint, right, but the bad outcomes, for example, that can happen when you're sharing your data. So if I share some information about myself by using some platform or Google search or Facebook or whatever now, it may have unforeseen outcomes in the future. And those can have real serious effects on my ability to live and work and speak and act in the world. Yeah, I don't know if I'm really arguing anything, but I think unfortunately we do live in a world where we're bought and sold and our information is seen that way. Yeah.
Okay. Nixie, did you fix your audio? Do you want to take a go at it? Apparently not. Okay, we'll come back to you. Delia, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Sure. As a person, I don't like the premise that it is objectionable that the data is being collected. I think generally we all benefit from the free flowing of this information. I like that my phone tells me things in real time within the location that I am. That's why this data is exchanged. The lack of notice and the lack of full disclosure is what the law has evolved to address. And we saw that first with the GDPR, and now we're slowly seeing that happen in the United States. Just like Sean said, it's not a problem until it's a problem, and then we create laws to address what the fallout might be. And at the most basic level, this Christmas, I ordered gifts on Amazon, only to remember that my daughter and other people have access to that account, which ruined all the presents that were coming in because Alexa announced all the deliveries and I had forgotten that that's a thing. So it's just more of a, hey, this is how my information is going to be used, heads up. And I'm sorry, Dara, is that how you say your name? Hans?
Hans, yeah.
Did both? It's just Hans. Okay.
Just a Hans.
Just Hans. Like Hans said, I'm not on these places because I don't like the way they use my information, so I'm not going to be on there. So I do think it's a matter of consumer choice, and we believe in that as a country. And we are slowly adopting the theories and positions in Europe and overseas regarding beyond just allowing you to use my information, having some later control over it, namely requiring that it be removed from your platforms or deleted. For security reasons, for privacy reasons.
Okay, thank you. And Hans, same question. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. So one of the basic things we have is that a lot of people and businesses now feel that is their business model. Their business model is to take our data, learn what they can against us, make money, use it against us, right? Because they're using it to try to change what we're going to buy and change our beliefs and how we live our lives. But just because that's their business model doesn't mean that we should allow it, right? If somebody comes up with a business model that just requires dumping 3 tons of cow poop in my yard every day, I've got a problem with that business model. And that's what we're doing. We're dumping tons of social cow poop on everybody's yard, and that's how they're making money. So can we offer these services? Can we do these things without having to make that compromise, right? So can I order things online? Can I use a phone that doesn't have to track me and make money by tracking me in order to do the things I want to do? I say we can do that. I think the free software community is showing that. Can we do it at scale? I think we can do that as well. The problem is that we don't make as much money, so it's hard to compete in the somebody else has got mountains of money to pay for things type of stuff. But Mastodon is an example of how we're being able to do social media. And we've been doing that type of social media for years. Mastodon is the thing we know today, but there were many prior versions of federated social media before that. We're doing, with Home Assistant and other tools like that, we're getting to where we can run our own data inside, so I don't have to some third-party website to turn my light on and off using smart plugs, to go through and monitor my pool pump or my electrical or whatever the things that I want to do. If I've got cameras up, I don't have to send that data to a company, to possibly another country where none of my rights are in effect, because I can run that out of my own off my own systems. All right.
Okay, thank you. So Nixie, did you have a chance to fix your audio now?
Let's see. Did I have a chance to fix my audio?
Yes.
All
Okay.
right.
Let me turn you up a little bit. And then you have 2 minutes starting now.
Yeah, so I completely agree with that. I actually kind of wanted to pull it into a discussion because I think it's really great, the decentralized nature of the way the internet was. Like if you can think back in the day, I think a lot of the terminology we use, like federated services, what I do as a YouTuber is I try to break the things that are not understandable to be a little bit more approachable. And I'd say, do you use email? If you use email, that's like one of the oldest examples of a federated service, right? So I think I think it's possible. I think we're actually doing it right now. And like Hans mentioned, there's so many tools out there that I think that hopefully by the very nature of this panel, we'll be able to show you and kind of unveil that being able to reclaim your privacy is possible. And but on the whole, I would say that what is the quote? If the product is free, then you're the product. So I think it's really important to flip the script on that, and hopefully we can talk about how.
Okay.
I also have a request, since I don't mean to break up challenge the structure of this, but we can edit this. So if it's cool with you, maybe not having the 2-minute timer popping up. I don't know. Is that okay for everyone?
Nobody has gone over the 2
Yeah.
minutes. I think Hans has gotten the closest, but we can just
It's giving me a little bit of like, oh my gosh.
You're getting anxiety?
Like, say something meaningful in 1 minute, in 30 seconds. I'm like, oh, yeah. You guys, I'm amongst a lot of really professional public speakers, but I'll do my best.
Okay, no, that's fine.
That would be my request, because if you guys are okay with this running a little bit longer, we're gonna edit this to make it look really polished in GBF for when we. So I'm cool with that if you are letting some tangents happen.
I'm okay with letting it go, but I'll probably stop you if you go a minute over the time, and then
okay,
because we will be running out of time.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, so that leads into the basically the open discussion. I have some cliff notes that I took based on the conversations, but if you guys want to just dig deeper, you can just continue to the discourse.
Sure. I mean, I'm happy to go. I don't know how we want to do this, but I guess just sort of clarifying my position on a lot of this. I think affirmative opt-in consent and consent models that are, legal consent models are good. I don't think they're sufficient. I think there's a number of reasons, going back to that concept of autonomy, that we can't just consider consent the basis for this kind of data profiling and advertising surveillance that goes on. And there's some real fallout that can happen. So, for example, first off, informing folks is not easy. The methods of doing that are, basically click through cookie banners and things like that. And folks just reflexively are sort of trained into clicking past that stuff. The amount of correlation that goes on between data brokers, between entities, both public and private, is just astronomical. So saying, hey, I'm okay with usage by this one entity doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to stay with that entity, especially since we're not going to go through and read privacy policies, right? Pretty much no one does that. And then the other thing I would say is, we have to talk about government surveillance as well. These data profiles are very useful and usually far outlive the entities that are collecting them. So when Facebook is done and dusted, when they are gone, it will have enormous fallout still for many decades to come. The behavioral tracking, the kinds of information that's gathered and built, and the predictions, right? The digital doppelganger that's me, the prediction of who Facebook thinks I am, will live long enough for many entities to use it, not just the NSA and other intelligence groups, but whoever else gets a copy of that data in the future. From an economic standpoint, if we're going to talk about the business model, I also actually think it's very dangerous to base services on this sort of brokering of data about individuals. I think that it's a really poor model. And I think that shows without an enormous amount of capital injected into these ventures. So, for example, when Facebook did their IPO, they got tons and tons of money from entities like Goldman Sachs and so on and so forth. Without that bolstering, without all these unicorns that are losing money on their actual business model, but given massive amounts of capital from these organizations, they wouldn't be afloat anyway. So I actually think simple, honest subscription models are a good idea. I think people are starting to go back to that. I think even the Twitters of the world, who are starting to give, pro features, whatever they call it, Twitter Blue or something like that, I think they're starting to realize that these models do work. And I think there will be a reckoning, much like what we had with media and streaming, right? The entertainment industry didn't want to embrace streaming, didn't want to have people, said they would never pay. People aren't going to pay subscription to get media, and look what we have. Practically everyone now is paying, some sort of streaming service, 5, 10, whatever, $20 a month to view things. So,
Nikki,
can't hear you.
Yeah, we can't hear you again. That's good. I was going to chime in anyways, but since you're muted. So like one of the concerns I personally have is like it's not always visible exactly. Like when you sign up to Facebook, like there is server costs involved, there's engineering involved, there's all kinds of costs involved, and we are paying for it by them having basically advertising, which pays for all this stuff, and we are the commodity that's being sort of the taxonomy that's broken down, which is like, housewife in her 30s that watches, I don't know, daytime shows or whatever. So like that's the target audience, and we can sell a product to that audience, and then that's how Facebook makes their money. But the common user is not aware of that. So he uses Facebook because all his friends are there, and the visibility isn't quite there. Like there are, I'm not sure about Facebook per se because they're smaller alternatives, but for email, for example, there's alternatives that are very pro open source. A lot of them tend to be based overseas, like Switzerland and other countries, where you can choose to pay something for that service, but they are nowhere nearly as popular as, say, like Google or even Outlook or Hotmail, whatever they're calling themselves these days. How do we like shift the traction of like away or getting people to embrace paying for these services that they would otherwise get for free? Like, is privacy that important? Or, I mean, I guess it's an individual question, but
I can answer that as the lawyer. The shift happens when, in your music example, there's lawsuits. So, oh shoot, I can't feign ignorance anymore. Napster's not free. I'm going to get a lawsuit. I defended those in 2000 and 5, 6, 7, I think was the years. And then so there was enforcement, and then that meant that both the record labels had to shift their business model and consumers had to shift the way they consume music. And it was a kind of this tension between law and public backlash that pushed us into a different form of behavior. In the example you gave with Facebook, all right, so let's pretend I'm getting a phone call from a prospective client who wants to sue Facebook. And I get calls like this all the time, and I just try to get off quickly because it's kind of like, I can't believe they stole my info. Now they know that I'm a 30-year-old housewife that likes to watch Bravo. Okay, so what is the question? And there's a lot of this like outrage over my privacy, but is that a real private fact about you? I'm not a technologist, but I am a lawyer. So if I was, the question for a lawyer is, what are the damages? It is no secret. It's not private that you are 30 something, that you or you or whatever, that you talk about your show and your favorite show all the time. Everyone knows this of you. That's different from the publication of a private fact. And that's why we have the problem right now is we have 78,000 different laws to protect all different sub data sets of information. My health information is expected to be private, so we have HIPAA laws. My financial information is expected to be private, so we have financial laws. Now we have these broad ranging kind of internet privacy laws, which I'm still trying to figure out to what extent they're really even necessary, because who cares if there's a cookie that tracks what sites I've been on, only if I'm going to something objectionable that I don't want people to maybe know about. But if it's not being publicly published on my, let's say it's not being announced on Amazon to the rest of my family, then what, again, balance the actual harm with the benefit of these data collection companies getting that information, providing you real-time, location-based, whatever information that actually helps your day-to-day living.
The thought of, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yay.
Yes,
Okay,
I was about
so
to say, go ahead, Nixie.
Hilariously
Go
enough,
ahead.
when I mute the microphone, it mutes me, and then I have to go and reconfigure it. I do get afraid by the sentiment of like, only if I'm doing something I'm not supposed to do does it matter, because I always like to think of my rights, my privacy rights aren't necessarily in existence there when I do something wrong. Like I wouldn't want to not have them irregardless of me doing something wrong. Does that make sense? So I don't know if that was what you were kind of talking about, Dahlia, about like
No,
if
I
I'm
mean,
doing something wrong?
again, I'm always putting it in the lawyer's sense.
Yeah,
if
no,
you went
like
to
I
court
appreciate
and
that.
let's just forget internet privacy. Let's just
Okay.
remember what general privacy is.
Okay.
If you go to court and claim a privacy infraction, you have to show an expectation of privacy. So that's the real question. Do I have an expectation of privacy in my house? Yes, I do. Do I have an expectation of privacy at the park? No, I don't. So your behavior online, at what point is that behavior something you should be doing behind a password protected private place? And to what extent is your actions and activity on a obviously known platform like Facebook?
Right.
Not
is that the equivalent of like the Facebook park kind of? Now Facebook is considered like a park because it's so commonly used. Is that what you're seeing a lot of times?
You can't publish here's a real basic example. You can't post something private on publicly, right? Like a public post. I'm gonna have a baby in 5 months, and then be aghast when you get a gift in the mail from someone who read that post.
Yeah.
You made a public post. So where's your expectation of privacy?
If I made that post public or made that post anonymously, and that can still be tracked back to me. So when we go public, if I go to a mall and go into some stores, and I go to another mall and go into some stores, and go into another mall and go into some stores, is somebody allowed to follow me and mark down every store I went to and everything I looked at? I would call that person a stalker, right? But that's what they're doing. And in a mall, they're doing that because somebody's controlling all the cameras in the mall, but they're not doing between malls. And even in a mall, I don't think they should be doing that and tracking that data about me over time. So what do the laws consider to be private data, and what do we as individuals consider to be private data? And I think as a society, we need to reconsider what we as individuals consider to be private data. What your age is actually very much can be private data. There's a lot of industries where there is ageism, whether that be young or adult or old, where that plays into a problem. I'm old enough now that I have to leave stuff off my resume so I don't appear so old in black and white when I'm applying for jobs, right? There are my wife was recently watching a documentary about women in Hollywood and getting chances, and that whole, you hit 35 and you get the great grandma roles, and there's nothing in between. That ageism, that age information, I think, is private, and I think we should be able to determine on our own what it is. Some people, who cares? They'll post it and they do their public stuff. I don't post my birthday because I think that's private, and I don't want other people to see it. And more so, I want to protect the people for whom it really is a private issue, because they do need that privacy. They need that extra layer of
So
privacy.
Hans, the answer to that would be, let's play this out. You go on to various sites, and data broker, company hires a background check and asks them to provide data about you in order to make hiring decisions. Well, there is a law around that. So even though that information may have been disclosed, the utilization of that information would be illegal. So we've addressed that problem.
Yeah.
So I don't think there's any secret that it's any secret that the bar for setting privacy harms legally is very difficult, especially in the United States, right?
Yeah.
So, but beyond that, there's no transparency about how your data is being handled. So even to know that someone was discriminating against you, either in an algorithmic way or directly in a very, ageism, whatever, rejecting you for a job, you'd have to know that that's happening, and you don't. These data profiles have they've gone far beyond just information you would jot down in a notebook if you were stalking someone. They're trying to make predictions about who you're going to speak to, where you're going to go next, what your ability to pay for something is or isn't. And again, going to have real world harm when we start moving into these social credit systems, for example, or when there's some kind of enforcement that doesn't allow people to move through the world or go places. And we are starting to see that already. I really think we're going to be in a world where if you don't pay your electric bill, you might not be able to get into your car and start it. Those kinds of things with autonomy, I think, go beyond just the bar for harm legally. And of course, obviously, you're the one dealing with these cases and so on, and you understand the harm issue very well. But yeah. I think it goes beyond just worrying about it in a legal sense.
The not start your car is already in place. If for some places with loans, if you're late on a payment or they think you're late on a payment, you can't use your vehicle, even if you are 100% correct. Even if you haven't been late, if their system thinks you're late, they've got stops on them.
Can you guys see what went across the screen?
Yeah, I don't know. I think I clicked something accidentally. I was going to interrupt people anyways, so that we're over time, and the next segment is about legal protections, which is kind of what we were going to be talking about. We've been talking about anyways.
Question. So CypherOps sent me an email. How do I respond in the chat? Or I just can't, right?
They sent it to you on the stream. So you can respond verbally and they can hear you if you'd like.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
I went away. Now I can't read anymore.
It was kind of the digital equivalent of what Hans was mentioning about being followed from store to store, but like digitally. And yeah.
Right. Well, we have cyber stalking laws. There are laws around actual stalking. So is a robot stalking you the same as someone actually stalking you online?
Gosh, I would not want to be in your position to have to piece that all out. Like, geez. Okay. Sorry, CS Geek.
Well, I can tell you, if you're sophisticated enough, you can wreak a lot of havoc and damage on someone else's life anonymously. And we are absolutely not equipped legally to track you down and find you and make you hold you accountable. So to the extent there are ways to protect yourself from that kind of online abuse, to Hans' point, then that's where we'd want laws to cover, like, affirmatively and proactively these companies' usage of that data, which is what we're seeing. California, Colorado, Virginia, we're slowly seeing that happen.
Yeah. So everybody just has to, sorry. I was just thinking, what if everybody just, because the GDPR allows the individual user to request their data in like a giant stack. So what if we just all encouraged everybody to request their California, packet of data at once? Would that impact them at all?
Before you go into that, the next topic is legal protection, and I was actually going to defer to either Dahlia or Sean to introduce those topics, but basically there's been privacy forward laws that have been introduced since 2016 with the GDPR, 2018 with the CCPA, which is California, and there's a VCDPA from Virginia that's going into effect in 2023. Sean or Dahlia, would you guys want to introduce the concept a little bit more better than I could, at least?
Go for it, Dahlia.
Yeah, high level, Europe started it. and then American companies that have any consumers that might be visiting their website or frequenting their, get any company that collects any sort of data from a European citizen would now be subject to Europe's GDPR, General Data Protection Regulation laws. What does that mean practically? Well, I got a lot of frantic calls from companies that, outsource that, the back end of their businesses. So you can't kind of be ignorant anymore. You have to affirmatively work with data processors if you're a data controller, and they create these different categories of who does what with the data. But at the really, really high level, it's the consumer gets a right to give affirmative consent for the use of their data, request that that data be deleted, and there's all their provisions in place to notify you of any data breaches. Sean, would you say that's kind of a fair overview?
Sure. Yeah, it's a consent-based framework based upon, so-called data controllers and data processors, right? So you're the data controller or some entity. Let's say you're a small business or something is the data controller, and the data processor is the entity that's processing and doing something with the data. I think there's some other things that are interesting that go a little beyond that, so the so-called right to be forgotten, the rectification part of GDPR is very interesting, and is an interesting concept that I think goes a little bit beyond regular consent-based sort of transactional notions of privacy. And CCPA is a U.S. version in California Consumer Privacy Act. I call it GDPR light, but these are all consent-based frameworks that are coming down the pike. And in the U.S., because we don't have a federal privacy law, it's going to be on a state-by-state basis. They are tending to sort of reify and copy CCPA in different ways. So,
okay. So the topic 2 is basically legal protection. So thank you for the introduction, Sean and Dahlia. The question I have is, how do you think these services, how do you think these services? Let's try this again. How do you think these services provide the protection we need, or do they need or can go further? And can you give an example of how that can be done? Two particular examples is when you do have access to data, it doesn't necessarily mean that data is usable. And the other element is, even if you are using certain services, licenses and things like that aren't always transferable. Like I have $1,000 of like Amazon ebooks on my Kindle that I can't take away and move on my Nook, for example, is a great example. Anyways, Nixie, do you want to go first since you are on the left if your audio works? Want to try again? Going once, twice. Okay. Hans, you're on the bottom of my screen, so I'll go backwards. Hans, do you want to go first?
All right. First of all, this would be a good time to remind you all, I am not a lawyer. I'm not your lawyer. If anything I says makes you think you need legal advice, talk to an actual lawyer. Anyway, as far as what do these laws do to protect us, the GDPR has been forcing some changes in how companies do business. They're also going to possibly impact how some of our free software things work as well, because just because we're free software doesn't mean that we don't have to pay attention to privacy or legal requirements. So that's good. There was just a case in the last couple of days in I think Austria or Germany, where they said that I think it was using Google fonts was a problem under GDPR because you're basically bleeding customer IP addresses to a third party without getting permission. So I think they're making inroads. But as an engineer, nothing's perfect, right? We can always make something better. There's always compromises. From a person perspective, just as an individual privacy perspective, one of the things I have is that somebody mentioned you can go ask for your data. But the problem is, in order for me to ask for my data, I have to tell them who I am. And if I'm not doing anything with them, I can't tell them who I am. And in many cases, they say, well, give us your name that's on your paperwork somewhere, or your ID or whatever. which I don't use publicly, or use your email address. Well, I use a different email address for every entity I interact with. So if I interact with entity A and they give my information to entity B, and entity B also gets my information from entity C, they will have two different email addresses, and I have no idea if they've tied them together. So this is all depending on me being able to find out who the bad guys are. You're getting hit in the dark, and you got to say, okay, find the person that's hitting you and say stop. But you have to find that exact person, and in order to do that. And my thing is, don't hit people. I've got another one. I'll go from there.
I can jump in on that, but practically speaking, I see your concern, but I have clients who give me these emails. This looks like a really sketchy GDPR request. Am I supposed to just give them this information? There's this whole new area of fraud that's arisen where people make fake GDPR requests. So you're this company where you're obligated to produce and delete, but on the other hand, how do you vet that it's a legitimate request?
Yeah. My biggest thing on that is if they have less data, there's less things to have to do.
We haven't gotten to the debate, open conversation, so I was trying to go in order. Hans, did you have anything else you want to add before we end your turn?
No, I'll let go there.
Okay. Dahlia, do you want to take your time?
Oh, I don't know. What am I answering? What am I talking about?
Basically, do you think these services go far enough?
These laws?
These laws, and then basically how do we ensure consumer protection for all of our data? Basically, like the data is not necessarily transferable to other services, or they're in a format where they're unusable, things like that.
It's a good GDPR is the most comprehensive. It's been around the longest, so it's been improved upon. I'd say a little bit. There's not even improved on. There's been clarification because some of this stuff is a little hard to apply practically. The California laws only apply to big companies. So the average client who calls me, who's a mom and pop shop or $1 million business, which is even that small, relatively small, most of these laws don't even apply to yet. The default answer I usually give is, listen, you're probably good to go because your processor has to be compliant. Your Amazon Web Services, your Stripe, your whatever your third-party platform is that's actually collecting the data that you end up acting on is compliant. So just do the bare minimum. Right now, you're not subject to any American laws, practically speaking. That might change, and you might have to call me again in a year or two. But for now, do the basics. Talk to your developer. Make sure that the personal data is not readily identifiable. It's properly segregated. You can delete it and or just extract it if needed. And of course, also only keep it as long as there's a legitimate business interest for doing so. And that's what every phone call is, basically. There's not much more as a lawyer I can do to advise the average business. And I don't have the Facebooks as a client. So if I was a big law, big law firm catering to big businesses, I'd have different answers. So to answer your question, I think the majority of our data is probably not. Sure, a lot of our data is on the big company sites, but I mean, there's so many little micro businesses and microsites that we visit that get access to our data that are not subject to any of these protections yet.
Okay.
Can I be heard?
Yes, you can be heard.
Oh my. Okay. Can I tag in?
Sure. Sean was going to be next.
Okay, no, Sean can go. Sean can go.
Okay.
No, please, Nikki, you haven't been able to speak. Go for it.
I'm sort of changing the subject a little bit, but I did want to touch on what was the third part of that question, which was Google, all these big oligopolies where you end up having all of your data be encapsulated and then you can't really get out because you're relying on the very services. So, the Googles and the Facebooks and, you're stuck in Google Drive and whatnot. And Amazon, that's another one. I'm actually really excited for some of these other bills that are possibly coming to pass, which I was hoping maybe, the legal experts in the room could chime in on. You have like the American Choice and Innovation, the Ending Platform and Monopolies Act. You have the Access Act of 2021. I'm trying to remember some Platform Competition Act. But the spirit of these things are to try to modernize these ancient antitrust laws. So, the antitrust laws that, from my understanding, was actually so old school, it it dated back into the railroad era, and that was kind of the initial antitrust laws were invented to try to break up the monopolies of the railroad. So I just think it's really great that we're trying to modernize this. So because really at the end of the day, what are we afraid of? Okay, we don't want them to have our data. We don't want them to have our data. A lot of it is because we don't want to be targeted to the point where we walk out of the building, we get in an elevator, the elevator has a display on it, and it tells us about, the chicken parmesan that we were looking at on olivegarden.com or something like that. I don't know why that I came up with that example, but I'm really excited for those antitrust laws. I didn't know if anybody else wanted to share their excitement in that.
I'll talk a little about antitrust. I want to tackle some of the other stuff first, if that's okay, Nick.
Okay.
But yeah, I do think it's very interesting to see how that's evolving. So from my perspective, if you want to learn about GDPR and you're a European person who can do that, request for your data to be erased from one of these entities, right? Try to exercise your right of rectification, right to erasure. And what you'll often get in these replies, assuming that you get a proper reply from a data protection officer, is you'll get a reply saying, well, for the next 2 years, however many years, this information has to be retained for these legitimate business purposes, right? Not a whole lot of transparency about what goes on there beyond that response. And then how can you follow up on that as a normal, sort of non-lawyer, consumer, citizen, individual? You're not going to go after these companies with a pack of lawyers trying to figure out exactly what went on or what went on with the data. But beyond that, I guess, I've been trying to think about how to better express myself with this idea that consent just isn't enough. I spend a lot of time looking at applications, investigating, for example, smartphone apps, investigating infrastructure of web apps and organizations that have global infrastructure. And often the developers who are implementing something like a smartphone app have no clue where the data is flowing, who it's flowing to, and actually what code they're inserting into their apps. So if you look at an app that's full of advertising trackers, right? If you look at the network traffic, you're seeing potentially, dozens, hundreds of different servers being pinged as that app's running on someone's phone. The data is going somewhere. Finding out what the data is very difficult, especially because a lot of the data nowadays is encrypted between those endpoints. So even a researcher looking at it can't figure out where the data is going and what's going on with it. To talk about it as if this is a consent-based system, right? Somebody's running an app, they're expecting something to happen from it. And all this data is just being scooped up in ways that are difficult for even a researcher to figure out. And as I said, I've worked with developers who actually aren't clear what their app is doing. And I recommend to folks to audit their own apps, to see what the app is actually doing from a privacy standpoint. That system's broken. A system where I walk into a mall and ultrasonic tracking can be done because there's microphones and talking to each other at frequencies that the human ear can't hear to track my location, to triangulate me walking through the mall, potentially to my smartphone, potentially serve ads to me, or do some other surveillance via my smartphone. That's also not a transaction-based, consent-based, contract-like situation. So to me, we have to talk about this as part of a system, right? We can't talk about information as if it's me writing down somebody's age or typing up something in a spreadsheet. The way in which this data is used, especially when we start talking about biometrics, algorithmic bias with facial recognition technology and cameras and so on, is so far beyond the traditional privacy policy, consent-based framework that I think we really need to think beyond what the law allows us to do. If you can figure out that your data is being used in a bad way by a bad actor, and you're able to successfully, get that to either stop or rectify it with some damages, maybe you get some money or something, fine. You prove privacy harm, great. That's good that we have laws for that, but they're just not sufficient in the world that we live in. So.
Okay. Thank you, Sean. Delia has to run in a few minutes, so I was trying to cut the. I don't know. Do you mind if I just jump into the next topic?
I don't.
That's fine.
just made me think, though, Sean, since he's having mic troubles, like if you did walk into the mall and they said, "Hey, your audio is actually being surveilled. Would you mind just like signing this consent form or this terms and conditions saying that this is okay?"
We have wiretapping
Probably be a
laws. You
different
can't
conversation.
record people without their knowledge.
Well, often what happens is a poster's just put up saying you're being recorded. And is that real contractual consent with two parties that are on equal footing? In my view, it's not, you know? It may be legal. I'm not saying it's illegal. But it's not sufficient for privacy, which to me is much more important.
Okay. Hi. Sorry. I'll jump to the next question topic real quick, and then we'll come back. We'll open the conversation, the follow-up conversation discussion. The next topic I want to talk about was government and privacy. Recently, the U.S. government has taken a more aggressive look at big tech and privacy concerns. Huge antitrust investigations with Apple, Amazon have come under fire for discrimination. Amazon has come under fire for discriminatory practices in their marketplace. Spotify, YouTube, and content platforms for censorship and concern, not to mention Facebook with the somewhat recent elections. Do you think the government efforts to take to approach this problem, to break apart larger companies or whatever approaches they would take, would benefit privacy at large, or do you think the government is the big brother that's watching you and has their own agenda?
Yeah, I think this is in part a political question, because whether you think there should be more or less government regulation might define where you are in the political spectrum. If you're asking me personally, my personal opinion is less government regulation is best. I do believe a free market corrects itself. Facebook, every time Facebook does something objectionable, there's public backlash, they back down, back off, and then legislation tries to follow to solve it. So the government's not good at things. It's just not as good as private industry, in my opinion. Do I believe in lawlessness? No, I think we need regulation. But if you're asking how to solve a problem, my opinion is you let the free market solve that problem. So if you see, and this also kind of exists in the defamation context, where I do think there should be some changes, where I can anonymously ruin someone's life because we have this concept of free speech. Does that mean that anonymity should be protected at all costs? That's an Electronic Frontier Foundation question. It's something they spend a lot of time, covering. So the short answer to your question is, technology solves technology problems. Public backlash changes business models, but you can't have backlash without information. So to Sean's point, there should be some minimum disclosure so that backlash is possible and that reactive technological solutions are possible. And so that is, I think, hopefully I said that succinctly enough, but that's where I would go to answer that question.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to go in order to give everybody a chance to answer that question. And then for the discussion part, I'll just double the time and you guys can talk about either the legal protection or the government and privacy, however you like to see your time spent. Dahlia, I think you have to go in like 3 minutes.
Yes.
So you can feel free to hang out for as long as you like. Otherwise, thank you very much for your time and your participation.
Thanks for including me.
Thank you. Okay, so Nixie, since your mic keeps on breaking, would you like to have the floor? Apparently not.
Not again.
Okay, Sean, would you like the floor?
Yeah, I mean, first I should say I said I was going to talk about trust, and I didn't, and we're talking about government, so I guess there's some sort of segue there. I do think it's interesting to think about this sort of public versus private situation. Some folks talk about regulating privacy in the same way that you would regulate, trusts, or to look at Google as a monopoly, and therefore you can, come up with laws about data flows or the advertising industry, or how, data is priced and sold and so on and so forth. And I do think those are really interesting ways to proceed. I think I've made it pretty clear that, my goal is that people, at least personally, and also, when I work with folks who are really on the receiving end of real, what I would call harm from privacy issues online. My goal is to make sure that people have the ability to be private when they want to be private, and to really understand the consequences of using certain technologies in certain certain situations, in certain contexts. I'm not sure drawing some sort of artificial line between public and private makes a lot of sense there. We have a lot of collusion, I would call it, between private industry and public entities, government entities. I'm about to work on an investigation and publish something pretty major about this very topic. So if you're interested in that, please check out talkliberation.com over the course of the next couple of weeks, and we'll be releasing a pretty big investigation about government and private collusion and privacy in a very big way. But anyway, where all that's concerned, anyway, look, intelligence agencies don't follow the law. They make laws that have secret courts with secret orders. So if I were served a FISA order, right, I would not even be able to disclose that I got such an order, let alone what the contents of that order are. After this note in disclosures in 2013, the only thing that private entities are now allowed to do is say, hey, I got X number of orders, right? And people have to come up with clever hacks like warrant canaries, right, to try to disclose to their own customers that they got such a secret order from an intelligence agency. So I don't really expect governments to break up trusts for the same reason that I don't expect the NSA to follow the rules, right? There's just too much, if you want to call it corruption, that's fine, built into these systems. And we need to find other ways to protect ourselves. Hans, I know you're a free software person. I think working and building and grassroots solutions are going to be the real salvation of folks who are trying to be more private. We have to engineer our way out of this mess. And it's great. I do think we need laws. I mean, I'm at Yale Law School. I'm not a lawyer, but I'm around lawyers all the time. I do think it's very important to protect what protections we have already and to expand our privacy protections, right, in the law. But we're going to have to build our way out of this, and that's the only way that we're going to get the kind of privacy we need to be autonomous individuals who are allowed to speak the way we're speaking now far into the future. So,
since you mentioned Hans, do you want to chime in next?
Sure. So I think that I'll disagree with Dahlia that the free market takes care of itself. Perhaps in a theoretically perfect free market that might happen, but we don't have that. We have monopolies and oligopolies where a few big actors really clear the room of everything else. So using money that Zuckerberg finds in the couch cushions, he can buy any competitor and has been doing so, right? So the free market allows him to do that. We do need some regulations in place, some protections in place in order to keep things in so that we do actually have a free market and do have competition, because we've got too many places where we don't. So I think that's an issue. As far as who's tracking you, that was one of the points that came up earlier. I'm sorry, I forget where it was. If you want to see as an individual, pull up a site and see what kind of tracking we're getting, then I recommend a browser plugin called Mozilla Lightbeam that they've stopped producing, and I just found it looks like Greenbeam is a fork that's doing that now, but it'll show you the relationships between different sites. So you can pull that up. For those of us that do things like UMatrix and block all the JavaScript and cookies, it comes up and it doesn't show very much. But when you start allowing all those things, you can see all the other places that are coming in, the libraries that are being used and gathering the data about you, right? And that's all happening, again, in the free market, because the free market is we all want data because we're making money off of it. So the free market is that humans have no rights. That's the free market solution, right? So we do need some protections. And as people, we can fight against it. But how many people, even if everybody in the world was an engineering, genius, How many people really have time to track all of that, right? That doesn't scale, right? And most people aren't. It came up earlier. Somebody asked about who reads the privacy statements. I do. And I read them for most places I sign up to, whether that be a business or whether it be a service. I go look at their privacy statements. I go look at what their agreement is. I'm not a lawyer. Don't take what I have to say about the end user agreement as being legally thing. And I don't say that I perfectly understand it, but I try. Most people don't. Most people don't have the time. We do need, just like we need entities to help make sure that we have safe food, we also need entities to make sure that we have safe corporations that aren't grabbing our data and using it against us. And an earlier point, call back to something Sean said at the very beginning. You said something about consent. You said that a couple times. I also want to remind y'all that for some of us, we're not giving consent. There are some of us that aren't participating, aren't giving consent, yet we're still actually participating and paying that privacy price, because even though I have never had a Facebook account, other people post about me on Facebook, and therefore there's a decent chance, even though I've never been on the thing, he still knows more about me than my parents do, right? And so there's that privacy where you have bleed over from other groups and other entities, where who knows how through UMatrix I get to see how many sites have Facebook libraries and their stuff. And I keep picking on them because they're the gorilla, right? They're the huge thing, right? They're not the only company out there. They just are the biggest and amongst the worst as far as privacy goes. And there are so many different sites, though, that are using their libraries, and therefore Facebook can track me across all those different sites and see what it is I'm doing. And they can make inferences. If I go in the same day and buy a paring knife and a flight ticket, does Facebook then say that I'm taking a knife to an airplane, right? And if they do, and they share that with other people, how can I ever remove that data? I can't. It's there forever, even though they were unrelated, but their algorithm that day decided they were, right? Or anyway.
Did we go into debate mode? Because I have something to say.
No, well, we can. You're going to be the last person that gives us her view, I guess, and then we can shift over. So we've been kind of loose with the time. Go ahead, Nixie.
I kind of jumped in and said, "Oh, I'm really excited about these antitrust bills and whatnot," and then free market and this, and but I just basically I just want to do the debate part because it's gonna lead into it. So
you can open your debate if you like.
So one of the reasons I'm excited about these bills that are hand wavy, possibly going to be passed, is that it would not allow, I'm trying to remember which one it was. I think it's ending the Platform Monopolies Act. So you think about all these things, how do you approach the problem from a legal standpoint, right? So you have all these monopolies. How do you break them up? Okay, well, they'll just be little tiny, smaller businesses that are subsidiaries, and they'll still be under the metaverse, which is, who thinks the metaverse is a creepy name? But is it the metaverse, or is it just meta? I don't know.
Just meta, because that's what the easy way to remember it is. That's the type of data the NSA and FBI get, is metadata.
Metadata. Right. Wonderful. I'm sure that's exactly their thought, right?
Finally getting openness in advertising, right? Truth in advertising.
They don't make it easy on themselves. But one of these things, one of these proposed measures in this bill to end platform monopolies is that you're not allowed to prioritize the downstreams, including the subsidiaries. So essentially, I read the thing, and essentially it's you're not allowed to. So say you search on Google, and I'm sorry, DuckDuckGo, I love you, but I end up going to Google oftentimes because it's just you're not getting it there where I need to go. So basically, if I search something on Google, it won't pull up YouTube first. Or if I search up those pairing, see? I don't know if you heard that, but that was my Google device chiming in. Another really
but see,
good
now
example
you're
of
giving
this,
us up to Google.
Yeah, I was like,
Beyond the point.
mute, please. Ooh, I thought I switched that microphone button off. What is happening here?
Well, they keep turning it back on. I turn it off on my phone, and every once in a while it responds, and they learn how I cuss in a moment because I don't I don't want my phone talking back to me.
Oh yeah, exactly. I mean, the
That's the
sensitivity
oops
of that.
data economy, right? That's like when they put the microphones in the Nest thermostats and they said, oops, we didn't realize we had microphones in our thermostat. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, like that
promised
was
we
totally
weren't turning them
necessary
on.
technology. Yeah. Just to talk about the paring knife thing. So another thing is the big marketplace debate where you look. It's really sad for small businesses because what Amazon did was they would see this, say they're really ultra cool paring knives, and Amazon would see that it has, based on all of its mining, it has insane popularity. So they would make their own version, like their Equate brand or their own version. And that's fine, but the problem is they would prioritize that paring knife. So they'd kill the small business and they would prioritize their Amazon brand of paring knife. And so that's one of the reasons, like, oop, hello, you're over there now. I'm looking at, who am I looking at? And that's one of the reasons why I'm excited for these bills, because it's essentially supposed to knock that out, and including the downstreams and the subsidiaries of these companies.
So,
try to pop up.
where platform monopolization is concerned in antitrust, the folks at the Yale Information Society Project write a lot about that, and they identify exactly the issue you're talking about, Nixie, where the folks who control these markets are able to influence those markets, right? So Amazon can prioritize their own Amazon Basics version of batteries instead of Duracells or whatever, right? And we've seen what happens with real world goods in a place like Amazon when that occurs, right? They've driven out all the small players. They've made the small players who are still allowed to, sell things online almost certainly have to have a presence on Amazon, play by Amazon's rules, whatever those rules are. It's a race to the bottom where they can have the prices undercut constantly by the monopolist, which is what Amazon does frequently. So they'll price their things slightly lower. They do discriminatory pricing based upon who you are. It's been shown plenty of times that that's a huge issue in the Amazon marketplace. This also happens in the advertising surveillance world with ads. So these ad markets, if you've ever had to invest in Facebook ads, for example, and I've had content creators talk to me about this, they're trying to reach their audience and they're having less and less success as time goes on. Now, if you say something people don't like, you can get banned from these networks completely, right? Or you can just be penalized a little bit. So maybe your ads now reach less people, but you have no way of knowing. So for Facebook, for example, to have a marketplace like that is extremely problematic. I don't feel personally, first off, that it's a good idea to have these ad marketplaces and to have this model. But let's say, for the sake of argument, that it's okay. I don't feel personally that the antitrust measures that are going into place are going to fix these essential problems. I think they might tweak them a little bit in some ways. And I think even actually if we get rid of what we now have. Yep. Sorry. Nixie, I can't hear you again. Well, anyway,
Okay,
I guess let's just keep going.
How are they down?
When you can chime in, that would be cool, and I'll just shut up. But I guess what I'll say is, if ads go away in the way we have ads, there's still going to be new ways that these entities are going to figure out how to do surveillance and how to make money off of data profiles. A good example of that is what's going on with cookies as part of the effect of laws like GDPR. We saw Google was going to do their federated learning of cohorts, the flock implementation. There was some pushback on that, but basically they were going to force all of Chrome users into some sort of cohort. That data would supposedly be anonymized. We see how well that works, but let's say for the sake of argument it is. And then they would find ways for that data to be useful for advertisers to basically sell things to those individuals. Now that's been shunned, right? And Google says they're not doing that, so they're working on something called topics, right? And topics means that the monopolist Google is going to have their monopoly browser and their monopoly search engine is going to categorize all host names and domain names into certain taxonomy, into certain topics, right? And as you go around using the internet in the Chrome browser and other googly things, or anyone who hooks into Google, et cetera, you're going to have these topics tied to your data profile. So now ads can still be served to you. Point is, there's going to be interesting ways that they sort of change things and that things shift as the laws try to get at big tech. But I think until we seriously try to either break up big tech completely and the model that underlies it, the surveillance capitalism that allows them to exist in the first place, or enough people actually stop using these services, which is the harder thing for the reason that you still use Google, right? We're not going to see real serious effective antitrust change, effective, big tech change. And again,
they've rebranded it so we can have completely wipe our memory that what it was trying to do in the first place, right?
Right.
Flock is now topics, so.
Yeah, and it's worth noting as well that those topics are what the NSA would call soft selectors. So when there were disclosures about the X key score system, these are exactly the kinds of information that are useful for intelligence. So thinking that we're getting out of it because it's less fine-grained or supposedly less fine-grained doesn't really get us out of the essential problem. So anyway, I wish I could share your positivity about the antitrust stuff coming through, but I just don't. I see it shifting things a little bit, but I don't see it fixing the problem.
You know what I like most about you, Sean, is that you have this everything's super scary, but then you do end up reeling us back a bit. Like, oh yeah, and they put microphones in Nest devices, right? It's always a pleasure. Like, we should just do this weekly.
Fair enough.
I wanted to ask, not quite a devil's advocate, but like the other side of the point of views that I've heard in the past. So there's legal attempts to try to break up companies like Facebook and Google, at least is being discussed in the Senate the last time I looked into this. So one of the counter arguments to that is even if we force privacy upon U.S. companies, there's other companies overseas like China that don't care about privacy. You'd see interviews in China where people just whether they are free to express their own opinion or not is questionable, but it's like, why do I care about privacy? I'm not doing anything bad. And then you have companies like WeChat and Alibaba, which are competitors to Facebook and Amazon respectively. Are we giving them an unfair advantage by breaking up Facebook and Google and our companies while China keeps on thriving and growing however they see fit? And then the other part two, my second question is the idea of crypto. The privacy advocates always ask for more protection for privacy concerns. Like, I don't need the government to be able to look at my text messages to my parents. So I would try to use something like WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, what have you. The counter argument is that, well, if we are trying to stop the bad guys, whether it's terrorists or otherwise, the FBI needs a way to have a backdoor into it. How do you address those concerns, and is there a middle ground?
Okay, so I'll try to unpack that. So the first thing I'll say is, I'm as American as apple pie, right? But I'm also as American as Woody Guthrie. And what I mean by that is I consider myself a citizen of the world, right? I try to look at the internet as a place that should be borderless and not think of it in nationalistic terms. But to sort of approach the question from, that sort of nationalistic and perspective and understanding of things, it's disingenuous for two reasons, at least. Two that I can think of. The first one is that it's always going to be a race to the bottom in international ethics, whatever those ethics are, if we're talking about war, et cetera, if you're looking at some other group doing something bad and say, we should do the bad thing too. You're basically going to have a race to the bottom where the conversation you're having is no longer grounded in any real attempt to actually stop doing the bad, and instead is grounded in maybe we do a little less bad or maybe we do a little more bad. And what we're really trying to do is get the upper hand in some sort of international game. So I'm not very interested in being the least worst murderer, right? And so the same way I just...
It's just like we're all operating in a world market, except like locally we all have different rules. So it's like, you know, and we tell everybody it's like be nice, don't cheat, except if you're over here in this corner, you can do whatever you want. And then the other guys who are, you know, studying hard and learning for the tests are, I mean, they all get A's at the end, but you know, some of them earn that A and others, you know, not so much.
Well, you could look at it from this perspective, though. Do you care about your own citizens if you care about Americans, right? Just because China is scanning people's faces, should we scan people's faces in the United States? Are there negative outcomes on populations here, on Americans here, if that's what you care about? And the answer is yes, of course. We know there's extreme algorithmic bias. We know that it affects policing. We know that the people who are most policed are going to be affected disproportionately. Those are people of color or people in other disadvantaged communities, right? We know that the judicial system is starting to be shaped by these things. So, for example, there's a lot of talk about algorithmic judgments, right? To sort of get rid of these bottlenecks we have in the judicial system, we'll just have computers decide what the sentencing is. These are problems that I wouldn't say we would want to, you know, make bigger, make larger, enlarge, because they may be done elsewhere. But the second thing is, I guess, it's disingenuous for the United States to have that conversation anyway. I teach cybersecurity. I know the history of cybersecurity pretty well. And the United States is probably always, but I'll say almost always for the sake of argument, doing the opening salvo for the bad thing, right? So Stuxnet, right? This is a weapon, which U.S.-Israeli weapon, which was basically the opening salvo of cyber war, as far as I'm concerned, right? We are the ones who invent these things. We created the advertising technology surveillance model. It's Silicon Valley based primarily. It's generated an enormous amount of wealth, now into the trillions. That's been boosted during this pandemic by federal help. We're instituting all kinds of surveillance models which are copied elsewhere. So it's a little disingenuous for the United States to really even have that conversation. Hey, China's doing it, so we need to do it too. We invent these things, we implement them here, and the model may be a little different. So maybe I scan my face because I think I'm going to get a coupon instead of, you know, some other reason. And so maybe the American version is slightly tempered, but you know, it still is the same problem.
More marketable and less forced.
Yeah.
What about the concept of crypto? Like the argument from the FBI has always been like, we need to be able to catch the bad guys, and then privacy advocates is yeah.
Sorry. I think that's is that an anti
face surveillance?
Yes, that's to scan my face. It's one of the good things about the pandemic. We get to wear a mask. It is so much fun to wear a mask to a bank. 2 years ago, if you'd have done that, they'd have been calling the cops. Nowadays, we can do it. I don't do the selfie thing, but whenever I go to a bank or credit union with my mask on, I stop and take a selfie.
Oh yeah, there you go.
With the mask on, right?
Exactly.
But yeah. So to what Sean was saying, sorry, I might have interrupted there. So what Sean was saying, the U.S. has built these things, and other countries are taking from it, and some of them we could say are even worse than what the U.S. is doing because of the way they're doing things. But in order to do business here, they have to abide by U.S. laws, as some U.S. companies have learned about doing business in other countries. They've got to abide by the local laws, as they're learning about GDPR. Right, they're having to take responsibility for some of their actions. What we do need is, and this is, I don't know, government isn't necessarily the way to do that, because trying to get all these governments to work together, especially some really don't care about privacy. But we need some kind of international, you know, minimum digital human rights type of thing, and a way to, you know, at least try to enforce it and set the bar of this is the minimum thing you got to do.
And then try to enforce it is just something you threw in there that I'm just like, how do we try to enforce it? Oh my God.
That's a wider problem. But I mean, look for the United States is still looked to on some level as the ones who set the stage. It's still true, for example, with the climate crisis, right? Because the U.S. doesn't take that seriously enough, other states have done, similar things the United States is doing, and they don't take it seriously enough. So every time that we don't set the bar high, the bar is going to end up lower, and that's what I mean when it's a race to the bottom. I just do want to answer the crypto question because I just want to make sure that we do touch on it. That question sometimes is called the going dark debate. And I recommend there was a paper that the Berkman Klein Center in Harvard put out with a group of experts, including folks in law enforcement and intelligence, who are very much not, from my perspective. Looking into the question, can we do policing if we have cryptography and strong technological privacy, potentially anonymity measures? And the conclusion of that paper with that panel of folks was that, yes, in fact, there's more data points and more ability to do real serious policing now than there ever was because of all the systems around us anyway. IoT, camera systems, et cetera, GPS, and so on. There's no reason to believe that good old-fashioned policing doesn't still work. And there's certainly no reason to undermine systems that are purposefully private by putting backdoors into them. Unless, of course, your interest is making sure that people have no privacy, or even worse, that only the people who have control of those backdoors are the ones who have privacy. Unaccountable, unknown intelligence groups, they can be private, right? But nobody else can. So.
Right. Hans, I'm not sure if you got a chance to, you came in halfway in, but I just want to recap two questions. Sean, I think I already kind of answered the one that I had. Is basically the question of encryption, whether we need encryption for privacy purposes, but the counter argument that government still needs to protect us from the bad guys. The other question I was asking is if we break up our companies for privacy concerns like Facebook and Google, you have their competitors overseas like China, like for example, WeChat and Alibaba, which don't have to worry about those concerns. And how do we rectify or balance those out where from an economical perspective, make sure we're still competitive in a world market while still maintaining our high ground, I guess, on privacy. You and Nixie haven't answered, so if you want to add anything else, I'll give you the floor, and then Nixie can go next.
Let me start with the crypto. So for one, we do need to be able to have privacy. And I think that, us being able to have end-to-end encryption and being able to encrypt our interactions is important. Going back to Delia's example earlier, if I do something in my house, that's a private thing. Well, if I have a phone call conversation with my wife, even if we're in a different location, or we are in the same location, just different parts of my ginormous American house here, right? I texted her earlier reminding her I'm live feeding, trying to keep the dog quiet. We should be able to have privacy for those. Now, does encryption mean that there is no way somebody can break it? No, right? The U.S. government has been proving with a lot of indictments for people who are in different countries that are not nice to us, that we are able to track down people, including people who theoretically know what they're doing for encryption because that's what their job is. So if a government, some large enough entity has enough reason, they are still going to be able to get you out. As Sean mentioned, there's lots and lots of other data points aside from the encrypted text that you're sending, right? So, but we can have general privacy in that, yes, okay, you can find out what's going on in my house, but there's extra steps you have to take. If a government wants to know what's going on inside of my house, they have to get a warrant. And they have to prove that there's reason for it. They should have to do the same thing for regularly collecting public data, right? So there's more cameras around, George Orwell's house in London than whatever, right? An example I give is in Phoenix a few years ago, there was somebody that was assaulting women at night, and it was doing it on not a regular basis, but serially doing so. And so they went and got a search warrant to put up cameras in public spaces, specifically looking for that person, right? And they were able then to capture that person and arrest them and say, this is the person. And as I understand it, they actually had to go back to the judge to take the cameras down because the judge had ordered the search warrant, not the police. So they also couldn't deactivate the search that was in place. He had to go through. But they went in and petitioned and said, hey, we're done. We've got what we needed, and got permission to pull it down earlier than the search warrant had allowed for it. It allowed for a certain period of time, right? And I was like, that's how it should work. Now, I don't know if they caught other people jaywalking and sent tickets off to them, how long they're keeping that data, right? Just because they got it in a search warrant, does that mean they get to keep it forever? If they think that I've done something, they take my phone, and then we can prove that I didn't do it. Do they get to keep my phone and my data off the phone forever? Right? We still need those controls in place, whether that be government or corporation, right? Then the thing is, with government, we actually can have a little bit of believability that we've got some of those controls in place because of the way the system is. Whereas corporations, aside from the occasional whistleblower, we have no idea what's going on inside their hidden algorithms, right? Whether that be bureaucratic algorithm or AI algorithm. And then the other place, as far as breaking them up, I mentioned, the fact that for the companies in other countries, if they want to do business in the U.S., they're going to have to comply with the very few laws that we have. If they want to do business in Europe, they're going to need to comply with the laws that are there in Europe, at least for the citizens there, right? So if Tuvalu stands up in this huge data center and they're like, oh, we're going to spy on everybody and blah, 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 they might be able to spy on everybody in Tuvalu, all 280 people, whatever it is that's there. But they will have to apply the GDPR to European citizens within Europe, right? That follow the law at the local place. As far as breaking them up, I think what we'll end up with is actual competition. And that will actually make it more difficult for those other companies because I can say, competition. Let's take Facebook and Twitter out. Let's talk about Mastodon. Let's talk about PeerTube and the other federated services. If I'm on a Mastodon instance and I find that they're not doing things the way I want them to do, I can move to another instance. There's competition. I can say, I disagree with how you're running this instance, right? You're allowing too many naked pictures in there. You're not allowing enough naked pictures in there. Whatever it is that I decide I want to have in that instance, I can move, or I can choose different ones. I can say, okay, on this instance, when I want to see naked pictures, I can go over here and look at them. When I don't want to see naked pictures, I can go over here and look at them. Or the one, Catter Day. Everybody loves Catter Day and showing cats. I need something other than cats in my feed. So maybe I find an instance that only they have a rate limit for how many Catter Day posts are allowed in there, right? But we have that competition because we have multiple entities, and if we break up the large gorillas in the room for these for the walled gardens, then again we're actually getting that competition. The problem is we're at the point where we don't, and we've been at the point where we don't for a long time, and we need a way to reactivate capitalism. Right now we don't have capitalism, or at least we don't have a free market. I guess we have capitalism. They have the capital. They make the rules, but we don't have a free market.
Okay. Thank you, Hans. The next topic is going to be like the Fediverse and decentralization, so I don't want to too deeply into it. But Nixie, did you want to? We can't hear you again, or say something. No. Okay. You have a very, very visual camera, and you have unique facial expression that makes me feel like you're talking, but
hello.
No.
I tried it.
There you go.
I literally reset it manually from the XLR cable and then from the software level every single time. No big deal. Yeah.
Do you want to add to the conversation?
Yes, but that would be an hour long. Having lived in Asia and actually was in China for a good bit of time, I definitely am thinking about that question you asked about would we be able to compete in the global market, and I wanted to touch on Sean's point about like, you know, we're already doing this. It's just we're packaging it differently. If I'm allowed to summarize it, we're packaging it. We're putting it in a pretty package. We're still doing like a social score and whatnot. And it is really terrifying what is going on in some of the more subjugated countries and the dictatorships. But I would actually go to the bright spot on that, and I'd say, we have to do better. That would be great. We should try to do better, and we should also look at what services that these people are using to get out from under that subjugation. So, you see Signal pop up, even Twitter, back when there was the Syrian controversy, I believe it was. People took to Twitter when the government was pulling down their internet. Was that Syria? They were pulling down their internet, and so they tried to take to different mediums. So hopefully we can allow, and this could be a good tie-in, these federated services or these decentralized networks to give the power back to the people. That would be amazing. And then cryptocurrency is just another nod to that. So a decentralized, a mutable ledger of being able to track where transactions take place when property is exchanged would just be yet another step in the right direction.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna get the short. I think.
Okay.
If we keep this up, I think we're gonna run out of time
we're talking about federated services next.
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Okay, so Hans, do you mind giving us? Actually, let me read the decentralization thing, and I wanted to defer to you to give a brief intro what the Fediverse is about.
Okay.
And then we can go from there. So the question to the panel is, how do you see efforts of decentralization, whether it's licensing on the blockchain or whatever entity you would like to run on the blockchain, or running your own instance of Mastodon, I'll call it geeky Twitter, on the Fediverse, fitting in with the goal of regaining control of your own data, particularly keeping in mind the usability of such tools for the common end user. The one counterexample to that is PGP solved email security in the 90s, and nobody outside of niche circles has been using it. So I'll give you the floor first, and then if you don't mind, before answering the question, just defining what the Fediverse is for the rest of us in better terms.
Okay. All right. As a preview post view, so this is the definition I will have given in the presentation earlier in the day when this goes through on at the conference. So I define the Fediverse as a coalition of decentralized, interoperable digital social spaces. Right now, they don't necessarily have to have the social spaces, but we're people, we're social beings. So I think that is still relevant to how that to defining the Fediverse. And what Nixie was talking about, decentralization, the big thing with that is that we're not dependent on one big organization. We're not dependent on one central authority determining whether or not something is allowed. So an example I like to give is if you want to have an instance of Mastodon, that Mastodon that has a particular social contract where it's allowing or not allowing certain types of speech, you can choose to have one that has that. You can also choose one that is a pure free-for-all, right? So as an individual, you now have that competition where you can choose those. Samir, as you mentioned, you can also host your own, right? So I can set up my own instance, whether I do that on my own or I get some hosting company to do that for me for a couple bucks a month. And so I can have complete control over that. And as a parent, I don't want my school posting all these school pictures and stuff to these commercial entities that are now spying on my child and mining my child's life from the early on. They could set up their own instance of a federated service and run the information there, give the parents access to it, to give the children access to it, but it doesn't need to go into some deep, long-term data mining operation and stay there forever, right? What is federated? Nixie mentioned earlier, email. That's one of my favorite example of a decentralized federated service that we've had forever. It is the oldest thing that most people are going to be familiar with. If I have my own email server and you have your own email server, we can still email back and forth. We can also block each other, right? I can go, I don't like the email that comes from those guys, right? There are several email domains where I get 100% spam from. Guess what? I don't get email from them anymore. I block that. Same thing with federated. We can say you might have an instance that is pure Catterday and another instance is anti-Catterday. They don't need to talk. Right? They can say, no, I don't like your content, and they can block that. But that decentralization allows us to have our own local rules and have what the people that are using it want to have, and allow them to go choose the one that they want. I don't have to go, well, my grandma and my aunt and all my nieces and nephews are over on this instance. I can choose a different instance that has different priorities than they have, and we're fine. So we can have the geeky Mastodon and the not geeky Mastodon as well. There are huge art community in Mastodon because they're able to do things and they're not having other people tell them what they can and can't post or trying to monetize their art. So that if they want to be able to sell it, they want to be able to sell it, not some other some commercial entity that they have no control over. All right, now I'll stop ranting there.
You're raving, not ranting.
Okay, so I don't know if I can hear you, Samir, but I guess I can just roll into it if that's okay. Federated networks, the Fediverse, obviously great description. These technologies are, especially what we now call Mastodon, they have a history, and part of the history that they're embedded in is a decade or more of trying to replace the big tech social networks and the problems that are seen there. So, there was GNU Social, and there's Diaspora, and Friendica, and then some of these other things. And folks like myself, I used to run a Friendica network, would get people into these networks, and they're federated, and you can send messages between them, and you still have, as Hans said, some control over, what one community's norms are and what information they're going to allow to flow through that platform. Like with the example of PGP, I think that this probably isn't enough to really battle many of the problems that we have. I think Mastodon is great. I think the Fediverse is great. We're looking still at charitably 5 million users across the Fediverse. Those numbers are hard to really get a handle on. And there's really, it's in a way, it's segmented that is problematic to explain to what I would call the average user. So when I've tried to show people in workshops, for example, how to get into these platforms, there's a network problem, right? Their friends aren't there, so therefore they may not stay there even if they go in for a little while. And they're still going to use these other things, the Twitters and the so on. So from a privacy standpoint, the Fediverse is engineered very well to deal with the problems that afflict people from things like surveillance, social media, right? The Facebooks, the Twitters, and so on. But it's not necessarily sufficient because we have to talk about some other factors. So to go back to the example of PGP and email, right? PGP, you can say it's clunky, hard to use, etc. I actually think it's easier to use now than it ever has been. But people aren't going to go and start using PGP tomorrow. And the reason they're not going to use PGP tomorrow is because somewhere around 80 to 90% of people using email are doing it through webmail providers, primarily big centralized monopolistic providers like Gmail, Google, right? Folks are either doing that or they're shoved into, let's say, Office 365 by some entity, some organization they work for, some school, et cetera, et cetera. There are other factors that force people into these surveillance networks. And talking about it from a power perspective, I think is really important. Everything's not about power relationships, but it really matters when we're talking about network effects and what brings people into using a technology and keeps them there, and technology thrives and so on. We have to look at power in that way. One of the reasons I believe that autonomy is the correct way to talk about privacy, security, and these other wonderful things we want out of the internet, such as sharing of information, education, and so on, is because if you want power in the surveillance network that we have now, the way that it's built, right, you're going to have to expose yourself beyond just using the Fediverse, just using Tor, just using these other things, because the rest of the world is using these surveillance networks, right? I'm plastered all over the internet, right? I would rather not be, but I want to be able to have some sort of power, to be able to have some sort of voice. I feel like I have a role spreading, hopefully, a positive message. And, these are the sorts of things I care about. I care about educating folks and so on and so forth. If you're going to only put yourself into a world of using privacy respecting technologies in the world we live in now, unfortunately, you're going to cut yourself off from a large segment of the population. And this traditional problem, which we sort of joke about as being a geek problem and so on, is still going to be there, unless we think seriously about rebuilding and breaking down these other networks that we have. One of the things I'm excited about, to bring it back to the Fediverse, is that the technologies that are starting to be called Web3, the blockchain technologies and the rest, have now a moment in time when they are being talked about as seriously, and they are being used at proportionately, right, in the millions and millions of users. It's a central part of the conversation, and we could see a real shift into a world where we have more decentralization, where we start breaking down some of the traditional business models, and we make it difficult for the Facebooks of the world to operate. We make them a memory like MySpace. And I think we can get there, but it's going to take a combination of strategies, not just moving yourself into the Fediverse or even moving your friends into the Fediverse, but thinking about how we can rework this network with the incredible computing power we have, seeing if we can take the free and open source software folks and get them to talk a little more to the folks who are into crypto, meaning cryptocurrency, et cetera. Bridging those gaps are the only way we're going to get where we need to go. So,
thank you. Nixie's yielded the floor because she wants to get into the debate. I was going to chime in and just add two small comments. Even if the biggest Fediverse application that I use is Mastodon. I really enjoy it. I interacted with other open source enthusiasts. One of the issues I see with it, even if the numbers were comparable, like if it was a legitimate comparator to Facebook, you could see if Facebook makes enough mistakes, you have users choosing the alternative. Mastodon is not a comparator to Twitter, but not a comparator to Facebook, but Twitter. But even so, if there was enough users, my biggest issue is the fact that there's no discover. I can't discover people the way Facebook does. I can search for John Schmo, and I can find him on Facebook. And even if it's distributed across multiple nodes, the distributed search I don't see is quite there as much as I would like it to be. And the other question, as far as personal data and privacy, I choose these instances based on interest and such like that. But I'm also sharing my data with those instances. So the question is, should I trust Mastodon.social more than I trust Facebook.com? Probably. Facebook has a horrible track record, but I'm still trusting my data to some external entity that I don't really know. So whoever wants to chime in. Nixie, since you yielded your time, do you want to? Yeah, we see
your mic is still dead, I think.
Yeah.
Please reset all the entities.
She's going really retro on us today, and
I'm getting pretty faceted. I wish.
You're back in the talkies.
Yay! I'm in the talkies. So, given that I founded a decentralized gaming platform back in the day, one of the things that we, just to your point about you do end up kind of trusting a middleman, it's just how bad are they kind of thing. I think the use case is slightly different in Mastodon's instance, which pun intended, which Hans can talk about.
Yeah.
But one of the things that I noticed that was quite annoying is that, say you want to trade in crypto. Okay, cool. But you need to pick a wallet. Is the wallet decentralized? No, like Coinbase isn't decentralized last time I checked. So you kind of have that chicken and the egg thing going on. But I did want to touch a little bit on what Sean mentioned about the impact that it has on creators. I think that it cannot be understated how badly these centralized networks can impose censorship on a invisible black box scary scale. If you've ever watched a single video, I mean, I'm sure this video itself, sorry guys, it's probably not going to go many places because we've hit all the hot button issues that YouTube doesn't really want you to talk about. And that censorship box is real. It was really scary for me because I came up on YouTube talking about Linux distributions 10 years ago. And now I actually have this nice little informative box that tells me that my videos are being sent to 1% of my subscribers and what I need to do in order to be more productive. So now what I'm doing is essentially this, I'm no longer a creative, but I'm like a content generating machine that puts out little TikTok snippets, which are called YouTube shorts for those of you who don't know, in order to pull some of my subscribers back in to watch my real content. And just to show you that it's so true, it's so real, is that people will see my shorts and they'll go, this isn't the content I'm looking for. And I'm like, but we have this really cool privacy panel that's everything you're looking for. And it's, I don't know, I didn't see it. So that therefore it must not exist, right? So
Yeah.
the business that I created with Equity Games was supposed to be kind of cutting out the middleman, but we do find that it always ends up, you do have to trust somebody. So I think of like the EFF, which this this stream is fundraiser for the Electronic Frontier Foundation. They do have their checks and balances, and there's charity, there's a lot of things that kind of audit that. So hopefully we can have third party auditing, and that's the long answer. Sorry about that. I wanted to share my story though. It's tough out here for creators.
Well, the auditing brings in pieces. So Sean mentioned that decentralization is not sufficient, and I go back to the way I describe security. For security applications, GPG, encryption libraries, being free software is not sufficient, but it is a requirement, right? We've got to be able to have those third-party audits. I can go write a crypto library, encryption library. That is not sufficient. Believe me, my code is not sufficient to make sure that library is safe, right? So it can't just be that it's free software. There also has to be other pieces. So the same thing with central decentralization, right? Just because it's a Mastodon instance doesn't mean it isn't being run by some undesirable people, shall we say, or that it isn't being used in an untoward way. I've thought about it. It's like, maybe I'll stand up a Mastodon instance that does do advertising and say, okay, sign up over here. When you sign up for this, you're agreeing that you're going to get advertising, and it'll show up on your feed. I won't push it out to other people, right? So if somebody's on a different instance won't get it, but that's how we can pay for keeping this feed going. The rest of the Fediverse would balk at that and get pissed off, even though they're not seeing it, right? But it brings me back. So how do we pay for these resources, right? The walled gardens are paying because they're getting the ads. They've got a captured audience. They're coming up with ways of social engineering to get people on there, and they're selling ads everywhere they can and using our lives as the thing that they're selling. And to me, at some point, we're going to end up with NASCAR phase, right? Where basically, in order to get on and do your YouTube video, you have to agree to having logos printed all over your face so that when you're talking, they're getting, somebody's paying for impressions, right? and we really aren't that far from that.
My mom is looking into putting an ad, like one of those LCDs on her car, LED signs on her car, so she can make money running around with ads.
Yeah.
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 Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, at the risk of doing an advertisement for Panquake, I do want to talk about it in this context because we're thinking seriously about these issues. The first thing I'll say is that we are implementing ActivityPub and we'll have some sort of federation with outside networks. We have to figure out exactly how that's going to work, but we hope to be a major hub in the Fediverse. But there's four things that are we've touched on recently. The first one I'll tackle first, Hans, because it's most recent in my memory, which is how do you pay for these things? When I was running a Friendica server and I had thousands of people, I was paying for that out of pocket.
Mm-hmm.
And what goes on right now in the Fediverse or in many free software projects or many nonprofit projects in general is that they're supported by folks through donations and they don't have any real model beyond that. So the thing that we're doing in Panquake is we're going to have a very simple subscription model for certain features, right? $5 a month, you get these awesome features. Everybody else can still come in, and we've been able, I think, to prove that that's going to be a sustainable model. It may not scale up to the billions. We'll see. We're going to start small, make sure we're doing our users right, and scale how we're going to scale with our ethics in place. But the second question about trust, right? Why trust us, right? What we're doing is we're having public conversation in a public record in the blockchain. Full transparency for the conversations you're having. You're in a public space. You're speaking publicly to other people. We're not pretending it's anything else. Moderation is done transparently. So when and if we moderate something, we do it on the blockchain record. So now you can check our work, right? You know you're not being shadow banned. You know why the moderation is, if it's happened, et cetera, right? You know the followers you have are the number of followers you have, and you don't just lose 1,000 followers someday and not know why, like happens, for example, in a Twitter. So siloing that, the public conversation from the private information, in my view, is the answer, right? So the other thing we're doing is we don't want even your email address to sign up for an account. We've built a personal data store, which stays on the client device, aka your laptop or your smartphone or whatever device you're using to connect. You have strong encryption there. You talk to other peers in a decentralized way, verifying the identity, right, of the peer, and we were doing that with some clever cryptography and some keys. So ultimately, of course, we have an auth service where we allow folks on the network, and we are the source of truth for the identities on the network. This solves some of the issues that occur in the Fediverse where you can't find individuals, where there's no directory of users, right? So we'll still now be able to have people look people up, verify people in a peer-to-peer way, but you know Sean is Sean, and whatever handle I end up using, because we have this source of truth for the actual users. But more importantly, and this is where I'm trying to really tie everything back together, we want to empower folks to keep them in the network. Because the other thing that you find in the Fediverse, which I guess I sort of hinted at, and I don't think, it's like something that anybody plans to do, but you don't keep your users in your software platform by not empowering them and by just reproducing the features that already exist in these other platforms. If you're just a Twitter clone, people are going to go back to Twitter. And they almost always do. Invariably, they're going to keep both things and then just drift off back into Twitter as time goes on because there's more people there. So you have to give people tools that are going to allow them to do the things we all love about the internet, which is, have a real voice, have real amplification, have followers, for example, as a creator, and know that you're actually reaching them. And we're hoping with Panquake to give people these tools and to have people come to the network, stay in the network, and want to be there for that reason. Not stay in the network because we're luring them in and tracking them and all that other stuff. So anyway, that's my spiel for Panquake. I do think, thinking seriously about these issues and trying to engineer solutions for them is really important. And we've got a lot of folks, and we now have, as I said, a decade plus or so of building these alternative networks. I think we can learn those historical lessons, and we can build the products that people want to actually use. We just have to be very clever and very diligent about it, which is, the hard work. So,
are you enlisting the the advice of any creators that I don't know want to really get off the platforms that they're on? The answer was yes, by the way. Hi, that was me coming from the past into the future to tell you, yes, they work with creators. And I wanted to kind of cut it a little bit short because we're very excited for game night. We also have a lot of people to thank, and not all of which is you, the viewers. Thank you so much for sticking with us. It was our first ever conference. It was a blast. And Shiny, I hope
I'm here.
Bringing you in.
All right.
Oh, I totally didn't fix my white balance. Oh well, if it compiles, ship it. Yeah. So I think we have. I don't know if can Salt hear us. I don't know. I don't know how the software works on the back end, but yeah. So did you want to ask any kind of like privacy related questions? I'm the only representative of the panel coming back into the future. I don't know if we logged any Q&A.
Let me refresh here. Give me 1 second to see.
Is that a yes you do, or you had notes, or you are having technical difficulties? That could
No,
be
so I thought that maybe it was in the document here for how some of the questions were getting populated.
Oh yeah, I mean I can think of some. I just smacked my microphone. Sorry.
Sorry.
So let's see. This is a good one. Is Instagram, Twitter, Facebook working only working and so widely used because of their algorithms and data collection, or could like social networks like Mastodon be as widely used even if they don't have algorithms to keep you addicted? Okay, that's an interesting question. What do you think? I don't know if I kind of want to hear from Salt, but I don't want to completely derail the conference. I see that he popped in here. I think that the algorithm is definitely problematic because it can trace you from a very like end to end perspective, right? And that's unfortunate. I don't know. Do you have strong feelings yourself about privacy?
Well, I jokingly responded back with, "What privacy?"
Exactly.
Because I mean, as you know, I mean, whenever you start disabling JavaScript and stuff, everything breaks. So,
yeah,
there's not a lot that you can do other than using, say, like Cube's OS and using like alternate accounts to be able to do things. But the general public isn't going to spend that time to do that.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's where the issue is it's just not.
We just do this.
Simple.
We can do whatever we want.
Yeah.
It's
All
our
right.
See, we don't have any like sponsors that are actually paying us to do this, though we do have, free phones and stuff available. I did you hear that question, Salt? That's a really good question.
Yeah. Or I mean, I think I got the gist of the question.
So basically, the algorithms that are tracking us. Do you think the services like Mastodon and whatnot could thrive because they don't have the algorithms? Do you think that they're like necessary?
Yeah. No, I think that is a area that people do want. When we saw the mass migration of people from WhatsApp to Signal and Telegram, people, I do think, are becoming more aware as a general sense of these type of algorithms and the idea that they will continue to collect data that becomes more and more valuable as the machine learning can process all of that data. So
yeah, I mean, the fact that it went to Congress should be a really, really good thing, right? The fact that they had Zuckerberg kind of looking like a deer in headlights for hours on end is a good thing, right? Because then, the Vox Populi, then it's not so weird. Then if you do talk about that you use Mastodon or Signal, people aren't like, what kind of conspiracy theory are you signing up for, you weirdo? Like, it might actually be, you know what I mean?
Yeah, so I'm really excited about some of the potential for open protocols and bridging protocols. You know, I've pretty much stopped using IRC raw and connected with everything with Matrix. There's a really good, not, I won't say good, but there's a startup building on top of Matrix that is explicitly, it's called Beeper. It has a huge wait list, but it's completely about bridging all of your communication channels, and that's being built on this open protocol that will then allow you to have all of those different channels and connections with end-to-end encryption built in. That type of thing where it's protocol based, I think, is really where.
Sorry, I didn't wave.
No.
Wait, so you're talking about Beeper, but I thought that the most effective use of Matrix right now, like in practical application, is like essentially a relay. So is it just better than Matrix or
no?
So
Matrix is the protocol, and then there's a number of clients that have been built on top of Matrix. Element being the one that most people know about, and the one that's like funded by the French and German government. But because it's a protocol, other organizations can build on top of it and build clients. And Beeper is building a client that is specifically for bridging, like as first class citizen. So that's how I'm really a big fan. And you know, I've had long talks. Would like to have more of Brian about it, but how if you work on the protocols and make those secure, make those open, then it opens up this potential for a much more free ecosystem.
Yeah, absolutely. Is this where the part where you talk about your conference that you both have on either side of me? Do you want to plug? How do I? Oh, that's like the weatherman thing. Hey, the production is messing with our stuff.
Well, let me see.
Okay, so now it's like host versus.
Should we talk about this conference that is coming up?
You should. I mean, to be fair,
yeah.
It's like wait. So what it is right now is it's a battle of the current hosts of a current conference and then the future conference. There is another day of this conference, which we'll talk about after we boot them out, because that will happen. But we squirreled out so they could seagull out right now. Go for it. You can talk about it.
The Seattle GNU Linux conference, and we did. So our first year virtual 2 years ago, we built on top of IRC with allowing Matrix. Last year we switched it so it's Matrix first class citizen, and moving forward, even if when we can go back to in person, I'm still excited to keep Matrix as like a very integrated virtual hybrid experience, because we had attendees from Africa, from India, from China. Like I love the options that we've now had. But yeah, we built all on top of the Matrix protocol and did a bunch of fun back end scripting, and I'm pretty excited to have that move forward.
Can you speak, Hans?
Well,
you're muted.
Speak. We just can't
muted on the.
Wait, I'll help.
Muted the mic. I was saying I just came in as the masked intervention.
Oh, there you go. I like it though.
Yeah, but so Seagull is great, and as I said, so Salt is local, right? We're used to be. I'm coming in remotely. I've been coming in remotely every year I've participated. It's easier, a little bit easier virtually, because I don't have to leave my desk to do it. But it's a great conference. Great
I'll help you.
And some awesome content. But same thing with GeekBeacon Fest. You all approached me about this a long time ago, about the same time we were starting Seagull, I think last year.
Yeah,
you had to move it back at one point because stuff happens. But
lowercase.
Yeah, we know how much work it goes into putting on one of these conferences. So thank you for the work that you've been doing.
Oh, thank you so much.
Helping the community. That's what it's about. I appreciate that.
Well, that is awesome. That is
And
awesome. Yeah,
I've enjoyed it.
that's not fair for you to thank us because the whole purpose of getting people together was I'm trying to put Matrix in here. He's another person where I was just gonna thank everyone who was a part of this. We were gonna do that at the end, but you guys popped in so quickly that I just wanted to talk shop a little bit. So I'm sure Shiny's just like, wait, we had a plan. Like, what just happened? But yeah, I mean, I don't know if
when you said that, I got seg fault on the Magic Sequel Ball. So
you have way better. Wait, I was gonna say, hang on, we have good loot too. Is this like a battle of the cons? Look at our loot. We actually created this from the wait. It's open sorcerers. So we have okay, this is like a really weirdly badly nerdy intersection, but you see how it's a D20? You guys play D&D at all? And you know what D&D is?
No,
okay.
I
Roll
don't
initiative.
have a bookshelf full of
Yay! So yeah, essentially it has a binary wizard hat, and that's in the shop right now, actually.
Cool.
But you know how merch is. It's not like it's not like a massive sponsorship for people to get merch. Merch is like more of a rite of passage, right? If you have every like all 8 shirts, 9 shirts from Siegel, right? And actually, if you want to know something, this conference, the leader of this conference that initially kicked off GeekBeacon Fest did so because he was inspired by Siegel.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yay, Matrix. Yeah, so I just wanted to say thank you so much. Shiny, did you want to thank everybody or go forward?
Yes, but I wanted to chime in on one other thing, if that's cool.
No.
Please.
Not acceptable. But yeah, it's okay.
So one of the things that I see is kind of a challenge just with society and technology is that as the aging population in elected positions retires, and then there are people that grew up with technology then start to take those positions, then I think that is when real change can start to occur. Just because of that generational gap of, well,
I'm just paraphrasing. It's like,
yeah.
But
they just don't get it. So
I'm worried about Say I'm worried about the ones that grew up stuck in the walled garden and don't realize that there's a different world out there and that there can be privacy. They don't have to have given that up because they haven't. You know, somebody that's 15 at this point, and if their family started posting things about them when they're a baby, has never had privacy. Right?
So possibly the inverse then. If you're concerned with that, like, I can't imagine what it's like. Because I actually remember what it was like to connect and roll your own internet. And so to me, the Fediverse is just like, oh, so it's like going back to the basics. Like it's going back to when I had like my mail server initially that, you know, and then when I started getting spam, I was just like, spam. And now it's like all spam. And so you end up resorting to like some of Google services some of the time because they have really unprecedentedly good spam filters. I'm sorry. But yeah, so like that's an interesting thought.
Yeah.
Right. This is one of those, is it a good use, bad use thing? If you are the only place where 80-90% of people get email, then you can find what looks like spam very well, right? Now, if there was some sort of a sharing protocol where they could say these are fingerprints of spam, then that actually might open it up to being able to run your own mail server, but check it against a fingerprint versus it just all having to be through Google.
Does that exist?
No.
Are you sure? Did you just come up with an idea? It's like, nobody steal it. It's going to happen.
Yeah, please steal it. Make it happen.
Well, because it has to be. See, that's the spirit of open source right there.
Yeah.
There's going to be some kind of OSINT kind of thing like that, though.
Well, say Spam House and all those guys are doing something along that line. Biggest thing for running your own mail is a gray listing, because most of the spam things don't come back again. So if you say every time you get something you don't recognize, go, hey, come back in 5 minutes. That really, really cuts down on the spam you're getting because they're
But what
firing
about
for gas.
DKIM, DMARC, and SPF records?
I have problems with them because they intentionally broke the mail protocol, and I'm still upset at Yahoo.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those things, right? If you go against what is that open protocol, then you start cutting off what it means to be an open internet.
I don't use those, and my mail works fine.
Would you like to openly state your email address for everyone to send you questions to?
No, I don't.
There's 53 people watching. Okay.
So, for a variety of reasons, spam can still come through, but it does get rid of the automated stuff. But yeah, I use hundreds of email addresses a day.
Yeah, geez.
Like passwords.
Oh yeah, you mean you don't take one password?
Email address.
Exactly. You don't take one password and have like two to three variations of that one password. It would almost be like your name isn't Salt for a reason.
Yeah.
I remember when you told me when you said I'm Salt and we were at DEF CON and I was just like, this is so on the nose. I love it. I was like, my name is Hash. It's not that's worse. That just sounds worse. Okay, guys, you are too interesting. We were gonna have you come in muted so we could just wave and say thank you so much for your time. I wanted to say thank you because we do have to wrap this up. I think in true conference fashion, 2 hours of sleep. But if you do want to continue hanging out, we're going to be playing games on Discord it's not Matrix, it's not open, but it is Discord. So sometimes you have to meet people where they are. I have a whole conference. I have a whole talk about that. Why didn't I do a talk at my own conference?
Yeah, really. Also, you
Is
can
that a
merge
faux pas?
Discord and Matrix.
You act like we haven't already done that. We actually did that with IRC as well. But that's a long story. All right, you guys, thank you so much.
Right.
We're gonna thank you, and I will. Bye. Thanks,
Looking forward to
Matrix.
tomorrow.
Bye. Yeah, absolutely. We're talking mental health. All right. Oh, cool. I was like, I don't know if I can click that fast. I was like,
See everybody
just
tomorrow.
shaking things up for you, Shiny. So we wanted to say thank you, and it's not just to those guys. We want to thank as I punch my mic, the people switching the scenes around, like so. I did that one, but the people who, when I'm not doing it, that's Conquero, Bermain. We have Holler, who ran our green room to get the speakers in so they didn't come and blow your eardrums out. Rimwolf and Arlen and Johans and Torch and T Mike and all the and Booby, can't forget Booby. So just really, really appreciate you guys for everything that you've done all day today, completely out of the goodness of your heart. And all of our speakers today, of course, we could not have done it without you. And yeah, if you wanted to thank everybody, and I will thank you, and then I will just let everybody know what they have in store for tomorrow. That's for you, Shiny.
Hello?
Oops, did you cut out? God, I'm so, like, my white balance is problematic.
All right.
Okie dokie. All right, well, I will just kick it off. I just want to thank everybody for being here with us at GBF 2022. It's our first ever conference, open source, open culture festival, and we're focused on mental health, accessibility and tech, data privacy. It's been so fun watching the different panels, including myself reappearing and unappearing. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. And do not forget to check out the Discord. And I want to kick it off and say thank you, Shiny, so much for your help. And we'll see you tomorrow as well. If we can drop Shiny's links, who has literally all my links. We have a link tree. He has an all my links. I don't know if they're going to fight. But yeah, is there anything you want to say before I end the conference all by myself?
No, just I mean, other than the thank you to again everybody that you've already thanked behind the scenes, because things are rolling out like as the day progresses, and it's really incredible that everybody was able to do what they did. So thank you.
Absolutely. Alrighty, thank you so much, Shiny. We will talk to you tomorrow. Oops, and
All
I
right.
think somebody came in, but we have thanked them already. You missed your window. We'll have to thank you tomorrow. Okay. Alrighty. As you can tell, we're a very thankful bunch. We're a very grateful group. There are so many questions still yet to answer, so much stuff going on. I unfortunately don't have my glasses, so a lot of stuff I'm just completely going off the cuff for, but I did want to tell you about day 2, because day 2, we're switching it up a little bit. It's going to be about one of the things that we felt was a little bit underserved and greatly needed in open source conferences is the mental health and accessibility aspect of it. And I wanted to kind of touch on Squirrel Army for you guys. And I don't know if we can pop something up to show a little bit of what we have as far as Squirrel Army is essentially a community that came from the GeekBeacon community. And it's really I'm really hoping that they show the screen. I'm like, ayo, show the screen. Maybe I can show my own screen. I don't need any help. Oops. Up. To punctuate it. Oh yeah, okay. Squirrel Army intro. Okay. Anyway, the important part about Squirrel Army is basically it's a community that was born from the neurodiverse side of the community, and so we've had a lot of dedication to mental health and wellness in GeekBeacon, and that's a sub community comprised of neurodivergent individuals, and they're struggling with all types of things like ADHD, autism, mental health, and everything in between. And we just explore neurodiversity. Squirrel Army is led by affectionately named squirrels, and they're emphatic in their ownership and defense of the name. So it doesn't matter if you call yourself a squirrel or how your brain is wired. The Squirrel Army is a place for mutual support, conversation, and finding our people. So we found that despite advancements in research and understanding, the system still just isn't equipped to take care of us. So we decided that we would take care of us. And there might be a situation where someone's struggling and they need advice, or a person could be experiencing like a deeper personal distress and needs an understanding ear. And for one of those days, there might be some silver lining, maybe the silver lining is tinfoil, or maybe it's something simple like asking a neurodivergent friendly person for workflow tips. So no matter what it is that brings you here, the Squirrel Army is where you can find your people and who can relate to your experience, and all help each other as a collective little army grow and help thrive with what we've learned. So that was a longer explanation that I usually give for Squirrel Army, but I hope that's also that was one of our community members who kind of explained a little bit about what Squirrel Army meant to her. So we're going to touch on that, and I'll just go over the schedule real quick for tomorrow. And by all means, check out our Discord. We should have a link tree that's tagged up somewhere up there, but it's also just GeekBeacon Discord. You can find it any old place. And I can maybe screen share the schedule for you guys tomorrow. All the links, big shout out to Kankuro because he built all of the links out. So it's literally like all of our links. Yeah, the link tree is just everything you could possibly imagine, including how to use Discord, how to check out Open Collective, everything under the sun. Let's see if I can do this. Dun, dun, dun. I wanted to look at the schedule. Alrighty, the schedule. Okay, thank you, Kankuro. It takes a village. All right, the schedule. So let's see if I can do that. Okay, so yeah, the schedule. We have, I interviewed an amazing group that is predominantly a blind game developer group called Eben Sky. So we get to learn about how open data helps them as a blind community, and then really kind of they're developing a platform that also assists blind individuals and a sound-based gaming platform. So it's awesome. And then we have accessibility by design. We have Emotion is Anonymous. And also I was part of amazing creator roundtable that went a little bit over time. We did a little funny thing with it. You'll check that out tomorrow. And that was that was kind of silly. And we have Soldier Knows Best on there, Malik Forte. All these people have been like in the game for over 10 years. Dom Esposito, they're all in tech. It's really an amazing time. And this conference is free. So we really appreciate any support that you can give. And thank you so much for our charity that's going to that we're going to feature tomorrow from the Able Gamers. And let's see, I think, about how to save your spoons as well. There's a lot of stuff in there. I don't have my glasses. Didn't really think about that in advance. Hey, go check it out, you guys. A lot of this is just going by pure memory, but I guess speaking of which, my memory is fizzling out a little bit. My brain is a little jelly, and I'm going to go head over the Discord and start playing some Jackbox. You guys are welcome to come. Everything's completely free. This is our first ever conference. We'd love to know if you have any feedback at all for us on how we could do better, better, faster, stronger. We fight for the users at GeekBeacon, and we will always fight for you. Thanks a lot, guys. See you tomorrow. Day 2.